This week in the Northwest, it's all about that feeling.
I'm not cold-hearted.
Feeling confused?
Finding a house is so chuffing difficult.
That's tiny. Really not too sure about that. Boring looking.
Feeling peckish?
Phil, those are for show. Put them down.
Feeling argumentative.
Now what's the problem?
And feeling just a little bit worried.
That is the first time the house hunter has threatened to take me out. This week, we're property shopping in Warrington and Liverpool.
My house hunter is competing with couples looking for a family home.
My house hunters are a couple looking for a family home. You better stay off my patch.
Whoever finds it first.
That's not how it works.
I'm not waiting for you to catch up.
That's not how it works. Liverpool, a city of culture with a sunny disposition and a property market that encompasses everything from seaside views to inner city style and more listed buildings than anywhere outside London.
Property in Merseyside is surprisingly affordable. The average home here will set you back 130 grand. That's a whopping £80,000 below the national average.
Just 20 miles east along the Mersey is our other house hunting ground, the popular commuting town of Warrington. Prices may have jumped by nearly 5% last year, but they're still 21% below the national average. And it's Warrington where we find our first set of house hunters. Childhood sweethearts, civil engineer Andy White and his wife Jen, a physiotherapist. At just 24, this pair are on a mission to buy their first home together. They're well ahead of the curve and are willing to make sacrifices to stay there.
We've always been, the two of us, brought up as savers by our family.
We budget every month to make sure that we can put money aside. We shop at more discount retailers rather than the high-end retailers.
By being super careful, Andy and Jen have managed to put together a budget of £195,000, 20% of which is a cash deposit.
They want a house close to Warrington where they both work and pray. Church is an important part of their lives. But here the hymns are a bit different. On vocals, Jen. And safely behind the desk, Andy. And that will be Goodnight Warrington. They also have faith when it comes to house hunting, but with slightly different beliefs.
My attempt at house searching so far has been heart on my sleeve, whereas Andy generally tends to be more logical in the matter.
I made a spreadsheet. I figured out how important each of the rooms were, and then I multiplied that by the rating of how good the room is, which I know sounds terribly boring, but it's what I do.
But somehow the numbers just haven't added up. 6 months of searching, 12 viewings and 1 near miss, and they're starting to wonder if they're doing something wrong. Plus, they're desperate to get out of rented.
We've got engaged, we've got married, we want to settle down, we want to have children, and for us to be able to have the children and the dogs, we have to have a house.
One practical, one emotional. What Andy and Jen need is a guiding light, and I'm happy to illuminate their path through this difficult market.
On paper, perfect. Tick your savers, tick your buying early, tick your having kids early. So you have little halos anyway. So in practice, what's going wrong?
I think Jen gets quite emotional when she's looking at houses, and she'll see almost any house and go in and go, oh, we could live here.
He goes through and says, oh, I don't like this, oh, I don't like that. So it feels quite negative when we first start.
Right.
The only thing I think I'm strongly opposed to is having something grotty, so a bathroom or a kitchen that's just horrendous that needs to be changed immediately.
Senor?
It's just finding storage in a kitchen, which is often taken up in newer places by integrated.
It's not taken up by integrated, I swear. What you need is pan drawers. I intend to be buried in a pan drawer.
It can be arranged.
Yeah.
I wasn't offering
It was just a mild threat.
That is the first time in 17 years a house hunter has threatened to take me out.
Well, maybe to your face, Kirstie.
You know you'd miss me, Phil. And with their £195,000, Jenny and Andy want a house that will accommodate a growing family with 3 bedrooms and a decent kitchen diner.
preferably 2 bathrooms and a good-sized garden. They don't mind new or old, but it needs to be in good nick.
As for locations, they both work and worship in Warrington and don't want to be more than 40 minutes drive away. They love Newton Le Willows, where they currently rent, but are open to new areas as well.
Over in Liverpool, our other house hunter is successful businesswoman Margot Walker, who wants a forever home for one in the sought-after seaside town of Crosby, just 7 miles north of the city. She's got a budget of £450,000, so it sounds like a simple ask, but the search is starting to hurt.
I've now been looking for the last, I would say, a year and a half even. You look, not just daily, every couple of hours or even hourly, because I don't want to miss the chance of viewing a property before it's sold.
Intent on downsizing, Margot sold her sprawling 4-bed family home 2 years ago, moved into a rented flat in Crosby and put everything in storage. Since then, she's viewed 30 properties, but nothing has met her very exacting set of requirements.
Wherever I buy, that will be my last move. So I have to make sure that I'm 100% when I walk in, that's the house for me, for my life.
No pressure there then, Phil. Although Margot is buying on her own, she's not alone. Her daughter lives down the road and her partner of 10 years, Ian, is close by in Manchester.
If I get a new house and it's still the summer, then we can get barbecuing again, can't we?
Margot's Crosby born and bred, so she has an active social life and often drafts friends in to help with her search.
Cheers! Cheers!
But at the end of the day, it's her decision, and that's proving tough.
Daunting, I suppose, is probably the word as well, because it's the first time that it's just been me to decide.
Don't worry, Margot, my ear is here for bending, and the advice comes free.
It's fraught with difficulties trying to downsize.
Yeah.
Let's talk the wish list then. So,
OK.
location?
Crosby, Blundell Sands.
You said 3 or 4 bedrooms?
Yeah. I've got to have a house with a garage. South-facing garden, definitely. I like sort of a kitchen cum diner.
Okay.
And I'd like that overlooking the garden.
There's a lot of criteria in a fairly small patch.
Well, I'm hoping with your help and advice and guidance, you'll be able to say to me, well, that's what you can get at the end of it.
I can certainly help.
I hope so.
So your tenancy runs up in another couple of months?
About 6 weeks.
So we need to have at least found you something.
Yeah.
You're over it.
I need a house.
I get the feeling that perfection is the minimum requirement. With her £450,000, Margot wants a house that's not too big or too small.
With at least 3 bedrooms, impressive kitchen diner for entertaining, south-facing garden, plus a garage for storage.
As for location, Margot has her heart set on staying in her hometown of Crosby, close to family and in easy reach of Liverpool for work.
If we're not going to be left out in the cold, Phil, we need to stay focused.
What you got going on this week then? Parties, bit of shopping, that kind of stuff?
True childhood sweethearts.
Yeah.
They're 24. They met 8 years ago. They're married. They've been saving like crazy. So they're just, you know, perfect.
I'm worried. I've got somebody who's looked for 2 years,
Right.
has seen everything, I mean loads,
Yeah.
has a massive long list. She's lived in Crosby 17 years. She knows exactly where she wants, knows exactly what she wants, but she hasn't found it in 2 years.
Run, Phil.
Run
like the wind.
Phil.
Get the ferry, cross the Mersey and be away with you.
No, that's not my style, Kirstie. But finding Margot the perfect property won't be easy. Crosby is right on an amazing beach, is stocked with impressive residences and has excellent schools. Families love it here, but smaller houses are like gold dust. Having said that, I'm pretty chuffed with the first place I've lined up.
Right, Margot, game face on.
We're in the heart of Crosby, so location-wise, we're on the button. And the house nails nearly all of Margot's criteria. So her reaction will tell me just how strict that wish list is.
1950s built house. What do you think of the outside?
Big, but I'll have to wait and see inside, won't I?
Parking for one.
OK.
But they've extended into the garage. So you haven't actually got a garage.
I was going to say, was that the garage then originally?
Yes.
OK.
At nearly 1,700 square feet, this detached house is 40% smaller than Margot's previous home, so there's no doubt she'd be downsizing.
Lovingly refurbished just 3 years ago, this place has that all-important kitchen diner overlooking the garden, 2 spacious reception rooms and a downstairs shower room.
While upstairs, 4 good-sized bedrooms and a lavish bathroom. It may not have a garage, but there is some extra storage to the side of the house. At offers over £450,000, it is top of budget, but we're led to believe there's a bit of wiggle room.
Kitchen come diner, what I want.
Yes. That's the general idea, Margot,
Yeah.
is to show you
Yeah.
things that you might like.
Yeah, yeah.
You said you wanted to be able to walk into a house and get the feeling, but you certainly look pretty happy with
Yeah,
this.
no, it's got a nice feel. Some I walk in, I go, no, there's just... You look round, but is there any point? Whereas now I'm thinking, actually, I want to see the rest of it.
Good.
Well, that's not a bad start. Time to explore some options.
How do you feel you would use 2 reception
I know.
rooms?
I don't need 2 sitting rooms.
No. See, it would have been the garage.
Yeah. The view of that basically is my car it would be my car on the drive. It's not really appealing.
I can't lie, I was hoping for a better reaction in here. Maybe some fresh air will help.
I know you hoped for a south-facing garden. This isn't.
Yeah.
It's northeast.
Well, so far there's 2 things. A, it's not got a garage, which is something I would like, and south-facing. So I'd have to weigh up,
Yeah.
you know, is that something that I can sacrifice for the house?
I'm getting mixed messages, Phil. I don't know about you.
Well, she says that the house is giving her all of the feelings that she was hoping for. But she's also finding lots of negatives and she's kind of almost putting up barriers against it.
If she's going to give this house her best shot, it might be a good idea if Margot just loosened her grip on the wish list.
I don't have any issues, I don't think, about upstairs. Really not too sure about that. If I was going to use that room, it would be a dining room.
Yeah. I would have thought if you've got friends round for a meal during the daytime, you're more likely to be in the kitchen enjoying the garden.
Yeah.
And if it was more formal, it would be a night time and you'd have the curtains closed and
Well,
therefore you wouldn't be able to see the
that's
car.
A thought. That is a thought.
Lots to think about, Margot, but we must get on.
OK.
See some more.
He shoots, but he misses the net.
Yes, I'm starting to see why Margot has been searching for 2 years.
This week, I'm with Merseyside native Margot, who's desperate to downsize.
And I'm with true childhood sweethearts, Andrew and Jenny, who want a first property fit for a family.
The first house I showed Margot in her beloved Crosby felt right, but it didn't get full marks on her rigid wish list.
So you're sitting around a dining room table with your friends and you're going to have a view of a car.
She is one tough customer, and I've got less than a week to turn around 2 years' worth of property pessimism.
As for my first-time buyers, Andy and Jen, they've got the enthusiasm but not the experience. Despite a healthy £195,000 budget, their spreadsheet analysis approach still hasn't found them a home.
Now we're just getting a bit dragged down by it, I suppose.
Do not worry, Auntie Kirstie's here, and I have high hopes for our first appointment. We are 9 miles north of Warrington, on the outskirts of Ashton in Makerfield. A new area for them, but it's well within their 40-minute commute to work and church, and it's a detached house on a quality modern development.
So, what do you think? On the corner,
Yeah.
Very cute.
and it is in immaculate condition.
South-facing garden, I think.
It is a south-facing garden. Yes, no, oh, we're tick, tick, tick round here. Yes, a ticker tape parade, this is, yeah.
You're celebrating a bit early, aren't you, Kirstie?
Do not rain on my parade, Phil. This house is spot on for Jen and Andy. At 1,100 square feet, it has space for that future family, with a large kitchen, lounge and separate dining room overlooking the garden.
Upstairs, 3 decent-sized bedrooms. One has an ensuite, and there's also a family bathroom. Just what they asked for.
It is right at the top of their budget at £195,000, but I don't think there's anything missing from their wish list. Watch and learn, Phil.
So, immaculate kitchen, loads of storage, room for whatever freestanding fridge you want, not integrated.
Hey, it's one of the better kitchens that we've been into. Yeah.
Definitely in terms of
Space
size and
and
your
light.
storage.
Now, this obviously could be a dining area if you wanted it to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
long term, this is the kind of room which makes a great kind of playroom.
Playroom, yeah, that's good.
I'm starting to think they may have created myths about their house hunting style. There hasn't been a negative word from Andy yet.
That's massive.
That is big.
Loads of space for, obviously, the bed and a unit on this side.
Oh, OK.
Crib.
Like crib there, and then wardrobes, and then like a changing table here.
I know Jen admits to always being positive in viewings, but these two are the house buyers from heaven.
They look very into it. They look like they're really making plans.
Surely it can't be this easy. Having said that, Andy's still got to weigh up the scientific data.
I think it will score highly on the spreadsheet.
It's like something out of that film, The Truman Show. I mean, I've never seen so many immaculately kept houses.
Yeah, really like the house. What I don't know is the area, so I just need to research the location, but it's beautiful.
Can I get a hallelujah, Phil?
Given that they haven't signed off the area yet, maybe just some mild praise. Back with Margot, and I'm continuing my search for the Holy Grail in Crosby. My first house had some parking issues and was a bit too big. So now we're going to explore some serious downsizing in the very desirable Blundell Sands enclave of Crosby. After all, why spend the whole £450,000 if she doesn't have to?
This house, I'm kind of gauging where your needs are. This is a downsize.
So is this 3 bedrooms?
Yeah. First thoughts of looking at the house?
Boring looking. But that's just the exterior, isn't it? So.
What do they say? Beauty's in the eye of the beholder. To me, this looks like a 1930s classic. At just under 1,000 square feet, it is significantly smaller than the last house, but it's still got the must-have kitchen diner and the right number of lounges. 1.
Well, upstairs there are 3 bedrooms and a good-sized bathroom. The garden is northwest facing, and although there's no garage, being on a corner plot means there's room to build one.
And there'd be plenty of money to do that, as this place comes in at just £289,950. An incredible 160 grand under budget. Margot could buy a Ferrari and park it outside the lounge.
It's all been freshly done, and I think done to a pretty high standard as well.
It's tiny. No, it's really tiny.
Is it?
Yeah. I know I'm downsizing, but that's tiny.
Too small.
Yeah.
Come to the kitchen.
She's a straight talker, Margot, and I like to know where I stand. But I feel more like I've been put in my place.
The whole thing is on a smaller scale. There's no hiding from that. So it's not... No.
You're going to put a chair and tables in here. There's going to be no room to walk round. And that's the garden.
Yeah.
That looks tiny as well. If you said to me, do you want to be too small or too big?
Yeah.
I'll go too big.
Yes. We'll move on.
Okay.
We'll move on. Up to you. Oops.
Someone's been hung out to dry.
Don't worry, Phil. It's an occupational hazard.
It is actually quite difficult trying to judge what is the right amount of space for Margot. She lives on her own, so she doesn't want loads of bedrooms, but she does want lots of entertaining space. Isn't that what the first house had?
I'm not sure when I last saw Phil looking quite so bemused and confused.
I could take your advice and go get that ferry ticket now.
Everyone wants value for money when it comes to buying a home, and Liverpool tops the list of most affordable hotspots on the up in England and Wales. In some parts of the city, house prices have increased 41% in the last year. But the average property still costs just £120,000.
Nearby Manchester has also seen price hikes of 32% in some postcodes in the last 3 years. But if you know where to look, you can buy a family home for less than 100 grand.
Leeds is also on the affordability list. In some areas, you can still bag a family home for £125,000. You've got to love a bargain. Back in Warrington with first-time buyers Andy and Jen, and although the first house we showed them got the emotional and analytical thumbs up, the location was unfamiliar. So for our next property, we're playing it safe in Newton-le-Willows, an area they love and where they currently rent.
As it turns out, I didn't take the ferry option. Instead, I came here to soak up the joy.
It's a grown-up's house.
Yeah.
It's really a gorgeous family house.
We could stand out here all afternoon talking about it.
This is probably the nicest looking house externally that we've seen, actually, I would say.
We could just stand here and encourage you to buy it without you seeing inside. We've never done that before. That would be a first.
We might be good, but I'm not sure we're quite that good, Kirstie.
This really is a beautifully presented family house that's been extended to maximise the social areas. There's a dual-aspect lounge, dining room and conservatory that opens up onto a lovely enclosed garden.
The kitchen isn't huge, but it does have a separate utility with downstairs loo. Upstairs, there are 3 good-sized bedrooms and 2 further bathrooms. At 1,367 square feet, it's bigger than the last house, but the current layout is less flexible.
It's being marketed at offers over £170,000, but it's expected to reach nearer the 180 mark.
Oh, my word. It's huge. Wow.
Yeah. Wow is the word.
What do you make of the kind of style?
Perfect. Modern, simple, clean.
This house has only been on market 12 days.
Okay. Right.
And it's already had 3 offers. And it goes to sealed bids tomorrow.
It's a tough call for a pair of cautious first-time buyers, but if they do want to bid on it, I'm here to hold their hands.
Wow.
So this is the dreamy space. This is the space that would be very difficult to replicate anywhere else.
Yeah. It's just a bit overwhelming, I think.
I know, it's being in the room with Phil Spencer.
Yeah,
A lot of people feel
overwhelming.
that way. Overwhelming.
Well, why are you overwhelmed?
It's just so different to the other house, and it's bigger, but it doesn't feel like it flows as nicely.
Why don't I take Jen off to have another look at downstairs and layout and stuff, as that's my specialist topic. So.
Specialist topic.
You two can go upstairs and pad around upstairs.
You don't mind about where we go. Let's head out here, Andy.
He was giving you that look and doing that. Why are you feeling overwhelmed? Which sometimes makes people burst into tears.
It's like I don't know if I'm
I was like, right, let's get Phil out of here.
And there was me coming over here for a bit of love.
So how's this stacking up?
If I'm just looking at it from a statistical point of view, very, very good. It's just, I don't know, it's not quite getting the feeling.
See,
just
you're
yet.
not just statistics. There is a heart in there.
I'm not cold-hearted. There is something. Yeah, I'm on the fence a little bit at the moment, so...
If you stay there too long, it'll hurt, but...
Yes.
But if you jump the wrong way, it'll hurt even more. The current layout is worrying Jen. But luckily, I have a solution to open up the kitchen and utility room.
That could come down. And it's not a hugely expensive job.
Okay. I want this one more because it's a Newton. Yeah. It's just different. It's a bit more dated. Like the floor needs to be redone, things like that didn't need to be done at the other place. But that's all cosmetic.
I love this house.
But Andy and Jen are going to have to love it too, and quickly for this one to be a contender.
It's just confusing because this ticks all the boxes on the spreadsheet, but it's the heart feeling.
Yeah, not ticking that box at the moment.
The spreadsheet system can only take you so far, and at the end of the day, people buy with their heart.
I think this house is lovely, but what they definitely both want is uncomplicated. There was a tree outside the last house, and I said, you could just cut that down. And he went, could you get someone in to do that? I was like, no, just get a chainsaw and take it down. He looked at me like I was a lunatic.
And there's me also looking at Kirstie like she's a lunatic.
But remember, Phil, there's always method in the madness.
You've been crying.
No, I haven't. I've been so close to just not out of... I'm just so confused.
It's the little fizz, the feeling.
Well, then walk away. No, if you haven't got the fizz, walk away. Did you have the fizz in the first house?
Yes.
It doesn't make any sense why I'm not just jumping for joy and hugging you and leaping.
Don't let it stress you out, because you're in a good place.
Yeah.
You're seeing things that you like.
Yeah.
Good advice, Phil. This place hasn't got the fizz, but there's no need for them to get into a froth.
This week, I'm with super scrimpers, Jenny and Andy, who want to spend as carefully as they saved.
And my challenge is finding third-time buyer Margot her smaller forever home. Just not that small.
Andy and Jen tried desperately to fall in love with a grown-up detached house in their beloved Newton Llewellows near Warrington, but somehow it lacked fizz.
It doesn't make any sense why I'm not just jumping for joy and hugging you and leaping.
But Property 1 was a winner, and I've still got another gem up my sleeve. So we could get acrobatics from Jen yet.
As for my search with Margot in Liverpool, it could be going better. The first house was too big, the second was too small. Where's Goldilocks when you need her? Because I've exhausted all the options in Crosby. So for my third property, I'm taking a bit of a risk with location. We're heading 7 miles further up the coast to the sought-after and picturesque village of Formby. Though I think I can guess what Margot might think of that.
Do I want to leave where I love?
Okay, well, we'll see if the house makes it worth it.
Yeah.
What do you think of the look of it?
It's nice. It's not too big, but it's not a box either, is it? So far that ticks it.
I'm taking that as a compliment. You've got to bag 'em where you can with Margot. Built in 1967, this house really does deliver a lot of the wish list.
There's that all-important kitchen diner, separate dining room, spacious lounge and conservatory that opens up onto Margot's requisite south-facing garden.
Upstairs, there are 4 decent-sized bedrooms and a family bathroom. We've even wangled a double garage. All this, and it still comes in 25 grand below budget at £425,000.
I love the flow of this house. It's got the right numbers of the rooms. None of them are massive, but they all interconnect. So it kind of works. Right?
This is a kitchen and a room.
But
No, that's not a diner. This is a table in the middle of the kitchen.
if we made this archway bigger and this was made to feel more part of the kitchen, would it suffice?
If you were going to have it similar size to yesterday, surely you'd have to actually extend out as well.
That was a massive room.
Yeah, it was, but it was a nice room.
We've found your house.
Let's
just go back there.
You haven't ticked all the boxes.
I'm trying to help Margot, I really am, but she's so wedded to the wish list it's clouding her judgment. Thankfully, though, the garden does tick a very large box.
Properly south-facing.
It's a nice size as well, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yes, but so far kitchen, you know, and I'm not in Crosby, so you haven't wowed me yet.
No, you're not looking for solutions, you're finding problems. You could make that kitchen work. I know you could.
Yes.
You could well be missing out on good house because you're just going, oh, no. No, the kitchen's not right. No, the parking's not right.
I'm not seeing the bigger picture, maybe.
No.
We can always find houses with most of the elements, but what we cannot do is match exactly what's in Margot's mind. The house just doesn't exist.
Margot spent 2 years looking. And yes, she wants a forever home, yes. But enough's enough, quite simply. I am determined to help her choose a house. The time is right. She's got to make some decisions now.
After all, she's only got 6 weeks until she's turfed out of her rented home.
So, Margot, what's it to be?
I haven't got the feeling.
No.
No. I had the feeling yesterday when I walked in the other one. I thought, this feels nice.
You only need the feeling once.
But I haven't got it here.
No. Okay.
So if I had to make a compromise on garden or house, I would sway for the other one yesterday and compromise on the garden.
Wow, was that her using the C word? Could this be a breakthrough? I think we might have a front runner, property 1. This could be the start of something beautiful.
Back with Andy and Jen, and now that we're weaning them off the spreadsheets and establishing that this is an emotional search, I'm riding that momentum for our third property. We're just 3 miles west of Warrington in the popular suburb of Penceth. It's a love thing.
Yeah.
Do you look at this and think, oh, I'd love to live in that little house?
Yeah, very cute.
I think this is going to stretch Andy's sensible side.
Oh dear.
And either you're going to say, yes, we love it, or you're going to go, no, this is way too complicated and grown up for us. We're going back.
Either way, they need to see inside. Built in the 1940s, this house has been beautifully updated and extended. There's a large kitchen diner with reception rooms at the front and the rear, plus a child-friendly garden.
Upstairs, there are 3 good-sized bedrooms, family bathroom and separate shower room, but only 1 toilet instead of Jen's preferred 2.
Although it's being marketed £5 over their budget at £199,950, the vendor is open to offers. So if Jen and Andy love it, we should be able to do a deal.
Wow. I know, it's a bit wow. nicely decorated, beautiful kitchen.
Oh my word. This is exactly the kind of kitchen that we'd put in ourselves if we were going to do it, so quite nice.
I love this place too, but long term, Jen and Andy will need to pick up a few DIY skills.
Now, you might say, okie doke, we're going to learn to look after our house because we want this type of thing. Or there are some people who never learn to do it and we might be amongst their brethren and we just, you know, aren't up for it.
Yeah.
We're really naive about that. We've only ever rented, so there's going to be loads of stuff that we're just scared of doing because we've never done it before. But you have to start somewhere.
You have to start somewhere and you learn.
Yeah.
You really do. You learn as you go.
That's the spirit. I'm so going to order that chainsaw for Andy.
So if it's older, whether it's going to need the roof replaced anytime soon, or how new the boiler is, or the chimney stack, what do you think? Heart or no heart?
Definitely heart, which worries me.
This has been a really positive experience. See, it's not all about compromise and people getting half of what they wanted. Sometimes we get to show people most of what they want.
The only thing is that there's no second toilet. I don't know. This is why finding a house is so chuffing difficult.
Yeah.
The lack of a second loo is such a wee flaw in what is an otherwise fabulous house.
I mean, you'll just puke when I say this, so hold on to your breakfast. But you could just say, oh, you know, damn it, do I really need a second loo?
I knew. I have been thinking that, but men have different ways of using the toilet.
Now, I think there's an answer to this problem.
Get a new husband.
Get an outside loo.
So just build a brick
Just
wall
say
and...
he has to go outside unless the temperature drops below -10 degrees.
Could we put it in the downstairs cupboard or not, or is that just ridiculous?
I think we could give it a cracking good try.
There you go, an easy solution. I'll be damned if I'm going to let them walk away from this house on the basis of a piddly loo.
Back in Liverpool with Margot, and for my final property, I'm going for broke. If you can't find ready-made perfection, you have to create it yourself. And this next place has all the raw materials. It's in Blundell Sands, in Margot's favourite street in Blundell Sands. And Kirstie's tagging along to complete the dream.
You know this road pretty well, I'm told.
My old house is around the corner, yeah, but I love this road.
The thing about this house is that it has really, really vast potential.
It is a big house.
Bigger than number one?
Yes.
OK.
Yes, it is big, but even at 2,088 square feet, it's still a downsize, as it's almost a third smaller than the home Margot sold. Downstairs, there's an amazingly spacious kitchen diner. There are 3 further reception rooms. Upstairs, there are 4 big bedrooms. Outside, a large garden with lovely views. This place has the sort of proportions to give Margot all the entertaining space she'll ever need.
It will need a bit of work to bring it into line with Margot's expectations, and it's 20 grand over budget at £470,000. But it's been on the market a while, and the vendor's keen to sell.
Wow. Now, this is a kitchen come downer.
Yeah.
It wasn't the other one. I quite like that because I always find if you've got friends round and you're cooking in the kitchen, you can also be part of it.
Formal dining behind here.
And you just flit all ladylike between the dining room and the sitting room, and it's literally multi-use and it can be changed.
That's what it's like at Kirstie's house. She flits around.
I do not flit, Phil. You know perfectly well I don't do any flitting.
So as we sashay up the stairs, I want to show Margot how some simple changes of use in the rooms could make all the difference. This is currently the main bedroom suite, but I propose a better one at the back of the house.
So at the moment, there's 3 bedrooms up here, plus a bar, a dressing room and 2 bathrooms.
OK.
And it's a bit of a hodgepodge. Yes. So what you need to do is kind of simplify it so that you've got 2 large bedroom suites. So this would be your area. This would make the most wonderful either a dressing room or a bathroom. You haven't worked all your life not to take the best bit of the house for yourself.
Yes.
Phil, those are for show. Put them down.
Vendor said it'd be OK. I've been sitting looking at them for ages. What have you been doing?
Oh, I'm talking about all the different things.
You haven't been confusing her,
I
does
haven't
she?
been confusing her. Honestly, Phil.
I know what you're like when
Your
you see...
opinion of me could not get any lower.
It's just that you get very excited when you see lots of potential.
Well, there's enormous potential in this house.
But it's no good having potential if you're not willing to exploit it. And I suspect Margot isn't.
The position of this, there's no comparison, but it is quite vast.
Margot's been looking for 2 years.
But I don't want to just accept that we'll have to do now after 2 years.
I'm going to tiptoe away because I can tell you are in for the long haul, Phil. This is a never-ending
It's not.
chat.
We're gonna,
Margot,
we're
it's
gonna
very,
solve.
very nice to have met you. You could be in better hands, but you're in good enough hands.
Thanks awfully.
Nice to know who your friends are. Having seen 4 houses, I still think property 1 in Crosby is as near to perfect as we're going to get. Margot's just got to see the light.
In wonderful Warrington, my pair of first-time buyers, Andy and Jen, are torn between 2 properties.
Chuffing difficult.
The new build easy option in Ashton in Makefield on £195,000 and the 1940s character property in Penketh. Over budget at the best part of 200 grand, it could go either way.
As for Margot in Liverpool, we're not at that stage yet, and I'm not sure we ever will be, but I can't leave without putting up a fight. Property 1, the detached 50s house in Crosby, got the best reaction out of all the houses I've shown her, and the good news is I've convinced her to go back for a second look. Her daughter Sarah is joining us for a bit of extra insight.
We've talked quite a bit about kitchen diners.
Isn't this lovely?
I love this, yeah.
Sarah, what would you say would be the most important element of your mum's requirements?
If you've got a house that's right in the heart of where your family and friends are, then that's the most important thing. She's looking for something that is 1,000,000% perfect before she makes that final commitment. And that house doesn't exist, and I don't know whether maybe you're not willing to accept that yet.
Sarah's a straight talker, just like her mum, but I think it's no bad thing at this stage of the game. She just wants to see her mum settled, and so do I.
I'd put a bigger light there. Like
The size of the hall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I said I wanted a big shower. Isn't that lovely?
This is amazing.
Yeah.
I'm hearing good noises from upstairs, but the sticking point has always been the view of the car from the dining room window. I'll start by reminding Margot of the obvious solution.
Close the curtains. Now what's the problem?
Out of sight, out of mind.
This used to be the garage. Take the windows out, put the garage doors back in where they were, make it a garage. You've got options, that's the thing, you've got options.
Yeah, it would get over my dilemma.
Is that some light shining at the end of your tunnel, Phil?
I don't want to overly play my hand and convince Margot to buy the house, but I really think that she should.
Well, if she does, Phil, that would be quite a turnaround. As for Andy and Jen, after some spreadsheet wrangling and a fair bit of soul searching, they've decided to go for the low maintenance option.
You want to buy property 1?
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
Okie dokie.
Well, this is terrifying.
Property 1 is on at £195,000. The vendor indicated that he'd take 190. I do know that in the area, houses are going for between 5 and 10% under asking.
We instinctively said we'd definitely pay 185 for it.
Let's go for the 185. Let's try and secure it. Right. Oh, hi, it's Kirstie from Locations. Now, my clients really, really, really want that house. They have asked me to offer 185 in order to secure it. So if it was possible for you to speak to your client and get back to me, that would be amazing. Okay, bye.
All we can do is wait and keep everything crossed.
Back in Liverpool, and after second viewing the Crosby property on at offers over 450 grand, I'm keen to see where Margot's head is at.
Margot, I hope you found it useful the last few days.
Oh, yes, definitely. You know I've got some concerns.
I can't see the issue with this house.
I could see myself living there.
And I did have the nice feel. And
Is that not the most important thing? That's what you've always gone into
I've
this
always
saying.
wanted
It's
that
all about
feeling.
having that feeling.
Yeah.
You've got it, and yet that still isn't enough.
I know.
What would you want to do?
Is there a great room for negotiation on price? Because I think it's way overpriced.
There's no harm in trying. He hasn't got any other offers on the table.
Is there any way the agent would say to the vendor to just keep a hold on it for 24 hours to think about it? Would they do that? Because I don't want to put myself in a situation where they get an offer and it's sold.
That's your risk.
You're not prepared to make an offer, but you don't want someone else to have it. You're like a psychotic ex-girlfriend. Like...
Do you have a commitment problem?
Well, obviously.
Yeah.
We're just going round in circles, so I've made a decision. It's a bit unorthodox, and Margot doesn't know I'm making this call, but needs must.
Sam, hi, it's Phil Spencer. I've got just a kind of scenario I'd like to put to you. Margot, at the moment, is undecided what she wants to do. Could I ask that you approach your vendor and ask, if he had an offer of 430,000, is that something that he would contemplate accepting? Yeah, it's not an offer, and I don't even know whether she'd offer it or pay it. But I just want to keep this going because I do believe it's the right house for her.
It's not what I'd normally do, but this isn't a normal house hunt. Let's see if it makes any difference.
As for Andy and Jen, it's been a nervous wait, but news of their offer of £185,000 is coming in.
Right. Molly, hi. It doesn't matter what his situation is, it isn't worth 190. Okie doke. Thank you, Molly. Thanks very much. Okay, bye. If you wake up tomorrow morning and you want to pay 190 for it, he'll take 190. That's fine. You've got that option.
We don't want to
want to overpay.
Thank you, though, genuinely.
Yes.
Not at all.
Really, thank you.
You're going to end up at that house. It's a slow process.
That's okay. I actually need to learn patience, so it'll help me to learn patience. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, let's
Don't
just
miss
do
your train.
cheers to...
Cheers.
Here is to 185.
Yes.
Yes.
Hey.
And I'm with them 100% for the rest of the journey.
Back with Margot, and I've fessed up about my phone call. All is fine. Now, the important news from the agent about my theoretical offer.
Okay. Yeah. You've done well, Sam. I very much appreciate your help. Okay, thanks. Bye. He would take it off the market today and do the deal at 435.
So if I did 430, would he still, if I made a formal offer, would he still...
He wouldn't accept it today. If you want to get it sorted today, you have an opportunity to do that at 435.
I think it's serious food for thought.
Yeah. It is.
Should we leave it there for now?
Yeah.
I feel like you're so close to just saying, like,
Don't know.
I've done everything I can, short of actually buying the house for her. It's in Margot's hands now. A couple of weeks later, and after 3 more viewings, various builders' quotes, and hours of deliberation, Margot finally made a decision.
I've decided I'll put an offer in, which was accepted.
And we managed to get it for her at 430 grand. And that should have been the end of her house hunting journey. But with Margot, there's always a but.
I did like the house, but I kept thinking there's something not right. But I couldn't explain what it was.
In true Margot style, she decided to go and see a totally different property, a doer-upper in Crosby. And it immediately turned her head and heart.
I had that feeling, and I just knew that was the house. I just knew that was the house.
So Margot pulled out of House 1 and immediately offered and had her bid accepted on the doer-upper in Crosby.
And maybe because I'd seen house number 1 and liked some of the features, maybe I had the vision in this house.
I'm over the moon for her and delighted such a long search has finally come to an end.
I am definitely not changing my mind about this house.
Over in Warrington, Andy and Jen's love for the Ashton house didn't wane. After some Allsopp counsel, they decided to submit another offer.
So we upped our offer by around £2,000, up to 187.
It was a well-calculated bid, £8,000 under the asking price.
Yeah, we stuck to our guns and the vendor came back to us the same day and accepted it, which was brilliant.
I did literally jump up into the air and kind of, well, half swore, half screamed a little bit with how excited we were.
Our duo should be in within weeks, and they're forging ahead with plans to fill their 3-bed family home.
I think we'd really like to start thinking about having a dog sooner rather than later, and then probably within the next 18 months or so thinking about starting a family. And that's one big tick box for me.
Yeah, that's another big step.
Well, whether it's muddy paws or the patter of tiny feet, their new home has bags of space to accommodate either option.
This week, the outlook seems bright.
Look at the view. Wow, it's lovely. It's like being in the country.
There's smiles and sunshine all round.
You were waiting for this moment, weren't you?
I was a little bit.
But a storm's brewing.
I don't have to see it, do I?
I heard that hurt.
And there's clouds on the horizon.
There is a problem with this house.
So we've got to find that silver lining
Would you mind if Kirstie came? I mean, she won't be any help.
before it rains on our parade.
This week, we're in Greater Manchester and Cheshire.
I'm with Jacinta and Margot, who want to go from good to better in budget-busting Didsbury.
And I'm helping newly engaged Olivia and Amy settle back in the north after 5 years on the move.
Is this one of the most beautiful spaces we've ever been in?
Very, very pretty.
It's very pretty.
Just like your dress.
Oh, thank you, Phil.
It's lovely.
What have I done to deserve a compliment?
You've turned up on time and been very cheery.
Phil, I always arrive exactly when I mean to.
Homeowners around here have had a lot to be happy about over the past year, with average house prices in some areas increased by as much as 11.5%. It's been a good market if you're selling, but it could prove tough for our buyers. Luckily, my hockey-mad couple, HR manager Olivia and children's charity chief exec Amy, aren't afraid of stiff competition, nor juggling a lot of things all at the same time.
Amy asked me to marry her a couple of months ago, and I'm starting a new job in 8 weeks' time, and that's what's prompted the need to move back so soon, really. New jobs, moving house, planning a wedding, all those stressful things you can do at the same time.
Living in St Albans, more than 3 hours south of their search area, has made finding their first home together a bit of an uphill struggle.
We've actually only visited 2 properties, and a big part of that is because we're not around the area.
Although they've not been able to physically see what they want, they do know what they're after.
It often can be a whole hockey team around for drinks and things on a Saturday night. We like having a barbecue and having somewhere that sort of opens from the kitchen out into the garden, so that's really important. Yeah, I think the other thing with that is the 2 bedrooms is an absolute must. The 3 bedrooms is preferable.
They do have some budget flexibility, which will all depend on whether it's walk-in livable or needs a bit of work.
Ideally, we are looking for a house around the £300,000 mark. If there's potential to add a bit of value to the house and make it how we want it, then that's definitely something that we'd consider. Kirstie and Phil will hopefully be able to help give us that vision that we maybe don't have ourselves. Definitely very excited. I think it's a new chapter for us both, and we can't wait, really.
High expectations there, Phil.
Yes, and it's up to me to meet them.
You guys have got an awful lot going on, haven't you? When does the new job actually start?
8 weeks' time.
Okay, so that's the cut-off.
Whatever happens, I need to move in 8 weeks.
Let's talk about what you're looking for.
We spend a lot of time in the kitchen.
Yeah.
I like my cooking. We like sort of entertaining.
I like to host.
Yeah,
So would you say kitchen is the priority?
Yeah.
And tell me about lifestyle and things that you want around the house.
Walking distance to pubs, restaurants, a little bit of something going on.
Community. You mentioned distances to train stations, commuting. Where are you trying to get to?
So now my job's going to be based in Warrington, so ideally we'd like to be within sort of a 40-minute commute to Warrington.
OK, well, that gives quite a wide patch, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
We think so.
Yeah.
We think this should be easy for you, Phil.
You wouldn't have called me if it was easy. You would have done it yourself.
True, that's true.
But the reality is it's an incredibly popular patch and things sell very quickly.
Yeah.
What are your feelings on doing work?
I think I'm probably more prepared to knock a few walls down or make that space as we'd like it.
I think the thing I'll need is some help with the vision of how we would do that, because I'm not sure I've got that at this point in time.
Right, let's make a start.
Fantastic.
Good.
Sounds like they think your search should be a breeze, Phil.
Yes, but a breeze can turn into a storm, which may well happen if I can't fulfil their wish list. They've saved well for a deposit, and with a mortgage, their budget maximum is £325,000, although 300 is their ideal, and their top priority is sociable entertaining space with a garden.
They're looking for at least 2 bedrooms,
With a commute to Warrington of less than 40 minutes.
and off-street parking is important too.
With Olivia's parents in Lymm and her new job in Warrington, I'll be taking Olivia and Amy to the Timperley, Hollins Green and Stockton Heath areas of Greater Manchester and Cheshire.
Whereas I'm scouring the affluent towns and suburbs of Didsbury, Cheadle and Chiltern, where I'm searching for new parents, Jacinta, a law tutor, and her partner Margot, an electrical engineer. They met on a bike tour in San Francisco before love conquered the geographical divide between Britain and Australia.
It was easy for me to get a job in Manchester. I figured I'd move 12,000 miles from Sydney to the UK. Jacinta could move that last little 200 miles from London to Manchester.
Well, that made it sound reasonable.
Yeah, it sounded perfectly reasonable in my head, but it took a bit of convincing.
They bought and renovated their first house 2 years ago. But with 2 additions to the family, they quickly realised the layout just wasn't right.
We've got the dog, Dexter, we've got our daughter, Arilee, and we've also got an au pair.
The way the house is laid out just doesn't work for us.
So we want bigger rooms, particularly a big kitchen diner, and we'd like a bigger garden and to be closer to a park that we can take them to as well.
Although they agree on the what, maybe not so much on the where. Jacinta is keen to stay local.
West Didsbury's got lots of really nice independent shops and bars.
But Marco's after even more green.
I grew up with quite a bit of open space around me. Big houses, big gardens. I would like to get something like that here, but I don't think it would work for Jacinta. I think for the moment, we'll stay in the city.
Yeah, we'll see.
Clearly, it will take a special location to please them both. But that's not the only issue. Their budget of £660,000 may seem healthy, but it's not much more than their current home would go for. So improving on their house within a similar area is a tough task.
We've had 2 houses fall through.
We're very hopeful that Kirstie or Phil could find us what we want. I don't think we're super fussy.
No, just a little bit fussy.
Just a little bit fussy.
Well, I know a woman who can cure that affliction.
This is a proper grown-up move. Basically, what you want to do to your current house is go and have it go like this, and the garden to do the same accordingly.
Yeah.
If someone said to you, what's the one thing which is more important than anything else, what would you say?
The open plan, so the whole sort of ground floor could be sort of a nice place to sort of walk around for the baby.
So it's about garden, open plan living, family space is quite important.
Yeah.
How much work did you do to your current house?
It was quite extensive.
Yeah,
we've never done anything
it was
like
a
that
lot.
before.
You were pleased with the results?
We were pleased and we enjoyed doing it. We feel that we've learned a lot from it and that we can do it again and add value. He worries that I'll do it every 2 years.
Do you?
Yeah.
There's some differences. What don't you want? Tell me what you don't want.
I don't know until I see it.
And what use to me is that? You really want to stay here in Didsbury, but which other areas would you consider?
So I think the Chiltern area, so around the beach road, Chorlton Green and Chorltonville.
This is where we've lived. I've got friends, I've got baby classes. And I like Marco having a really short commute because he's able to spend time with the baby.
That's really nice. Yeah.
So I don't think we're terribly fussy.
We will find out. So drink up your very parsimonious beverages and we'll see.
Parsimonious, eh? Understandable. It might seem like they've got a luxury budget, but they do need to watch their pennies. Their money doesn't go that far where they're searching.
Don't I know it? With savings and a mortgage, they have a budget of £660,000. They're after a 5-bedroomed house.
With a more open-plan living arrangement than they currently have.
A large, safe garden for baby Aralee and Dexter the dog.
And Jacinta's very keen to stay local, although Marco's more flexible.
Hello.
What are you doing in the herb garden?
I was looking for you, but I gave up and thought this was a nice spot. Yes.
It was a nice spot to perch.
Nice spot to sit in.
Quite happy my end. Got a lovely couple. Moving up for a new job in 8 weeks' time, so a bit of pressure. I guess the concern is they've only seen 2 houses, so I kind of feel like I'm starting from scratch with them a bit. But at least they do know the area. Olivia, born and bred round here, so she knows her way around. How about you?
Well, I've got similar in that they know the area because they live in the area already in a house that they like.
Oh.
I know. They just want slightly more lateral space and a bigger garden.
How much extra are they putting in the pot on top of the value of their house?
50, 60-ish.
Is that
I know.
wise?
I know.
Well, they know what they're doing. They know the market.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Come on, cheer up.
With Olivia and Amy, there's real time pressure. Olivia starts her new job in Warrington in 8 weeks, and they need a place to live. I'm kicking off in one of their top areas, the busy little village of Timperley.
You get a quiet cul-de-sac. In terms of the area, access to family, pubs, shops, that kind of thing, hopefully it's in a decent spot for you.
Ticks a number of the boxes, yeah, definitely. Looks very nice from the outside.
Right, we're on the right track. Come on.
Parking, curb appeal and location are certainly on point. The inside better deliver, Phil.
It will, Kirstie, but it'll also test their vision for reconfiguration. This is a 1930s semi-detached house. Master and second bedrooms are a good size with plenty of storage and the additional bonus of the 3rd bedroom. Granted, the downstairs isn't exactly how they'd like, with a long, narrow kitchen. But there's plenty of living space which should keep Olivia and Amy happy with their priority for entertaining. It's on at £285,000, so 40 grand under their maximum budget.
Through here. This is the main entertaining space.
Yeah, it's nicely done, isn't it? The floors are nice.
I like the floors, yeah.
And nice and bright as well, actually, because that's another thing, isn't it?
You could move in.
You could just move in
Yes.
and start the new life.
Yeah, and that definitely feels like that, doesn't it?
Good reaction to the living space, but can they see past the compromised kitchen?
There's no eating kitchen. And I know you said that the kitchen was the key room. However, this is priced at 285 grand.
Okay.
And I think there is the possibility to reconfigure the space.
Okay.
Either with an extension out that way, or open it up through to where the dining table is.
I do think we'd be looking to go that way to try and open up this space and make the most of the garden as well, the sort of back area.
Good vision, good potential, good news.
I hope the headlines are as positive upstairs.
Some fitted wardrobes. Yeah, it feels a bit smaller than you'd want it to be. Okay.
Well, the girls have got a lot going on at the moment. Olivia starts her job in 8 weeks' time, so they're going to be moving anyway, whether I can find them a house or not.
I'm guessing this is a similar size room to that room.
They almost feel like they're equal size.
These 1930s houses do convert very well. You can chop and change them. And Olivia, although she said she's going to struggle to visualise changes to room layout, actually seems to see that fairly simply. So I live in hope.
But do they want to live in here, Phil?
Come and join me out here.
Yeah, it's a good size for us.
Yeah?
Not too much to maintain.
Yeah.
But how did you get on upstairs?
I think it just feels a lot smaller upstairs than we were hoping.
There's things we could do downstairs to make the space work, but I think upstairs there's less room to move things around.
Yeah.
So.
Understood entirely. Best foot forward.
Yeah, brilliant.
So it's a better bedroom setup they're after, Phil.
Well, that's something my next property definitely delivers, but it remains to be seen whether they think it's better.
This week we're searching the Cheshire and Mancunian markets for 2 new homes.
I'm with Olivia and Amy, who have discovered that long-distance house hunting is a losing battle.
And I'm with Jacinta and Margot, whose desires are miles apart in Manchester. Now they have a baby and a new dog, their current house no longer works for them. And although Marco's open to a move to the country, Jacinta is keen to stay local, which means West Didsbury. The hub of this hip area is Burton Road, which is less than a third of a mile from our first property. This house went on the market at the beginning of this year for $675. It's now down at 640. It's really the project. Some work has been done, and it's perfectly livable in every way. So you're happy to look inside?
Yeah,
Great.
Very happy.
Livable, yet also a potential project, right up their street. Not to mention the mix of urban and rural, which should suit their slightly conflicting wants.
There's period detail throughout, with parquet flooring, stained glass windows and fireplaces, which combine with the more modern renovations. The kitchen leads through to a formal dining room and out to the garden. It's not child-friendly at the moment, but could be with a bit of turf. There are 3 bedrooms and a family bathroom on the first floor. The master and second bedroom are both en suite. On the top floor, there are 2 more doubles and another bathroom. This place certainly fulfills a lot of their criteria. It's exactly the location Jacinta wanted. It's 20 grand under budget at £640,000. So this is your full width of the house. You can see right back to the back of the sitting room there.
We've got a good-sized kitchen area at the moment with a lot of cupboards, and this, although it's done, we'd want to.
Yeah, you'd probably.
You'd
But
want
then
to
we could
change
redesign it.
You can add value. I mean, coming through here, that is a lovely room, and you can keep it contained.
Yeah, but you've got the glass.
Yeah.
But I mean, in terms of like the layout that we talked about, it works well because you can close it off, but it's not completely separate, so you can use it.
I knew downstairs would be a winner.
The stained glass window there.
Yeah. But it's the upstairs layout I'm hoping will really blow their socks off.
It's got a proper dormer, so it's not
window.
too sloped. It's exactly the layout we want for up here.
Yep. Nice view out there.
Wow, it's lovely. It's like being in the country. That can be your compromise. Look out at this and imagine the sheep.
So urban living for Jacinta with country views for Marco. Well done, Kirstie.
Quite positive about that, really.
I think that I'm going to say that they like it.
You're right, Kirstie. Jacinta and Marco do seem on board with this place.
The garden could look fantastic, absolutely
You could leave some paving area, like where the
Yeah,
table
could
is,
leave
and
some,
then
yeah,
just
yeah.
have it all grassed over there, have a nice path
Yeah.
back to the door here.
So that's it, house number 1. You've seen it all.
Obviously, ideally, maybe we'd have downstairs space that was a bit bigger, but it's workable space.
I'm just concerned that the amount of money that we would need to spend to get to the same level of finishing as our current house would be more.
You see, that's my concern.
Yeah.
I know you're moving, but what you're going to see are things that are different with other compromises, but not necessarily better.
Exactly.
Can we have horses?
Chickens.
OK, rein it in, Marco. Rein it in. Nothing throws me more than can we have horses. So let's keep this house in our mind and see how the next one compares.
Sounds good.
Okie dokie.
Alrighty.
I definitely sense a seed has been planted. After all, it's close to and bigger than their current home, but does have some compromises.
For Amy and Olivia, they liked the first property, but the bedrooms didn't work for them.
Feels a bit smaller than you'd want it to be.
So that's what I'm looking to fix. We've moved closer to Olivia's new place of work and her parents. But I'm taking a calculated risk by going more rural than before, to the beautiful village of Hollins Green, where their money goes a lot further. Now, we're trying something a bit different. As you can see, village life, horses up and down the high street.
Yeah.
There's a couple of very busy pubs in the village.
Okay.
Post office. It's quite a bustling village, but it is a village, so it is very different from where we've come from.
OK.
It's very pretty.
Really pretty.
And I reckon we're about 10 minutes from your mum and dad.
Very good.
Yeah.
They'll be delighted.
A little bit of off-street parking.
Yes, I think you probably get 2 in there, don't you?
Depending on your parking. I definitely like the exterior. This is nicer than the last place.
Off on the right foot, Phil.
Well, if Olivia likes the front, just wait until she sees the back. This is a 2-bed semi-detached house dating from around the 1920s. It's already been extended across 2 stories, and what a difference that's made. Downstairs, after coming through the lounge, you enter this fantastic dining room and kitchen, which extends out through double doors to the garden. It really hits the mark for their socialising requirements. Upstairs, a bathroom with corner bath, and where the first property lacked in bedroom space, this place more than makes up for it. The master is huge, and boy, what a view. Plus, the second bedroom is bigger than even the master at the previous property. With their upcoming nuptials, I'm conscious of cash, so I hope being 100 grand under budget might appeal to them as much as I hope the house will.
So, we've got here the front room.
Yeah.
But it gets much more exciting through the back.
It's good space.
Because here, I think it's a bit unexpected.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Really good social space.
This is really nice, isn't it?
And look at the view.
Wow, I wasn't even looking at that.
Understandable, this amazing entertaining space does hold your attention.
But if you like to be distracted by nature, I've not seen many better views.
This is beautiful.
But so you've got the barbecue ready-made.
Yeah, all you need. Easy.
You have the whole hockey team round for dinner. Got evening sun after work and just private space to see nature and greenery.
Really nice.
This is well under budget.
Okay.
At 225.
Oh, wow.
It's only got 2 bedrooms.
Okay, that's the compromise.
Hopefully one that will be overcome when they see what those bedrooms offer.
So, we have a couple of bedrooms, 1 bathroom, but this is more than just
Oh, wow.
a bedroom.
It's huge. It's massive. It's a surprise. Sleeping there is nice, isn't it? Because you'd be looking out on that view. Yeah.
You had hoped for 3 bedrooms.
We had.
So how do you feel about the prospect of 2 bedrooms?
This feels like it works.
Yeah, it could work.
Because we don't need 3 bedrooms for
the
anyone in particular. It's more just the amount of space that we're looking for, I think, that's driven us to say that's what we prefer.
They certainly don't seem fazed by the so-called compromise.
Oh, this is a good size as well.
Oh, it is, isn't it?
You're miles away
I'm
from
really
the
far
wall.
away from the wall, aren't I?
Yeah.
But that's a sign in itself, isn't it?
Yeah. You'd easily get a double bed in there.
Well, happy faces all round.
Oh, this is nice. It's all right, isn't it?
We really are very delighted with it. Not surprising, seeing as it's under budget.
It's a very sunny outlook indeed.
So what do you reckon? Could it work?
I think it could work. Definitely, we're quite keen on being sort of in the sort of hustle and bustle of things, but this has really thrown me. The view and this room, the large master bedroom as well is really
And the budget,
impressive.
of course.
And the budget. I know we're not even talking about the money, are we?
I know, yeah.
Something else just to bear in mind, this is empty, so you could actually be in here in 8 weeks. Empty houses cost people money.
Yeah. So they're keen.
They would be very keen.
As are your ladies, it would seem.
Well, the house is a winner if they can make peace with the quiet.
Jacinta and Marco were now on the other side of the M60 ring road, in the stunning village of Cheadle. It's a great area to show how much house they get further out, which should suit Marco, but I know will test Jacinta's location fixation. I just want to reiterate so that Phil knows this. This is a Marco house.
What do you feel about that?
I like the street. It's sort of nice and green and leafy and quiet.
Everyone's going to follow me. We are going to go...
I don't have to see it, do I?
Right, OK.
On that note, why don't we have a look at the plot and then you want to go in the house? Yeah?
That was what I'd already planned to do, as you well know. Phil is trying to look like he's in charge, OK?
I'm just waiting for somebody to get on with it, you know? Crikey, Moses.
Jacinta may not be keen to be out of her beloved Didsbury, but if they want more living space, this is a great option. On the ground floor, there's a long, dual-aspect sitting room with sliding doors out onto the garden. There's also a formal dining room and kitchen and breakfast room. Upstairs, there's a master bedroom en suite. I'd knock through, turning this adjacent bedroom into a dressing room. Then there are another 4 bedrooms of varying sizes. I'm tempted to call the garden a field, and if Marco really did want horses, he could just about have them here. This place amply provides the spacious living they requested. It's on at their maximum budget of £660,000, but I have it on good authority a deal could be done.
But I'm afraid Jacinta is really struggling with the area and doesn't even want to look inside.
It's all about what you grow up with. I grew up in London, I grew up with things around me. He grew up in a suburb of Sydney with houses just like this. And I think it's so, so defining.
This is currently main kitchen. I think you'd knock down this door into the dining room and have a fantastic big kitchen across the whole of the back of the house.
Yeah, it'd be a nice big
really
kitchen.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Downstairs loo.
Yep. It's really got everything.
It's got everything.
Yeah, it just needs a bit of modernising.
Yeah.
So Marco's on board.
I'm just worried Jacinta won't even give it a chance.
My wife's Australian, so I know where you're coming from in terms of the dynamics of house hunting with perhaps different childhood memories. But you are where you are. You've still got to make some decisions.
Yeah.
So that's the sort of bed-sitting room. Then you've got a lovely big guest room. It's quite a thing to say no to.
Yeah, it's a fantastic house, isn't it?
Marco seems hot for this place.
Yes, but I'm not sure it's enough when the location has clearly left Jacinta cold.
How was it?
Yeah, it's a lovely house inside.
It's big.
It's big, but it does have potential.
I love the garden, but there's absolutely no way she wants to buy it.
I don't know. I think this house is incredibly seductive.
I appreciate the differences that we have in our searches, but...
Because it's a lovely house, isn't it?
It ain't over until...
I'm not saying it. Marco, what did you make of it?
Yeah, it was a lovely house inside. It did need some work. It does sort of bring home that size garden is maybe too big.
I'm so used to living closer to things happening.
I must admit, the romantic part of me held out some hope that you would see this a family house for 30 years. Think, yes, this is the forever move. It might be house number 1. It might be house number 3.
But it isn't house number 2, that's for sure. Our search this time sees us around Greater Manchester and Cheshire.
I'm with lovebirds Amy and Olivia, who are looking for a nest big enough to host a whole flock of family and friends.
And I'm with adoring parents, Jacinta and Marco, who are dotty about Didsbury. Could be disastrous.
Olivia and Amy are looking to score their first house together, and Property 2's outlook is promising.
Wow, I wasn't even looking at the back.
We're now looking at more expense and more intense in the bustling vibe of Stockton Heath, where I think I've found them a cracker.
We are very, very close to Stockton Heath High Street, which I reckon would be also pretty close to your new work, isn't it?
Very close. It'd be a nice commute for me, I think.
Yeah.
It's a great big house. Biggest house I'm going to show you.
OK.
This place is over 300 square feet larger than the first house and 130 larger than the last one. Here we're back up to 3 bedrooms, and this time they're all doubles. Downstairs there's a sitting room, off which there's a study that could be used as a part-time 4th bedroom for when the hockey team come to stay. And they'll all be well entertained in the country feel kitchen with centre island, which opens out onto a large garden. If they want to entertain, this is definitely the space in which to do it. We're pushing close to their ideal budget of 300 grand, but at £290,000, I'd like to think this place will be a contender.
Ooh. Oh, nice kitchen. And it's got a nice big window there as well, looking onto the garden, which is nice.
That socialising setup's got them hooked, Pip.
I thought it would, and there's plenty more house to see.
Ooh.
Now, we've got 2 reception rooms. This being the main one. Just pop your head through that door. They don't use it particularly well. I mean, it's more for storage for them.
OK. So it's a decent sized room. Could be an office or something.
It's an extra bit of space. This isn't the biggest.
This is plenty, though, I think.
They're looking for offers over 290 grand.
OK. Right. I was expecting you to hit me with over our budget, so that's...
I was expecting it to be 3 something.
It seems to definitely tick a lot of the boxes so far.
Good. Well, have a wander upstairs. See what you make of that.
You seem to have the Midas touch today, Phil.
Well, this place could win gold if the bedrooms get the thumbs up.
This is big. Interesting. So obviously the views out onto the road.
Yeah.
obviously think about the view from the second house was just beautiful.
Well, in the second house, the room was just vast, wasn't it? So.
Yeah.
Well, nothing could ever live up to that room with a view at property 2.
It's big enough.
Nice. Yeah, it is big enough.
Well, I'm pleasantly surprised. After such a good viewing at property 2, I was a bit worried this one could fall flat. But, well, they haven't been put off by the road or the layout. So it may well be that that kitchen and that high street could be a winning formula. I only need to buy one house. I don't mind which.
Now I've been upstairs, I'm feeling the sort of the length. It feels more narrow upstairs than it does downstairs.
And I think all the views are of the road as well.
Maybe not quite so positive a result upstairs.
Come and join me in the garden. It runs up the side of the property. It's not overlooked.
It's bigger than it looks from the inside.
It's a large space, actually, isn't it? We love the kitchen, don't we? We love the kitchen. Downstairs space we think would work. It's just how you'd work the upstairs, I think.
Yeah. Would you mind if I took you towards top of the budget?
No?
No, I think it'd be good for us to see something.
Yeah.
And see what we'd get.
Would you mind if Kirstie came? I mean, she won't be any help, but
We'd love Kirstie
mind if
to
she
come.
just tagged along?
We'd love Kirstie to come. I mean, we don't know if we've quite found it yet, Phil. You might need some help.
Okay. Ooh, I shouldn't have asked that question, should I?
Smart and insightful young women.
Both our couples have strong connections to London, and now all 4 of our house hunters are primed for their new property around Manchester. So this really is a tale of 2 cities.
The overall cost of living in Manchester is 37% cheaper than in London.
Heavily influenced by rent in Manchester being around 60% lower.
Which isn't to say it's necessarily a better place to live. The average temperature is higher and rainfall is lower in the capital. Also, an amazing 47% of Greater London is green space or tree covered.
Compared to roughly 20% of Manchester. Not that there's been any shortage of green space on our properties this week.
With Jacinta and Margot, we all realised yesterday that being more rural in Cheadle wasn't cutting it. So I'm taking them closer to the throng. We're now in the cosmopolitan suburb of Chorlton, which has been described as the Notting Hill of Manchester. Being in the thick of it doesn't come cheap, but I'll be happy if I can just get Jacinta into the house. This house is very like property 1.
Yes.
It's arguably prettier looking. It's got a smaller garden, and this is arguably less done. But it's not a total change from what you have. So after all that me rabbiting on, should we go in?
Let's go have a look.
Okay. Yeah. This is a 100-year-old 5-bed semi, split across 3 floors and a basement, which Marco could use for his storage needs. The ground floor has a living room and a sitting room, which I'd advise knocking through into the kitchen diner, which could give them the open-plan living space thereafter. On the first floor, we've got 3 doubles, 1 with an ensuite, then on the top floor, another 2 doubles and another bathroom. Balancing their differing needs hasn't been easy, and part project houses which fulfil their criteria within budget are few and far between. But with this at £650,000, 10 grand below maximum, I think I've found a contender. So there are loads of original features in this house. You've got a lovely big front room with a fireplace, very easy to restore, and then that would be taken down.
Right, yeah.
Now, obviously, they've done this extension already, and then, as you see, the garden needs some work, but it is turfed. That would be one thing ticked off the expenditure list.
Yeah.
To rejuvenate it a bit.
They're already seeing the potential here. This could be a winner.
So what you've got here, you see, is similar to property 1. There's many comparisons. There's the garage.
So you can get there from the front.
You can get there from the front. Obviously, there is shared access, but still with plenty of room.
All right.
Storage, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's really good,
Loads
actually.
of storage, loads of storage. We've seen the front, we've seen the kitchen, we've seen the garden, we've seen the garage.
Yeah.
I think it's important for you 2 to go and have a look in this house.
Yeah.
And compare it to property 1. I'd like to think the inside could win them over, but even if not, seeing comparable properties will give them ideas and a surer knowledge of what they really want.
So yeah, you definitely knock through this one into the kitchen and make this sort of your kitchen.
Yeah, and if you think
kitchen
past
diner.
the fact there's a lot of stuff, it's a good
So it would
size
be a
room
good size,
big
and you could also
windows
extend out, like finish the extension off
Any house they buy has got to jump through so many hoops.
It's not the exact ideal location and the hallway's not big enough.
I'm not frustrated by this search. There's not a whole selection of houses to pick from.
But try telling that to these two.
It's not a good time when you're already out on the street. So that's a no then.
Yeah.
Did it make you feel more positive towards property one?
We definitely both, I think, prefer property one, don't we?
Yeah.
And I've realised I don't like steps, and it's not about the pram. I prefer a flat entrance, which I didn't know before.
Do not add another thing to the list.
So I've exhausted every avenue possible, but there's still one in the running for Jacinta and Margot.
And still one to show Olivia and Amy.
The one?
I hope so. This week, we're knuckling down up north, perusing the premium properties around Greater Manchester and Cheshire.
I'm with Jacinta and Margot, who are still deliberating over Didsbury and whether the one they like is better than the one they have.
Wow, it's lovely. It's like being in the country.
For me, it's been quite a journey with Amy and Olivia. But after their Stockton Heath enthusiasm, I'm keeping them here in the hustle and bustle. And I've found a quieter road even closer to the High Street hub. And my trump card, the charisma and clarity of my counterpart.
Hiya.
This is a cracker, Phil.
Well, I'm quite excited about this. And you've come to help, which they are enormously looking forward to.
Technically, as I'm coming here to see this house, this makes this my house, therefore my successes.
No. Let's find out if they like it first.
How could you not?
Morning, you two.
Good morning.
Everything okay?
Yeah, very good. Thank you. How are you?
Very well. Feeling quite chipper today, actually.
Good. Very excited.
And remembering what you said to me at the end of yesterday, you were hoping today would produce a better room configuration upstairs, views onto the garden, and my friend Kirstie. 2 minutes to the high street, parking, garage, and a really lovely
parking
house.
as well. I like the outside. I like the exterior. It's more my sort of style than some of the properties we've seen.
Ooh, Phil, you've
that
obviously,
hurt. That hurt.
you've obviously not been doing very well.
Come on, let's get in.
You're keen, Phil?
And they're about to find out why. In terms of what they're after, I'd be hard-pushed to find them something better than this. A 3-bedroom, semi-detached, with off-street parking and a garage. Upstairs, we've got 2 well-proportioned double rooms, a 3rd small bedroom, and a bathroom with bath and shower. Downstairs, the open-plan lounge into dining kitchen and out onto raised decking makes the socialising space feel huge. Then there are steps down to a well-maintained garden. I hope it'll suit Amy and Olivia's tastes. It's Edwardian style, but the interior is very clean, crisp and contemporary. It's stretching beyond their ideal of 300 grand, and although I think 315,000 is a bit overpriced, it's still 10k below their maximum.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah.
It's the fact that it's open.
Yeah. Really light.
And that's what you guys said way back at the beginning, and what I had struggled to find was some genuine open space in the kitchen.
You were waiting for this moment, weren't you?
I was a little bit, yes. I was very pleased to find this late in the day.
I disapprove, as Phil knows, of pulling rabbits out of hats. There is a problem with this house. It's been on the market 10 weeks, and the reason it's been on the market so long is because it's on at 315,000.
Right, okay.
Which it shouldn't be.
Lots of people have been to see it.
Yeah.
It hasn't suited everyone because of this layout.
It's a party house.
Yeah, that's what we wanted, Kirstie.
Yes, I know.
Well, let's keep this positive party going.
Now onto the decking, nice barbecue and table and chairs.
Yeah. It is a big garden.
It is a big garden. Now, who was it that was concerned about, you know, downstairs being fine but upstairs being not so good?
That was me.
I am going to hopefully put paid to those fears.
Olivia said she's not that good at seeing potential, but if anyone can get past that, it's Ms. Allsopp.
You've got lovely light bathroom. Say that this is your room, big bed, overlooking the garden, but you make it quite delicate. Yeah. And then you have all your clothes in the dressing room. Mad theory?
Not a mad theory at all, no, because as I walked into here, I was thinking you would just want a double bed in here.
Got the great garage, store your bikes and what have you.
Yeah, all sports kit.
nice private place to sit. And I don't think the garden would be too difficult to manage.
I think we could grow into this. It's got the flow, we can see ourselves living there and just sort of having people around and things, and the location is amazing.
Yeah. But you better see what Olivia thinks.
Yeah, OK.
Very positive, but I can't get too carried away before Amy sees upstairs.
Yeah, really spacious. So, this could be the master. This isn't the biggest bedroom, but it's got the nicest view and it's more peaceful. Yeah.
Very nice out here.
It's lovely, isn't it?
Quite fine, this house. You just got to get it for the right price.
Yes. Are you seeing much kind of love and passion in their eyes about the house, though?
I think this ticks all the boxes in all the right ways.
So this is the box room.
It's a proper little square box, isn't it?
This could be dressing room, wardrobe, dressing table, mirror, that sort of thing.
Ah, Kirstie's vision shining through.
Pretty confident about this, aren't you, Phil?
I'm feeling quite smiley.
Quite smiley.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Happy?
It's not as well as we were expecting. Maybe a little bit too open plan.
Is this some kind of joke? Have you, have you set that up?
Your face!
Ah!
Look, he's got all red. Oh, that's made my day. Sorry, Phil. I couldn't resist.
Joking aside, is it somewhere you could see yourselves?
Yeah, I think so.
We definitely can.
We could move in tomorrow, which we need to do.
Yes.
And we could sort of make this our home.
Did you hear that?
I did. I knew that. It was just we were having a bit of fun.
By the skin of my teeth.
So, much to my relief, we do have the right house. Now, it's about getting the right deal.
It's on the market for $315,000. It feels to me that is slightly ambitious, but there are more viewings. I know there was 2 at the weekend. One of those is coming back for a second viewing. My gut feel is 300 or anything less would be a great buy.
Would you be happy to go in at 290?
That sounds good.
OK. We'll go for 290 then.
Fine. You OK?
It's actually feeling very real now, isn't it?
That's the general idea. Jane, good afternoon. It's Phil Spencer here, and I've got an offer for you. They do very much love the property. The offer that I've got for you is $290,000. Yeah. Thanks, Jane. Bye-bye. Her initial feeling is that the people who are having the second viewing on Friday have sold their property. So he's very unlikely to wobble too much off his price just at the moment.
OK.
What I wouldn't want you to do is be used as a benchmark to work the other person up. But she's going to ring him straight away.
25 grand under asking? The vendor mightn't wear that one.
Maybe not, but it shows the girls are serious about striking a deal.
Now, I just need to find out if Jacinta and Margot, my oh-so-fussy house hunters, feel the same way. One thing has just come out strong. It's about location. We didn't name the show wrong. No, we've seen 3 properties, and going backwards, 3 is out.
Yes.
2 is out.
Yes.
1 is...
One's a possible.
Out of the 3 we've seen, number 1 is the best of the 3.
At the price it's on at and what we would want to spend to do it up as we want it,
That's the problem. You should get in touch with the agent and say, we are interested in that property, we've got to look at other things. And I would go and see every single property that even vaguely matches the location criteria.
That's interesting.
Because that's what we haven't done.
We haven't.
Even with the first property that fell through, we almost didn't see it.
No.
Yeah.
Because we go,
You have to go and see everything. If it's in the location, you go and see it.
Yeah.
What are you feeling right now?
We've learned what we don't want.
And we know what we need.
And we know what we need.
So
and
we
that's
kind of worked
important
out
as
where
well.
we need to compromise.
So we don't need the massive house, we don't need the massive garden.
But we do
enough
need more
space
than 2 floors, probably, unless it's very, very wide,
Unless it's very
which
wide,
is
yeah.
unlikely.
Well, let's drink to education.
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 They certainly seem to have a clearer idea now of what they need.
But whether that turns out to be property one remains to be seen.
Olivia, Amy and I are waiting for that call. Has their offer of $290 been accepted? Hi Jane, that was quick. Yeah. Okay, perfectly understood. Let us have a conversation. Okay, cheers, bye-bye. That's a no. He's always rented that property for 4 years without any hassle at all, and if he doesn't get the right money, it'll rent tomorrow.
He's in a strong position, so it doesn't feel like there's any benefit to us in going in any higher, but I think we need to think more carefully about it.
Feels sensible.
Let's leave it.
Okay.
And we'll talk again Monday morning.
That sounds good.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. 6 weeks later, back with Jacinta and Margot, and although they ended up ruling out property one, they have found a place in Didsbury.
The one we've offered on is a complete renovation project, so we would do everything and redesign it, and this is
Fingers crossed.
one that might actually turn into something.
Yeah.
Fantastic news. And no real surprise that to fulfil their criteria, they're having to build upon a blank canvas.
I think Kirstie gave us a bit more confidence to think that we're not doing something wrong. What we want is achievable.
Yeah, we know the specific area, specific house, specific road, specific sort of quite specific is our search.
We're very ready to move. So I think the main feeling when we finally get to exchange will be relief, to be honest.
I think so.
I just hope their offer on that renovation project is finally accepted and they can set up their new family home exactly how they'd like.
Hi. Who's that?
Is that Dexter?
With Olivia and Amy, I'm pleased to say that the tactic of not immediately upping their bid of $290 paid off. The other interested party didn't proceed, leaving the door open for us.
So after a week, Phil got back in touch with us and we talked through where to go next in terms of our offer. He was saying, why don't we go with 297? So we went with that.
Phil called me back and gave the good news that the offer had been accepted, which was just brilliant.
Getting their perfect pad for 18 grand under asking was good going and leaves them cash to cover the all-important new homeowner expenses.
One of the priorities is getting the house ship-shape for some house parties.
It's really exciting to think about things that we can buy and put in our very own home.
Yeah, and make it our own.
With Olivia's new job about to start, they hope to be in within the month.
The house really does have everything we wanted and more. And, you know, Phil helped us to find that in the right location, which was just brilliant, and at the right time as well, so it couldn't have worked out better.
No. It feels like a bit of a fairy tale story now.
And it's a very happy ending indeed.
This week, love is in the air in the heart of the home counties.
Love the road.
It's amazing.
But the path of true love and that of house hunting never did run smooth.
I'm not a big fan of this style of house.
It's complicated.
You guys are in a proper pickle, aren't you?
And heartbreak is sadly par for the course.
Do you want a moment to yourself?
But we're old romantics
We've been doing it for 17 years.
who'll never give up
My feeling is we're on the same page.
on finding the one.
Phil, we have a deal. I'm not going to say any more.
This week, we're searching across 2 counties for 2 couples, but time is of the essence.
All my couple want is to be under the same roof after 2 years of living apart.
And my couple are longing to leave London, but with baby number 2 on the way in 5 weeks, I'm feeling the pressure to deliver.
Oh, bless midwife Phil.
With royal residence, leafy commons and ever-improving transport links to London, Buckinghamshire and neighbouring Berkshire really are locations fit for a king.
Or a queen, Phil.
Well, you might need access to the royal coffers to buy here. A detached house would set you back around $650,000.
And the imminent arrival of Crossrail is soon to be the jewel in the county's crown, reducing commuting time into the capital, but at the same time ramping up property prices. A large percentage of people looking to buy in the area are now Londoners in search of more space and a greener outlook. Just like our first set of house hunters.
Sheetal, who's in online advertising, first set Surgeon Rundier's heart aflutter 6 years ago.
I went to Paris for a weekend and I walked past some cafe near Notre Dame and there was this girl sitting there. And I thought, wow.
And suddenly I hear a voice, do you mind if I sit here, in English? Looked up, see this gentleman, smiling ear to ear. He looked all right, so I said, yeah, okay, why not? And he sat down and the story began.
After Cupid's arrow struck, the pair married, moved into rented accommodation in central London, and before long, 2 became 3, with the arrival of Naomi.
We have a 2.5-year-old daughter, another one on the way in 5 weeks, and we've been living in rented flats. Space is really getting to be a problem.
Already bursting at the seams, to make matters worse, their landlord recently announced he is selling up, taking their search status to critical.
The timing is awful. You know, it'd be nice to sit in one place, get this over and done with, and then move. So we've had to rush through finding a place.
With kids, it's just safety, security, that's just on top of our list now.
You want to feel safe. You want to feel like this is your castle. You know, your home is your castle, and no one's going to intrude.
Yeah.
No one's going to say, get lost.
We don't mind going a bit further out of London now for space. A feeling of community as well. That's another thing that's quite important to us.
We don't like what's happened to us over the last few months. And the pressure is on to get things over and done with soon. I'm pretty sure Phil and Kirstie will find us something.
But what if we disagree?
If we disagree, the thing is, it depends who's doing more disagreeing.
Obviously you, it'll be you.
If the perfectionist disagrees, then in the end, it has to be what she's happy with. Minor things I'll work around. Major things we'll both agree on, I'm sure.
Well, we've both heard that one before, Phil.
Now, I don't want to put too fine a point on it, but you guys are in a proper pickle, aren't you?
Yes, so we're really looking to you, Phil, to help us.
You could have given me a bit more time.
5 weeks for the best in the land is not bad.
OK. Tell me about what it is you're looking for and whereabouts you'd like to find it.
So we're looking for a 3-bedroom, detached, semi-detached, 2 bathrooms with a garden as well, in a nice, safe, family-friendly neighbourhood.
Okay.
Good schools. Rundhir here, he'd be looking for a place from where it's easy to drive into London.
Anything to add there?
I would like some water at the back of it.
Oh. Some water?
Yeah. Not necessarily...
Anyway, bypassing that shit out, you and I are going to get along fine.
Wonderful.
Having bided their time to buy their first home together, between savings and a mortgage, Rundhir and Sheetal have an exceptional budget of £570,000.
They want 3 bedrooms,
a generous-sized garden,
off-road parking,
and top-notch transport links. Location-wise, the couple have earmarked the leafy commuting belt in either Berkshire or Buckinghamshire.
and a sense of community is close to both their hearts. I'm focusing on village locations with easy access to London.
My house hunters are Lara, who works for a tour operator, and aircraft engineer Stuart. Their relationship is at a standstill, as Stuart has always lived on the south coast near Bournemouth, and Lara 100 miles away in Amersham.
It has kind of put us on hold a little bit as a couple. It does feel like if we'd have been living in the same town, we'd have probably moved in together. I think I decided that we should be living together very early, and it took him about 2 years later to realise it might actually work.
But despite being somewhat slow on the uptake, Stuart's now agreed to move to Buckinghamshire, where Lara and her family live, which means he's taking on quite the commute.
We've been primarily looking in areas where there is an easy access for me to get to the motorway so I can get down to Bournemouth as easily as possible.
Location agreed, the pair are now itching to create a home of their own.
I'd consider myself quite creative, so I can also kind of have that vision of something. Stuart used to be a builder, so he's got that eye as well.
And Stuart's got his eyes on more than just a house.
The want and the desire to have a garage is quite important. I'm always tinkering, for want of a better word. In some ways, I'd like that space to be able to disappear and maybe get out of Lara's hair.
I just want a house.
Yeah.
I know just the lady.
When you get a situation where one person is making sacrifices in order to move and the other person isn't, they're like, I'm so grateful to my partner for moving all this way and it doesn't matter what I want, as long as we find something he's happy with, that works. That can be a dangerous way of house hunting. You do have to make sure that you absolutely say if you don't like something.
I'm very honest, aren't I, about what I do and don't like.
Yeah. Tell me your non-negotiables.
I suppose the first non-budge is there needs to be 3 bedrooms or the potential to make 3 bedrooms. I think that's very important with family and friends coming up from Bournemouth.
Yeah.
We would both like some outside space.
Right.
Afternoon sun would be great.
Afternoon sun. Don't push your luck, mate. OK.
The third one, and probably the one that's going to be maybe the hardest, is I'd like the garage.
I'm assuming, Stuart, you would know that a garage around here was really hard to get.
It is very hard to get,
yes.
but I would like a garage.
Garage, yes. Is there anything not on Stuart's list which is a big issue for you?
Not really. I think the only other thing for me is that it does have to have curb appeal. I do want something that looks nice. Whether it looks nice now or not doesn't really matter as long as I can make it look lovely.
Okie dokie. Well, what we need to do is get it sorted out and then we can get you living together.
Hopefully.
Definitely.
That's what I love about you, Kirstie, your unwavering confidence.
When house hunting, Phil, one must have courage in one's convictions.
Lara and Stuart have been scrimping and saving and have a combined budget of £380,000.
They want 3 bedrooms.
Stuart's not giving up on that garage.
Lara's after a looker, but neither of them are shy of DIY. Location-wise, I'll be looking for properties in and around the towns of Maidenhead, High Wycombe and Aylesbury. Close to Lara's family and friends and with good road links to Bournemouth for Stuart.
So 2 couples, 2 very different dilemmas, same familiar feeling.
I feel like I've kind of been here before in the way...
You have. We've been doing it for 17 years.
Gosh, is it that long?
Yeah.
I put up with you for that long.
Yes.
They have a baby in 5 weeks' time, and they're living in a small flat in London and desperate. I mean, they must be desperate.
Well, my problem for the week looks like it isn't a problem.
All right.
Someone saying, I really don't mind, I'm so unfussy, is...
Alarm bells.
Alarm bells go ring-a-ding-a-linging like Big Ben.
With the clock firmly ticking, I'm kicking off Rundeer and Sheet Owl's search in one of their top spots, Old Windsor. It's less than 25 miles to the west of London, but worlds away in terms of what it can offer them.
The oldest Saxon town in Berkshire, Old Windsor has become the smaller, more intimate neighbour to Windsor itself, retaining that community feel that Sheetal is craving.
It would mean a 90-minute drive to work for Rundeer, but if they're set on this area, that's something he'll have to live with.
Here we're looking at a nice big detached house with a garden, with a garage and this parking area as well. So you get quite a bit of space. What are your thoughts about where we are and the setting and the look of it?
The setting looks very nice. I'm not a big fan of this style of house. The aeroplane noise, is that a problem?
Well, I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah.
It's one of the reasons why people love Windsor is because it's so well connected in terms of motorways and airports.
It doesn't bother me, but I think it bothers you a bit.
I think we'll be complaint spotters by the end of the week.
Come on then, let's see.
Doesn't sound great, Phil. Let's hope the inside is pleasing to the eye.
The well-proportioned family home's on an ever-popular corner plot of this cul-de-sac. The downstairs provides spacious and flexible family living with no fewer than 3 reception rooms, which lead on to a respectable-sized kitchen. Plenty of space for everyone. The couple wanted 3 bedrooms, but this place even has a bonus number 4.
And there's 2 bathrooms, a definite plus for a growing family. There's also a paved sun deck to the side of the house and generous lawn out the back for kids to play on.
This modern build in Old Windsor is being marketed at just under £580,000, so 10 grand over budget. But we believe there's room for negotiation.
Now, when I first saw this house, it was the layout of the ground floor that I thought could work for you. Because you've got 3 reception rooms.
Yeah.
You've got a lot of space here.
Mm.
And you've got gardens that way and that way.
Sounds good.
Randy, are you convinced about driving to work?
I think an hour and a half each way adds up to a lot of time without wife and baby.
Yes, we're going to have to keep an eye on that. Yeah. But meanwhile, let's see some more.
Yeah.
But what better place to unwind after that 3-hour round trip than this beautiful garden? And you couldn't wish for nicer neighbours.
And you get a back garden as well as the front garden.
That's pretty. Is this the best we can get for our money?
Yes, it is in Old Windsor.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Because I was going to say, it's a very pretty garden, but it is kind of small compared to what we've seen before.
But should we see the land beyond it, see what that looks like from upstairs?
Yeah.
Okay.
Come on.
2 strikes, 1 more, and I'd say this place is out, Phil.
Oh, this looks like second bedroom. An ensuite toilet and a shower. It's a good-sized
room, yeah.
bedroom, yeah.
It's an airplane.
Yeah,
You
well
can
done for
see
spotting
it,
that.
feeling
Really.
it, touch it.
It doesn't sound like they want to live with it, Phil.
You know what? I am surprised how kind of measured and calm they're being about this. I don't know, maybe I'm the only one that's panicking. Their baby is going to arrive in 5 weeks' time, which means I've got very little time to sort it out. Are you enjoying the views?
Yes, it's lovely up here.
As a package, what do you feel?
Well, I would have loved for the kitchen and the garden to be slightly bigger. If we can find something better, that'd be great.
How about the aeroplanes?
They feel close enough to touch.
Despite being in one of their favourite locations, this property presents one too many compromises. But I'm only just getting started.
Tick-tock, tick-tock.
This week, I'm looking to close the 100-mile gap between lovers Laura and Stuart.
And I'm with Randy and Sheetown, who are desperate to swap city living for a family home in the country.
You know what this means, Phil? Bournemouth to Buckinghamshire, Berkshire and babies.
Blimey.
Could you have said that?
It's all going on this week, all the bees.
The first house I showed my couple in Old Windsor wasn't quite the escape from the city they'd been looking for.
Is this the best we can get for our money?
It is in Old Windsor.
As for my couple, Laura and Stuart, he lives in Bournemouth and she lives 100 miles away in Buckinghamshire. He's moving up, but they need my help finding a home on a budget of £380,000. The first property we've come to view is in the charming village of Widmer End, a short hop from bustling High Wycombe and just 15 miles from the M4 for Stuart's commute. This is a top location for Laura and Stuart. He is hoping the torrential downpour doesn't dampen spirits.
Now, we're not going to stand out here for long because it couldn't be a more miserable day.
It's very nice.
It's very nice, yeah. Let's go house hunting.
Houses on this development rarely come onto the market, so if Laura and Stuart like this one, they'll need to get a shimmy on. The semi-detached contemporary home has a well-proportioned downstairs, which the couple could easily put their stamp on.
The kitchen diner leads out onto a glass-sided lean-to, added by a previous owner. Upstairs doesn't have a third bedroom, but there is the potential to extend out the side.
And out back, there's a peach of a garden, with its very own man shed for Stuart and even a greenhouse. Who needs a garage anyway? It would take a bit of time and money to transform this house into the home they want, but with Stuart's building skills, it's totally doable. This 2-bed with potential is on for £375,000, right at the top of their budget.
This house is the 2-bed. At the moment, there's vehicular access to the back of the garden, so you can make a decision whether to have a lean-to at the side of the house, a single garage or a double garage. At the moment, there's a large shed and vehicular access. First impressions?
Love the road.
I don't have any negatives at the moment.
That's good. I like that. I wish more people said that to me.
Someone's landed on their feet this week, and it's not me.
So what you've got here, a dated kitchen, but with a lovely view.
Yeah, I'm a little bit shell-shocked in some ways.
OK, Stuart, shell-shocked by what?
We haven't found something like this. I think we've neglected the potential of maybe looking at 2-bedroom properties with the potential to create in that 3rd bedroom.
Yeah. Brilliant. Go and have a look upstairs and see what you think.
Okay.
Cracking start.
You're bound to have jinxed it now, Kirstles.
Big.
I presume this is the main bedroom.
Yeah. You can see it's a really quiet area and it's a really pretty view. You can see there's a farm out there. It's nice.
Yeah, lovely.
A sensible couple, unafraid of doing work and open to compromise. It's not that I'm a cynic or a pessimist. It's just that I don't often get that lucky.
You clearly used up all your luck, Kirstie, the day you met me.
So if we were going to put another room in, where would you go back?
Off the top of my head is maybe a garage on the side with a room above it coming off the landing. But you're probably talking 50,000.
Really?
Okay. Easily.
Subject to planning permission, there could be an option to extend, but it's still serious money and requires serious consideration.
Right, there we are. You had all that time without me on your case.
Yeah. The garden's beautiful. I love the outside. I can see all the potential.
I can hear this, but I knew it was too good to be true. I knew it.
It concerns me about the fact that it's close to the top end of our budget.
Yes.
And we'd have to put a lot of money into it, which I don't think we'd have
initially
soon enough to be able to get it how we want it.
OK. My feeling is we're on the same page.
Yeah.
There's good food for thought.
Great.
We can mix metaphors all we like.
After you.
Thank you.
But I need to make sense of this search and fast.
Back to my couple, Rundeer and Sheetal. Time's ticking until baby number 2 arrives, but property 1 in Old Windsor failed to tick the right boxes.
It's a very pretty garden, but it is kind of small compared to what we've seen before.
The second house I want to show them is in the convivial village of Hollyport.
With all the classic English village feel, but the amenities of Maidenhead just a few miles away, here they can have their country cake and eat it.
Now, I just wanted you to kind of see where we are, see what the village of Hollyport is like. I just wanted you to experience a bit of this.
Taking the setting.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty, isn't it?
Come on then.
Heavenly Hollyport's relaxed pace of life is just what Rundeer and Sheetal have been hankering for after years of fast-paced city living.
And they'd be in good company here. A large percentage of households are families, which should make slipping into village life all the easier.
Hollyport's proximity to the motorway also means a reasonable commute to work for Rundeer. Great news all round.
So this is the one I'm going to show you. Again, we've got the garage, some parking, and front garden as well as rear garden.
Let's have a look.
I'm hoping the expectant couple can see the benefits of this well-designed family home. Downstairs, there's a light and airy double-aspect lounge, which opens straight out onto the garden, to the back of the house.
A perfectly formed dining area for all 4 of them, a separate kitchen space, plus a versatile utility room with plenty of storage for all that paraphernalia that comes with kids.
Upstairs is a good-sized bathroom.
And 4 bedrooms, plenty of room for all the family.
Out back, there's the private garden that's such a priority for them both.
And to the front of the house, plenty of parking space for commuter Rundeer's car.
As requested, this detached 1980s build has a bigger garden than Property 1, but with a much lower price tag. It's on the market at £550,000.
Righty-ho. Let's start in here. You've got quite a long reception room. Space for sitting, playing, eating.
I think the setting is more beautiful than the house itself. It'll need a lot of work if we want to make it to our taste, which unfortunately we will not have time to do.
She's got a point there, Phil. These guys are soon to have their hands very full.
This is about getting you in simply, quickly, into a pretty practical house. Seeing as the garden was a kind of talking point at the last house, let's talk about it next.
Hate to say it, Pip, but I think you've lost them.
The back garden, it is bigger than
Definitely.
house number 1. And it's mature, it's private.
It's more in line with what I wanted in a house. You can definitely see a little playhouse in the corner, a little inflatable pool out here in the summer. Definitely something that I can imagine, yes.
I thought I was losing my touch.
Full marks for the garden, but it's the house they're going to have to live in.
As a package,
As a package
From what you've seen so far?
I prefer the first house, the ground floor of the first house.
I wish we could combine the ground floor of the first house combined with the garden of the second property.
Often the way people say that. Sheetal, I don't want you to have to walk upstairs and traipse around all those bedrooms if it's not the right house for you.
I'm happy with that.
So this haven in Hollyport is lost on Sheetal and Rundeer, but the area really is a winner.
I couldn't agree with you more, Phil. Which is why I'm showing my pair of house hunters, Lara and Stuart, a pad just around the corner. Do you want to come and help?
Always a pleasure.
Hollyport has much to offer young couples like Stuart and Lara.
There's no shortage of characterful pubs. The great outdoors really is on your doorstep.
And its location would also knock half an hour off Stuart's drive to Bournemouth.
Let's not stand out here in the pouring rain. It's never going to have curb appeal on a day like today.
But if it looks good today, you should buy it. After you.
Rush in, don't get wet.
Rush in.
This is called house hunting in all weathers.
This red brick semi delivers pretty much everything the couple have asked for. Downstairs, the open-plan living room, dining area and kitchen make this a fashionable proposition. It would also be the perfect canvas for Lara to get creative with. On a good day, the garden is the sun trap that Stuart's after.
The upstairs is generously proportioned, giving the couple the 3 bedrooms they want to accommodate visiting family and friends.
And to top it off, there's Stuart's first love, a garage. This Hollyport hottie is on the market for £380,000, right at the top of Stuart and Lara's budget.
So, this house has no compromises. It's in pretty good nick.
Yeah. Good. How about the look of the house outside? I know we hurried you through in the rain.
I don't love the outside.
Yeah. I had the same reaction. When I went upstairs, the bedrooms there, I think, are superb because they've got fantastic light.
And there's something else about this property that might just brighten Stuart's day.
So not only have you got a carport, you've also got a fantastic garage. Loads of storage. How much of a priority is garage to your house?
It is quite a priority to me. I've always had a garage.
Is Lara OK with that?
She's come round to the idea. I think she's understood that maybe having that space is a good thing.
As long as you both are aware of the restrictions that you place on the property size.
Yeah.
With the boys lost in man space, I want to know what Lara's thinking now that she's seen upstairs.
You said when we first met that curb appeal really mattered.
Yeah.
How off-putting do you find the front of this house?
Quite a bit, if I'm honest, and I'm surprised because there's nothing necessarily wrong with the house. I'm not expecting this is our house. I've never thought that I'd ever necessarily get that, so I'm not looking for that. But at the moment, I don't feel it's just quite right.
Right. OK, thank you, Lara.
You did tell her to speak her mind.
When you were in the garage with Stuart, you talk about why he wanted a garage.
He's always had one, and it's a fundamental part of the house that he wants.
And you fell for that Codswell look, did you?
Yeah, leave him alone.
It's not leave him alone. I'm not anti-garages per se. I just can see that similar things could happen in a shed.
Yeah.
There's something not quite right about it for me.
Yep.
And actually for us, I don't think it's right for either of us.
I agree with you.
Sounds like the Hollyport property has crashed and burned. But all is not lost. And as any seasoned house hunter knows, there's always something to salvage from the wreckage.
Stuart, if you had to choose between property number 1 and property number 2, which would you choose, Stuart? 1. Exactly. Yeah, 1 doesn't have a garage. But is what you want, Stuart?
It is what you want.
What you want?
I don't quite know what you're asking.
Could a shed suffice?
A building with vehicle access would suffice.
A building with vehicle access. So basically a garage then.
This week, we're in the hotly contested home counties of Buckinghamshire and Berkshire, trying to find homes for 2 couples looking to take that next step.
I'm trying to close the 100-mile gap between lovers Lara and Stuart, but try as I might, so far there's been little movement.
At the moment, I don't feel it's just quite right.
And movement is the last thing I need from my couple, Rundeer and his wife Sheetal, who's about to have their second child.
Deep breaths, Phil.
They rejected the first property in Old Windsor as the garden wasn't big enough, and also gave house number 2 a wide berth.
I think the setting is more beautiful than the house itself.
So for what's hopefully going to be lucky property number 3, I'm showing them a cracker of a family home in sought-after Winchmore Hill, just outside of the market town of Amersham.
Nestled in the scenic Chiltern Hills, this location provides all the tranquility of village life, but within easy reach of the hustle and bustle of the city.
As with the rest of Bucks, schools here are top of the class. And with low crime rates, this area really delivers on that sense of security our house hunters are craving.
So the village of Winchmore Hill. And you can get a period house older than what we were looking at yesterday?
I love the little walkway with flowers on either side, the little lamps, bench to sit out when we're grey and old.
Watch cricket on the village green.
Equidistant between Beaconsfield and Amersham. It's commuter's paradise, which is why it's popular, which is why it's expensive. Come on, let's have a look inside.
This charming 1930s country-style cottage is a real find, and something this good won't stay on the market for long.
The living room wouldn't look out of place in an interiors magazine, with original features and lashings of style. There's a warm and welcoming family dining room, giving the growing family plenty of space at mealtimes.
This leads on to a galley kitchen, which isn't to everyone's taste, but is well equipped.
And upstairs, the stylish interior continues in the bedrooms, one of which is currently being used as a study, but could easily be transformed back into the third bedroom thereafter. There's also a well-presented family bathroom.
But it's out back where the house really ramps up the wow factor. And for a man who wanted water, how about this? The charismatic cottage is on the market for £550,000, so bang on budget and hopefully right on the money.
So we arrive into what is the dining room. I actually wanted you to see the kitchen first. Oh. And really, because of yesterday, I picked up very strongly that the kitchen and the garden were forefront of your minds. Kitchen is country style.
You know what she loves? She loves the gas.
I love having gas in my kitchen. I miss that from India. It's a nice, lovely, big hob.
Yeah.
They're certainly warming to this one, Phil.
Got 3 bedrooms, you've got 2 receptions, you've got the separate kitchen, and you've got a lovely big garden.
Wow.
And that all comes at a price of $550.
No way. Phil, we have a deal.
And I haven't even revealed the botanical dream out back.
Now, it's very sweet out here.
Oh my God, it's amazing.
All the blossom out at this time of year, it is lovely.
Oh, it's beautiful. I think you picked the right time to come here as well.
Now, Randy, what did you say to me about wanting some water?
It was a deal breaker if I didn't have any. It's big enough to keep you happy, isn't it? It's manageable.
This is the best we've
It's
seen.
nice. It's
yeah.
beautiful.
All I need is for them to fall for upstairs too, and we'll be home in time for tea.
3 bedrooms, 1 bathroom up here. Just poke your head in there. That's a small single room nursery.
Okay.
This is the second room, which is also a single.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a bit tight, but I really want you to try and think of this house as for now. How are we doing, Randy? You're being quiet.
I like the look of it. It is a bit small, but I like the look of it.
You're processing it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can I
Have
just
a look.
take a peek again? Ah, so the master bed here. Plenty of storage. Decent size, not the biggest.
I think they're tackling it really sensibly.
Yeah.
They still don't seem very desperate. I thought they'd be absolutely grasping at everything.
What do you think of the size of the bedroom, though?
It's small. There's no escaping that. It's small.
Tell you, if I was them, I'd be proper panicking.
Well, lucky it's not you that's 8 months pregnant, Phil, but they may need your calming voice of experience yet.
Hiya.
Hi.
Is that okay?
Good. Interesting.
Do you think you can make the bedrooms work? That's the question.
I think the focus has shifted from the bedrooms to the fact that there is only 1 bathroom in the house, which is a hiccup for us.
The things that you're talking about are would likes, wishes, desires, rather than absolutely must-haves.
Yes, that's true. No, I mean, I think we could move into this house tomorrow. What do you think?
The setting's perfect.
Yeah.
I think the house is a bit small, but it'll do for now.
Mm-hmm.
And when we need to, we can expand up. The commuting business is with the options. If the train breaks down, you have the tube, the car. It all makes sense, doesn't it? But overall, we like it.
This one's definitely in the running. And Rundy is spot on about Amersham being a choice pick with London commuters looking for more mortar for their money.
To bag a 3-bed house in the East London borough of Hackney would set you back an eye-watering £836,000. In fact, for every minute of train travel outside the city, you can expect to knock at least £3,000 off the price of a property. But one thing that extra cash won't buy you is a guaranteed seat on the train. Those travelling into London in rush hour suffer the most overcrowding.
The 732 from Woking to Waterloo being the busiest in the land, with 2 in 5 people having to stand. But it's the poor commuters of Wales who have to endure the worst delays.
So, for an altogether happier journey, move to the northeast, where 79% of passengers give the trains the thumbs up. My couple, Lara and Stuart, the young lovers, who with a budget of £380,000 tops, are desperate to find their very first home. Sadly, the last property I showed them in Hollyport didn't give them that warm, fuzzy feeling. In fact, the front of the house left Lara feeling cold.
I don't love the outside.
Reality is, to get the perfect house inside and out on their budget, they're going to need to cast the net wider. So, for the next house, we're taking the search 25 miles north to Aylesbury, closer to Lara's family, but further for Stuart's commute. The compromise has to come somewhere. Aylesbury has undergone a makeover in recent years and now has a distinctly 21st century feel.
There's farmers' markets, artisan coffee houses and plenty of gastro delights to choose from. But crucially, this corner of Bucks will give Lara and Stuart more bang for theirs.
This house has 3 bedrooms and a garage.
Okay.
And it has curb appeal.
Yeah.
How badly are we out of location here?
It's quite a bit further from everything else that we're based around.
We are right at the very top
You definitely
of the area.
OK. But will you come and see inside this house?
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah. I'm not going to say any more.
Okay.
As this house is capable of doing the talking for itself, I'm just hoping Lara and Stuart are ready to listen.
This well-laid-out living room and large kitchen diner are perfect for the young couple.
And this house doesn't stop there. There's also a conservatory which looks out onto a lawned garden to the back and to the side of the property.
Moving upstairs, the impeccable presentation continues and the house also delivers on that hard-to-get 3rd bedroom.
And the crowning glory, a garage, where Stuart can tinker to his heart's content. This showstopper is on at £380,000, so stretches their budget as well as their ideals on location.
It's big.
Mm.
It is big.
Nice garden.
Yeah.
Very nice garden. It feels strong.
It doesn't require any explanation as to why we're here. You
No.
get
No.
more for your money here.
Yeah. This is what I'd really, really like.
Go and have a look upstairs.
Yeah.
Well, they appear to like the house, but it doesn't seem to be making them happy.
I think this place has got our head spinning a bit, isn't it?
Yeah. It's quite a good size.
Yeah, it's a nice size. Nice outlook as well.
Yeah. I can
Okay.
see your brain ticking.
My brain's ticking, yeah. Let's head upstairs.
10 out of 10 for the house, Kirstie, but it's not them for 6.
It's a lovely house. It's just right on the edge of their area. And that's the fact of the matter. That's how it works. Go small or go further afield.
You were shell-shocked yesterday at the first one, and I'm shell-shocked at today's. I didn't think we were going to see something like this.
Sadly, as ever, we can't pick up the house and drop it in their preferred postcode.
This house gives us everything we said we wanted. And we can
And
also...
It's actually nice.
Yeah.
But it is an additional commute for you,
Yeah.
you know. And it is further away from your family.
The reality is kind of coming in about the area, the location, what you get in each one, and exactly where that compromise is. I think we both are a little bit gutted, aren't we?
Yeah.
I think you can see that in Lara's face.
I can see that
quite
in Lara's face.
genuinely.
I saw it in Lara's face when we walked up the front.
Yeah.
You know, it is really disappointing. Do you want a moment to yourself? You two go out. I mean, unless it's raining, in which case can't. I don't want you to be in this house.
No, I'm fine. I just
Really?
need to... Yeah.
Yeah. You go out.
2 minutes.
Yeah.
This really is a heartbreaking reality check for Lara and Stuart, which means tough decisions ahead if they're ever going to find their first home.
I hate this part of my job, but I cannot change the reality of a search. And I tell you one thing, it's getting harder, not easier.
In Buckinghamshire, my third property spelt out some upsetting home truths for Lara and Stuart.
Do you want a moment to yourself?
Throwing their search up in the air.
That's amazing.
As for Randir and Sheetal, they were pretty much sold on the 1930s cottage in Amersham.
Phil, we have a deal.
But always one to over-deliver, I've got a final offering in picture-perfect Cookham, an area they've not considered.
Set back from the River Thames, this historic village is awash with old-world charm, but has all the ingredients this modern family wants.
The primary schools are highly regarded, there are local fairs and fêtes throughout the year, and although Randir's commute would be a tad longer than from the last property, there's still fantastic rail and road links.
The house we're showing them is on a highly sought-after development with a close-knit community. In fact, everything is welcoming apart from the weather.
Come on
Hi,
in.
very nice to meet you. Sorry about rushing you in like this, but it just is pouring.
It is pouring,
yes.
This top-spec family home provides a whole lot more than shelter from the storm.
Upstairs is faultlessly presented and has a total of 4 generously proportioned bedrooms, giving the family space to grow.
There's a good-sized family bathroom, and for the couple who wanted 2, there's an ensuite as well. Downstairs, the open-plan living space flows into the garden.
Meaning Mum and Dad could watch on as the kids play safely out the back.
This property may be at the top end of their budget, but they could move in tomorrow without having to lift a finger, which is surely, at this stage, priceless.
I like it.
I like the wooden floors.
Yep.
Very nice.
It is fairly open plan. You get lots of light. It's 565.
Ooh, okay.
An extra bedroom and an extra bathroom.
Okay.
Extra bathroom is important.
Yeah.
It is.
Promising. But how is this place going to rate against the period cottage?
It was very cute from the outside. It looked like a home. This one is more on the modern side.
Yes.
I actually like modern houses.
It's practical, it's
Yes.
easy to look after, it's
Absolutely.
light.
Absolutely.
You're not going to have to worry about it. You can just get on with living here and you're going to have your hands full anyway.
Yep, I like easy.
Yeah.
Especially in this phase of my life, I like easy.
Easy sounds good to me too, Sheetal.
But then again, as a wise French friend once told me, you're going to buy property, you're not going to buy a baguette.
No.
So take your time.
I will use that one. That is brilliant. That is brilliant.
And I know just the thing to butter Randir up.
They use this as the guest bedroom, but it does have the ensuite. I mean, it's a shame the master bedroom doesn't have the ensuite, but you could use this as the master bedroom.
More private, isn't it? Yeah.
Is it doing it for you?
So far, I think the space works. It's bigger than yesterday's property. It's a little bit taller than yesterday's as well, which helps. 2 bathrooms is what we want. And the light coming in is, even on a gloomy day like today, it's very good.
Sounds like they're falling for this one too, Phil.
Ah, girls' room. Very cute.
Change the colour scheme now. 2 pink.
You are having 2 girls. You do have 2 girls. You know that.
Really?
Pink is the colour to go.
But I think they're a bit confused at the moment. They don't quite know which way to turn. They're in a difficult spot.
Have you not been giving them good advice?
Well, I've presented 2 very different houses, and I think I get the feeling they like them both, but it's a
Well,
tough
you're
spot.
always lecturing me, Phil. You always say, oh, it's not your decision,
Yes.
stay out of it. But
Present
then
the
people
pro-
get into these kind of
They
situations.
don't want to be told what to do. You
might
need to
want to-
lead the horse to water and then let it drink, rather than lead it to water and shove its head in the lake, which is your method of house hunting.
What can I say? Sometimes a little push goes a long way.
Has this confused you?
No. I think it's clarified things.
You've ticked all the boxes. You've listened to everything we've said. So this is everything on a specification sheet that we wanted.
If you could find a really good and nice childminder in this street, then that would be the real coup.
That wasn't on the list.
I know. It is now.
So modern style has won out over period charm. Ordinarily, I'd give them time to mull it over, but with their predicament, we need to cut to the chase.
House number 4, Cookham, modern, contemporary, open the door, unpack,
Yes.
get living.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Our head says this is the right one. So I think we have to get on and do something with it.
Would you like to?
Yes, I think we're in agreement there.
OK, good. Well, it's on the market at 565,000. They haven't had any offers. I think there would be some flexibility in the price. How much, I don't know. I would have thought a sensible offer is probably 540. We might get away with 535.
Okay.
Should we start 535?
535 opening on offer.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. Colin, hi there. We have just been having a long chat about your lovely house. So I've got an offer for you. It's a little lower than I know your vendor was looking for. So the offer they've asked me to put forward is for 535,000. Thank you very much. Cheers. Bye-bye. It's lower than they were hoping for sure, but there's nobody else sniffing around it.
Yeah.
This is the waiting bit.
Over in Aylesbury, after an emotional last viewing, I need to work out with Lara and Stuart where we go from here.
So usually this is the stage at which we sit down and say, is it house number 1? Is it house number 2? But despite all of the houses being in some way suitable for you, they aren't. What are you feeling right now?
Gutted.
Yeah.
We were hoping that we were going to be proven wrong. But in actual fact, what we would like just doesn't exist in those areas within our budget. And I think that's why the last house was actually so emotional.
Yeah.
It's our perfect house.
I haven't felt like that, as in leaving the property and feeling almost a little bit sick.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm really sorry. You are at this place where you have to sit down and rethink.
We do really need to see if we can narrow what we are looking for in order to get what we both want.
We've still learned a lot. Even though we haven't ended up with a house at the end of it, we'll be looking at things slightly differently now.
You're going to get
We're not going to stop.
You will. I'm very confident. Listen, I feel like I'm sending you out on your little lonesome.
We'll let you know when to find her.
Yeah.
Hopefully sooner rather than later as well.
I hope so too.
Yeah.
Otherwise, there'll be a lot more wine.
So Lara and Stuart's search has undergone a much-needed overhaul, but it certainly isn't over.
Whereas Rundeer and Sheet Owls just might be.
Colin, that was quick. What news? Right. Fine. Many thanks, Colin. We'll speak tomorrow. Cheers. Bye-bye. It is too low. They wanted more. They're looking for more. They're hoping for more. They're hoping somebody will pay them more. But it's not an outright no.
You're good, Phil.
I haven't done it yet. I'll have a conversation with them in the morning. Okay. And I'll be in touch.
Thank you very much.
I don't think I'll be able to get much sleep tonight then.
7 weeks on, after lengthy negotiations on the Cookham house, we'd increased their bid by a further $7.5 grand, but sadly couldn't reach an agreement. So, reluctantly, Rundeer and Sheet Owl decided to walk away, as something else had taken priority. It was always going to be a race to find a family home before baby arrived, and now that little Nora has joined them, the search for a home is on hold. Later this year, my couple will be back in the saddle, searching for a family home in the Berkshire towns and villages we've shown them. Here's hoping they bag one before their new arrival is up on her feet.
In Buckinghamshire, Lara and Stuart have been hard at work, honing their wish list, and it's no surprise to learn that a little compromise was called for.
I think one of the things that we really learned was that our focus area was actually just too big.
So we're looking at a much smaller area, which has really helped us narrow down the type of property that we can get within that area as well.
With their newfound realism, it's helped them redefine their area, and now their search is moving forward.
Last week, we had a second viewing on a property and we had the offer accepted on Monday.
Result. Nice work, guys.
It actually ticks all the boxes and it doesn't extend Stuart's drive to Bournemouth at all. So
We're excited, but at the same time we're remaining quite calm about it and sensible about it.
we're also kind of like, well, if it does
We're
fall
being
through, it
real.
falls through, yeah.
It's early days, but hopefully it won't be long before this pair of lovebirds are under the same roof.
This week, we're catching up with two sets of house hunters who were searching in a wild, wild west of a property market.
At every turn, it's sort of gradually got more complicated.
We were faced with the good.
That's absolutely amazing.
And the bad.
I'm not sure about that, Phil.
At high noon, we were all guns blazing.
If I put a gun to your head, would you buy it? Yes!
But now I'm back to see if, in the end, they happily rode off into the sunset.
To pick this up for 136 grand was the deal of the century. This week, we're catching up with two sets of house hunters who tasked Kirstie and me with finding them properties not just to accommodate them, but a whole load of stuff. From vehicles and spare parts to music and sound equipment. It proved quite a space mission, so I'm keen to find out where our cadets eventually landed.
In 2014, I was in the West Midlands searching for a home in Wolverhampton. With its vibrant city living, cosmopolitan culture, and the average house price at just over £102,000, 75 grand below the then national average, it was no wonder our first set of house hunters wanted to buy in the affordable spot. Professional vocalist Misha Bryan
Where do we go?
And drummer and music teacher Darren Ashford had been making music together for the past 2 years.
We met on a gig.
And I was like, you can't go out with people who are in your band, Misha. That doesn't work. Don't do it.
But she did do it, and it worked. And now they're leaving behind the bright lights of London to set up home together in Misha's hometown of Wolverhampton.
And while they house hunt to save money, they're camping out at Darren's mum's house in Oxfordshire, 2 hours away.
Everything I own right now is in storage.
And Darren is commuting to work back in London, something he hopes to change by building his own studio.
It'd be nice to have a base, you know, and just work. I'd really like to work from home.
This will be the couple's first house together, and they're keen to find a place that suits both their needs. Something that they've struggled to do despite viewing over 70 properties in just 5 months.
We're not that picky, are we?
No.
Well, that might be a matter of opinion, as their huge list of criteria doesn't quite match their 130 grand budget.
We don't like mid-terraces.
3 bedrooms.
I couldn't compromise on coming in straight off the street. Can't have that.
Bathroom upstairs.
It'd be good after a gig, come back and soak my feet in the bath. That'd be brilliant.
Yeah.
A garage or somewhere for Darren's studio. Also, I have a lot of stuff too, so I kind of need a bit more space. We're not terribly difficult to please. I don't think we are anyway.
Well, I'll be the judge of that. Wish me luck, Kirstie. I'm going in.
You've seen 70 properties, so you've been very active. What's been the matter?
Some were really bad. I think as we went along with our search, we refined our criteria.
I'm absolutely confident that I can show you everything that's on your list. It might not all appear in the same house.
But you're very good at this, Phil,
Yeah,
so
but-
you'll be all right.
You're a miracle worker, Phil.
I'm going to need a miracle to get them everything they want.
Keep the faith, Phil.
I'll try. Misha and Darren have a maximum budget of £130,000 and a very long wish list. This is the edited version.
They'd both like a semi-detached house with 3 bedrooms, an upstairs bathroom for Misha, and Darren wants to work from home, so enough outside space to build a music studio.
So, in 2014, I had an extensive wish list and a search area that was within a 3.5-mile radius of Wolverhampton city centre. While in 2015, Kirstie's search had her roaming much further, in and around the Lothians, home to the Scottish capital of Edinburgh. With its dramatic countryside, miles of unspoilt coastline, and one of the most beautiful cities in the world, this part of Scotland boasts history, beauty, and culture. Which all means it certainly wasn't a cheap place to house hunt for computer programmer Ian Stewart, a man with a passion.
People have commented that I don't have a hobby, I have an obsession. Which is probably true. I love Land Rovers. They're big Meccano kits.
But it's not driving these mean machines that's the problem. It's the mechanical mayhem that comes with them.
I've got spare axles, and I've got spare diffs, and I've got spare gearboxes, and I've got welders and plasma cutters and air compressors. It's scary how much money I've spent over the years on my hobby.
Currently, Ian keeps all his spares along with his 4 vehicles, 2 trailers, a caravan and 1 shipping container, and a huge barn with land. Just a leisurely stroll away from his comfortable 2-bed cottage in East Lothian, which he's rented for the last 12 years.
It's huge, but I don't own here, and that's what I need to do.
That's now a real possibility. But sadly, it's the result of both of Ian's parents passing away in the last 3 years.
I'd much rather have my parents, but if one of the things they can give me is the ability to buy somewhere, that's a really good gift.
And a big responsibility for us. With his parents' money and a small mortgage, Ian has a total budget of 245 grand to try and find a suitable house and barn as near to each other as possible.
So my number 1 criteria is my workshop. My house unfortunately sits at the bottom of my list. I have to be able to put all of my stuff somewhere.
This search is a first for us and will be far from straightforward. Much as I love classic Land Rovers, if we're not careful, we could spend a lifetime roving the Lothian countryside trying to find the ideal property for man and motor. So, Ian, how many bedrooms?
Well, I use 1.
That in itself is not a big ask. 4 vehicles plus space for an additional 2. A place where you can elevate a vehicle.
Yep. I don't fit under vehicles anymore.
We all have that problem. And you've got to get to work every day in Edinburgh. You are realistic. It's the land that needs to come with it.
Well, let's hope we can avoid a curbside breakdown with this very particular and very vehicular set of requirements.
With his £245,000, Ian wants a large workshop with plenty of parking.
The house must have at least 1 bedroom, a decent kitchen diner, and ideally be on the same plot.
He wouldn't rule out doing work on the property, but this must be reflected in the price. Ian also works in Edinburgh, so would ideally like a 45-minute commute. We're kicking off Misha and Darren's West Midlands search to house all their stuff just south of Wolverhampton in Lanesfield. With their long wish list, I need to sort the must-haves from the would likes. And I'm hoping this house will help me work out where, or in fact if, they're willing to compromise.
This is the house.
It's quite cute. Access round the side.
Come on in.
So far, so good on the outside. Let's hope their enthusiasm lasts, because this house has a lot to offer them. The current owner has spent a great deal of money on the inside, so the finish is top of its game. There's an extended dining kitchen and a huge garden out the back, with more than enough room for Darren to build his studio, allowing him to work from home.
There may only be 2 bedrooms, but they're both good-sized doubles and there is potential to extend. And, as requested by Miss Misha, the upstairs bathroom for soaking her toes after a gig.
And at offers over £110,000, it's a healthy 20 grand under their budget.
Now, this is one of the biggest kitchen diners that I saw on the whole search.
Yeah, it looks good.
Yeah,
I like it.
I like it. Coming into the kitchen, it feels really nice and open.
Ah, she may not be trouble after all, Phil. But of course you haven't told her everything.
The compromise, if there is one for here, is that it's a 2-bedroom house.
It would have been nice if it was a 3. Because, we do have a lot of stuff. We need quite a bit of space.
Space, Phil, quick, show them some space.
Loads of room for a drum studio. How big do you anticipate the studio being?
Double garage size.
So you need a decent garden that it's not going to compromise the garden.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Well, someone said the C word. Shame it wasn't them.
Let's move on before we get even wetter. Yeah. Don't want your hair to run.
Blue hair beats no hair, Spencer.
I saw that coming. Well, Darren seems happy about the garden and the potential for his studio.
Ah.
But Misha's still struggling with the number of bedrooms.
Would have been nice to have the other room, probably, so that this one could be, I can have my yoga mat here and leave my guitar there and da-da-da.
But that's the compromise, isn't it?
Yeah, it's one of those things.
He said compromise, Phil. It's catching.
I hope it's incurably contagious.
How are they dealing with the fact that it's only got 2 bedrooms? I don't know. But I'm going to have to be a bit careful because Misha is so up and so positive. She can't be like that all the time.
This is nice.
Yeah, it's good.
It's big. I like it.
Yeah.
I don't know, Phil. She's convincing me.
Yeah, we like this.
Yeah. Hi.
Hello.
How'd you get on upstairs?
We got on well,
Yes,
didn't we?
it was good, yeah.
It feels nice.
Obviously, the rooms are spacious, but is there enough room, because it's a 2-bed, for all our stuff? But other than that, we really like it. Good start, yeah.
A good start.
It is, yeah.
But they're not saying you're finished yet, Phil.
Well, let's just call this the warm-up act. I only hope the headliner's still to come. And up in Scotland, it's tricky terrain for Kirstie on her search for Ian's elusive cottage workshop combo, ideally in East Lothian.
It hasn't been easy. We've contacted auction sites, councils, local farmers, the UK Land Directory and land and property agents. 142 in total. But the good news is our efforts have been rewarded with some rather impressive finds. And the first is just 15 minutes away from Ian's current home, so I'm hoping for a unanimous vote.
We're taking a bit of a risk with 2 separate plots, and one of them is a rental, but that's to keep him in this area. A cottage in the pretty village of East Linton and a barn 6 miles away, near the bonny seaside town of North Berwick. As the barn is the most important to Ian, that's where we're kicking off.
Does it say pilot custard?
It does indeed.
Right, pilot custard. Out you get. So.
This is amazing.
This amazing barn is the best part of 700 square feet, basically one massive room. We found it online, and the farmer's looking to rent it out for just over 200 quid a month.
All of my tools could come in here with a single place to work on a single car.
Right, in my pocket,
Yes.
I have the details of a very nice 3-bedroom house 10 minutes from here. Would you come with me to see this property?
Absolutely.
You're a man after my own heart, Ian.
No, you're already married.
Actually, technically not married. I do have 2 children. With the father of my children, I am rather devoted to him. But, you know, things can change.
I think you're in there, Ian.
Well, I did say I was partial to an off-roader. So we're piling into pilot custard and heading off into the sunset, or rather slightly overcast Scottish weather, to the 3-bedroom cottage for sale in East Linton. I think you could definitely get a couple of cars in here, couldn't you?
Yeah. A lovely area, isn't it?
This place seems to be tuning up nicely. The property is a single-storey 1930s semi-detached cottage. It's somewhat dated, but it does have a decent-sized kitchen. There are 3 bedrooms, 2 more than Ian asked for, sitting room and conservatory leading out onto a large garden in need of a good strimming.
My sort of gardening.
More than enough space for a man who spends most of his time in the shed.
Its owner offers over £195,000 and expected to go for about the 200 mark. So a healthy 45 grand below Ian's budget.
So how does this
is nice.
feel to you?
I don't feel uncomfortable in this house. I could happily live here.
If you can get this house for around the 200 mark, that would leave you with a little bit to spend on it.
Yeah.
You've said that you want your parents to be looking down on you and thinking you've spent their money sensibly.
Yep, that's a good move.
Sounds like you're in the driving seat, Kirstie.
Possibly. Ian's response to having the cars off-site has been surprisingly positive. And I think he really likes this house. But I think he's probably more cautious than he lets on.
The bedrooms kind of feel a little... They're smaller than I'm used to.
They're cottagey. Do you have a big collection of clothing, Ian?
No. I have a very large collection of T-shirts.
Out of 10, how do you rate this?
Probably a 6 or a 7. If everything you find is not as interesting, I would be interested in that, definitely.
There's a whiff of caution, but I can't fault his logic.
we're catching up with two sets of house hunters hoping to cram a lot into their new homes. Kirstie was with mechanically minded Ian, who was after a house for him and his motors. And my pair, singer Misha and drummer Darren, had musical kit and caboodle to house in their first home together. My initial offering in Wolverhampton's Lanesfield hit a slightly bum note with its size.
We do have a lot of stuff, we need quite a bit of space.
Meaning I had to work a bit harder to find out where they were willing to compromise.
Keep up at the back.
We're in Claregate, a popular leafy spot northwest of the city. It borders one of their favourite areas, so location-wise I'm hitting the mark. And like the last property, it's in turnkey condition, and it has that all-important third bedroom.
A busy road is not ideal. Off-street parking might be a problem.
Let's get on in and see what you think.
OK, cool.
Not a lot of points so far, Phil.
But I'm hoping the inside will win me a few. There are 3 bedrooms, one with an ensuite toilet, and 2 generous reception rooms.
The bathroom is downstairs, not ideal for Misha, but it is beautifully done with this separate wet room.
At $129,950, it's at the top of their budget. But I have word that the vendor will accept less, so quite a few positives.
Accentuate the positives, Phil.
Now, I don't want to dwell on the negatives.
But what's that then?
Well, I know you weren't quite enamoured with the idea of coming straight into your living room. However, there was a second reception there. So you can almost look upon this as an entrance hallway.
This is a nice room, but if someone were to come in and you're watching telly, then you got all the winter breezes in your face. Massive compromise, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
It's a question of where your priorities are. Whatever's through here, it's going to have to blow you away.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
Blow you away like the winter breezes in your face?
Well, I did tell them I'd show them everything on their list, just not necessarily all in the same house.
Big dining room.
Yeah.
And those are the stairs up to the 3 bedrooms.
Oh, right. I just think right now the whole thing just feels a little bit like a walkway.
Ouch. I hope you've got your hat and your rabbit, Phil.
The kind of major piece here is a spectacular bathroom.
It is downstairs, though, isn't it?
It is downstairs.
But to get a 3-bedroom house under budget in this location, it's going to have other issues.
Ooh. Yeah. Having my bath downstairs, I'm not sure about that. Not sure about that, Phil. Nice, though. It's a very nice bathroom.
It sounds like it might be somebody else's nice bathroom. It's OK, I've got broad shoulders.
Face it, Pip, you're in the wrong house. Make a speedy exit.
You're right, Kirstie. Time to pull the plug. Back in the Scottish countryside, motor-mad Ian quite liked the first barn-house combo Kirstie showed him, but it didn't really rev his engine enough.
So, for our next viewing, we're stepping things up a gear with Phil riding shotgun. We're heading to the village of Elsrickle near Biggar, this time in South Lanarkshire, 50 minutes south of Edinburgh. Only 5 minutes more on the commute, but it has enabled us to find everything on the same plot within budget. But there's a fair amount of work to do.
Oh, wow.
So it's a big plot? Yeah. Oh, God, Phil, you're wearing those shoes again.
Talking of feet, or should I say square feet, I'm hoping the size and layout of this croft house will be more suitable for Ian's lifestyle.
It has a big kitchen breakfast room, sitting room, a large attic and just 1 bedroom. But that's OK because there's a massive barn next door which could be transformed into the most fantastic workshop and tool shed. All in all, a nice balance of barn to house.
It's being marketed at offers over £160,000 and we believe it will sell for close to that figure, leaving Ian a potential 85 grand to fix it all up.
Do you think you can make this work?
Yes. The only nervousness I have about this location is I'm moving away from where all my friends are.
Right.
So my friends are Edinburgh or north.
Yes.
And I'm moving south.
Right, OK. OK.
But
right.
I think the rarity here is that everything's all in one site.
This is a bit that's interesting.
This has been the really difficult bit, is to find
things like this.
A big plot that you could have everything in one place.
I can't stress this enough. We have been laughed out of estate agents' offices with Ian's budget and towering wish list.
Straight into the kitchen.
Nice big kitchen.
The kitchen's the most important room for you, is it?
It is pretty much, because it's where I like to be social.
For Ian, at the last property, small bedrooms were an issue. Here, there's only one on offer, but it is significantly bigger.
The rooms are much larger in this, which feels a lot nicer.
Is it somewhere you could see yourself?
Yes. Yes, but I could live in either of the two houses you've shown me.
Kirstie's doing all right, isn't she?
She's doing very well.
It doesn't always happen. You're a lucky fella.
No, Phil, you're the lucky one to witness how I navigate my way through a complicated search and come up smelling of roses.
I tell you, Ian's great. He has got such a mental, positive approach to this.
But whether he'll follow through is another matter.
He has utter faith in you.
So he should have.
Rather questionable.
I seem to be doing fine.
Somehow.
Very rude. Let's get a gentleman in here.
Oh, Ian.
Hiya.
Phil was just saying he was surprised I'd managed to find you two suitable properties.
They're both very interesting. They're very different.
Come on,
Right.
ye of little faith.
Oh, I have faith now. And you've still got a third option to show him. Back with Misha and Darren in Wolverhampton, I'm hopeful things will take a turn with this next property. We're in Penn, top of the pops for our pair of musicians. As always, there are compromises, but I've got solutions up my sleeve and my support act in tow.
I gather you've upset your clients.
I haven't upset them. I just haven't found the right house yet. They've seen a lot, I've seen a lot. It's not easy.
Right, OK.
I thought it was going to be quite simple, but at every turn it's sort of gradually got more complicated.
Well, let's see if a two-pronged approach makes a difference.
Afternoon, you two.
Hiya.
Look who I've brought for assistance.
Very nice to meet you.
My glamorous assistant this afternoon.
Whose brother lives close to here?
My brother.
Right, OK.
Yeah, it's literally a minute's walk.
So the compromise with this house is not area.
No.
No, that's it, yeah.
Right.
And Misha won't have to compromise on the bathroom either. This one is upstairs. But to get that in this area, we're back down to 2 bedrooms. But they're both good sizes. And there's a garage to the side of the house that could solve their storage worries.
And at the bottom of the garden is an outhouse that could be replaced with Darren's music studio.
At 139,000, it's almost 10 grand over budget, but we've been told the vendor will consider lower offers. They should like this one.
You said that about the last one.
I thought you were here to help.
I mean, what do you feel coming in about the size?
It's good.
I like it, it's
Yeah.
good.
The kitchen, it's not the brightest room in the house, but bear in mind it's a dark day, it's the end of the day.
Yeah.
It is a very good blank canvas. There's nothing offensive in it. I mean, arguably that carpet.
It's not the worst carpet we've seen, is it?
No, it's quite dark, but with some lighting and brightening everything up, it's going to transform it really, yeah, so it's good.
Yeah.
Dan, do you want to have a look out in the garden?
Yes, let's do it, yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, well, we'll go upstairs then, because it's more sensible than to go out in the cold and the dark.
I'm not sure how Misha will take the 2 bedrooms, but Darren is at least trying to like it.
The garage is great area, Penn, it's just around the corner from Misha's brother.
Yeah, she seems quite happy about that.
Very, yeah.
Because I guess a lot of moving back to Wolverhampton for her was
family-wise, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Encouraging noises out here, Kirstie, but I suspect Darren's the easier one to please.
Leave Misha to me.
So, bedroom 2 of 2. How much of a problem is that?
We were looking for a 3-bed. We do have a lot of stuff and essential things.
So that was what the 3rd bedroom was for, was stuff?
Yeah, if the storage in the garage was sufficient, we could put some things
Yes,
down there.
some
Then that
hanging
would
rails,
help.
yeah.
That would definitely help.
Nice work, Kirstie. So it sounds like after the 70 houses they've seen and the 40 we've discounted on our search, we might actually have a real contender on our hands.
And a bath.
It's always good to have a bath, isn't it?
I'm not being funny, Phil, but things do seem to be going a bit better since I came along.
Is there anything that troubles you about the house? Any worries?
It's at the end of our budget, pretty much, and it needs a bit of work.
I don't think it needs any work that you can't do yourselves, apart from building the studio at the end of the garden.
It's not complicated.
I can do that.
OK, time to cut to the chase.
I suppose if I put a gun to your head and said, you've got to say now, yes or no, what do you think it would be?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm going to remember that trick. Next time I'm struggling, if I put a gun to your head, would you buy it? Yes, of course. Anything you say.
Well, sometimes, Phil, you've just got to get straight to the point.
I have to say, it seems to have worked. We have a clear favourite.
My work here is done.
This week, we're back with 2 sets of house hunters, yearning to buy homes to accommodate their passions in life. In 2014, musical duo Darren and Misha had $130,000 for a 3-bedder in Wolverhampton with space for a studio. And in 2015, 4x4 fancier Ian's priority was a $245,000 home to work on his beloved vehicles.
So even though we gained traction on the last property in Allsopp, the location didn't drive Ian wild.
I'm moving away from where all my friends are.
But I'm hoping my last property package will get him all jacked up. And for my final house-workshop combination, we're heading east towards the Berwickshire coast and the historic village of Coldingham. We're just over an hour from Edinburgh, about 15 minutes more than Ian would prefer, but I think it's worth it.
This is interesting, yes.
It is interesting.
In fact, it's a fantastic 2-storey workshop, around 1,200 square feet with boarded space upstairs and a large yard. Another private sale website find. It's on the market for just $70,000. And literally, around the corner, there's a lovely 3-bed house for sale.
In itself, it's more than enough to keep man and motor happy, but there are other possibilities, which I'm keen to run past Ian. This could be a remarkable place just for the cars.
Absolutely. And
with
parts.
a house across the road.
Yes.
On the other hand, you could invest a bit of money in making the most glorious flat upstairs, and you
now
could
I see where you're coming from.
something else with the money.
And that doesn't mean buy a load more tools. It could pay for the refurb upstairs and buy Ian a nice 1-bed flat in Edinburgh, which he could rent out or use a couple of nights a week so he gets to see his friends.
Wow. You could actually make something quite nice up here.
Really nice. If this was London, this would be worth £4 million.
That's absolutely amazing.
And the joy is not yet over. Round the corner, just 50 steps away, depending on how big your steps are, is the house, which I might add only came on the market this morning.
This is much closer than what I've currently got, which is really nice.
This stone cottage is very smart, and at 1,200 square feet, there's more than enough space for Ian.
There's a fabulous contemporary kitchen diner, 1st floor sitting room, 3 bedrooms, and a sunny rear garden. Everything is immaculate.
It's on the market at £185,000, but for a quick sale, they would accept £176,000, meaning Ian could just about stretch to both workshop and house.
This is a nice kitchen.
It's a lovely kitchen.
And perfect for the self-proclaimed non-house person. Ian has the option to spend 0% of his time on the house and 100% fiddling with axles or whatever he does in that workshop.
So what you've got up here is this sitting room, which is incredibly light.
Yes, again, this is a nice room.
Are you feeling this is all very well, but it's too far?
My gut is still going, this is too far, but this is a really nice house. I want to look around a bit more of it because it does draw me.
Go, go, go.
The prettiness
Be my
does draw me.
guest. Be my guest.
And although property 2 in Allsopp is a great option, the one here is arguably the more financially responsible package. If Ian's circumstances change, it gives him much more flexibility. He could always sell one and keep the other.
My worry is that I have to make sure he doesn't buy an entire property based on the cars. It has to be something which he can invest in securely, regardless of the future of the cars.
And he wouldn't go far wrong with this place, but I just know what he's going to say about the location.
So,
A beautiful house that I think is just too far.
So it's a reluctant goodbye to Coldingham, which means we've only got property 2 in the running. It'll be interesting to see which road Ian takes from here.
Down south in Wolverhampton, after wanting a 3-bed home, amazingly, Misha and Darren have decided they like the 2-beds. Property 3 near Misha's brother and the very first house I showed them. So with the last property still fresh in their minds, it's back to the 2-bed 1930s semi in Lanesfield. On the market for offers over 110,000, this place is 20 grand under budget, which could be used towards making it bigger.
Wow.
And I'm going to show them how they could do it.
It still feels really nice.
Yeah.
It is actually quite good to be back.
Yes.
I've got my hands on the approved plans for the extension being built 2 doors up, a double storey to the side and a single extension to the rear.
So the kitchen's got a lot bigger.
Oh,
Yeah.
And then upstairs they've got bed 3 and a study.
Oh, wow. That's kind of more space than we needed if we ended
Yeah.
up doing that.
Yeah.
So that would be great.
Finally, it feels like we're all singing from the same song sheet. La 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 la!
Wow, hidden talents, Phil. But maybe leave the singing to Misha.
All right. But seeing the first property for the second time seems to have led to a decision.
As soon as we went into one, it was like, this feels really nice and we'd like to make an offer on it.
Fantastic. Fantastic.
Hallelujah! The property had been on the market at 124,000 until last week, but with no one coming through the door, the vendor reduced the price to a more realistic 110. I'm keen to make sure Misha and Darren don't pay any more than what it's worth and save them as much money for that extension as possible.
How about we open proceedings at 100 and slowly and painfully allow ourselves to be talked up? Hi, it's Phil. I've got an offer of 100,000 and a couple who are raring keen to get into it as soon as possible. Could you just let me know?
Bye.
So he's going to ring the vendor now and get back to me.
Okay.
There are more viewings of the house scheduled for tonight, but I'm hoping to get things tied up before then.
Fingers crossed, everybody.
But it all depends on how low the vendor's willing to go.
What news? I don't see the house worth that kind of money.
Our opening offer of 100 grand has been rejected. The vendor was expecting his asking price.
He wants 110. I think it's worth putting your best foot forward and having another bid. You can only say no.
I think we should go in again, yeah, for sure.
105.
Yeah, because it is a 2-bed at the end of the day.
Richard, hi, it's Phil.
I have to hide now.
They do very much like the house, and they are very happy to pay what we perceive to be a fair market price, 105,000, but that will be as far as we'll go.
All we can do is wait.
In Edinburgh and the Lothians, my man, 4x4 obsessive Ian, is contemplating whether to accelerate towards property 2, the Croft and Barn combo in Elsrickle. But there's a lot to weigh up.
Property 2, maybe.
Property 2 maybe. It's kind of down a room.
And property 3, too far.
I think so. What I would like to do is I'd like to try the drive from here back to Edinburgh.
Well, that's very good news then.
My heart is still kind of with number 2. I need
Yeah.
to find out the feasibility of working on the garage.
Yeah.
So I need to get that cost. I need to look at the cost of a kitchen in that house. Assuming the research goes well, I will buy either number 2 or number 3. And I would have found neither of them if I'd been left on my own.
Fantastic. Right, here's my house.
Thank you very much.
Before too long.
Before too long.
Back in Wolverhampton, and poor Misha's on edge. As we wait to hear back on our best and final offer of 105,000.
Hello, Phil here. Hi, Lynn, how'd you get on? To know. Well, let him know the offer still stands, but we won't be increasing it. Bye. It is disappointing that there's absolutely no denying that, but let him have his other viewings, and who knows, he might come back to us.
That's it?
Yep.
Thank you.
We can't even raise a glass. Damn. We'll have a cry. Best of luck. Best of luck.
Thanks, Phil.
But alas, it wasn't to be, and Misha and Darren went back to the viewing board.
Still looking at houses. We've got a couple today and tomorrow, so hopefully one of those ones will come off.
And Ian's search also continued, but not for long. Deciding to follow up on a tip from Kirstie about a property beyond his area remit, southwest of Edinburgh, he found his forever home and offered $210,000 for it, which was accepted.
I wouldn't have found it without Kirstie. I chose east. I should have gone west.
Ian's been in his 4-bed farmhouse in the small Lanarkshire village of Forth for just under a year. It gives him multiple outbuildings, offering over 220 square metres of space. And he's still reeling from owning his very own home.
The first night, there was nothing in here. I knew there'd be nothing in here. I came down with an airbed and I spent the Friday night in here with just a kettle, just the airbed. But it was mine. It was brilliant.
Since then, he's filled his home with a bit more than just a kettle and an airbed. But can it really accommodate his heap of car-related collections?
I wanted a large workshop. I've definitely got that. I wanted somewhere to park 4 cars. Absolutely got that. Trailers, caravan, 400 books, nice kitchen to be sociable in, got all that. I needed somewhere to sleep. Well, I've ended up with 4 bedrooms, actually. One's a little office, one's got books in it. This is absolutely spot on.
Ian is a bit further from work and friends than he originally wanted, but location doesn't seem to be a drawback.
It's a very friendly place, actually. Hi, Billy. Not bad. And I think I'd rather be here with what I've got than closer to Edinburgh without being able to do what I can do here. Right, see you later on. So I think, actually, Kirstie was right. And don't tell her.
Oh, I rarely like to tell Kirstie when she's right, Ian.
Look at that.
Certainly a view like that would more than make up for any extra distance friends now have to travel.
I never tire of that view.
Unsurprisingly, the house itself has not been the focus of attention.
Done no work in the main house.
But his beloved workshop's certainly been tailored to his needs.
One of the things I wanted was a vehicle hoist to get the cars off the ground. So I have paid other people to do quite a lot of work. My little workshop.
The 80 square metres of old byre floor was dug out and concreted. The roof's been raised, a wall was knocked down to create a huge doorway, and Ian's even gone green.
Because I'm going to retire here, I need to be aware of my fuel bills. So one of the things I did when I had the money to do it was I fitted solar panels.
The green energy investment, the bookshelves and the workshop overhaul cost Ian around 27 grand. But including the price of the property, he still spent less than 238,000 of his 245 budget. Inheritance money well spent, I'd say.
My father would have loved this place. He would have absolutely loved just having one of the rooms out there in the workshop, just to have his tools, to have his stuff. My mother would have redecorated by now. Probably twice. They would have liked to have been here as well. Which is quite a nice feeling, actually, is that they've given you somewhere that they would have liked themselves. So, absolutely top marks for finding this. Just superb.
Straight to the top of the house-finding class, Kirstles. And nearly 2 years on, I'm hoping to find that my pair, Misha and Darren, found a home they're equally cock-a-hoop about. I'm back, finding out how some of our house searches have worked out. It wasn't easy finding Ian a property big enough for both him and his vehicles, but they're now all settled in idyllic Lanarkshire. And almost 2 years ago in Wolverhampton, having viewed over 70 properties, musicians Misha and Darren loved the 2-bed with potential to extend that I'd found them, but reluctantly let it go, and they couldn't agree on a price with the vendor.
Despite being disappointed, they remained as positive as ever. And I'm delighted to say they did eventually find their first home together. And they picked the keys up a year ago today.
So guess what? I'm here for a visit.
See what kind of property and price convinced them to finally do the deal. Hello!
Hi, Phil! Hiya! Good to see you.
Very nice.
Come in.
And this is it, a 1950s semi in suburban Cosley. Just a hop, skip and a jump from Misha's mum and brother. It has the 3 bedrooms Misha desperately wanted, an upstairs bathroom for foot soaking, and they even have 2 living rooms. It's positively palatial.
This is the back.
Oh, it's a huge room. Really big room. That's so much bigger than I was expecting.
It's quite handy, you know, because practice songs in the corner. Darren warms up for his gigs just there on the pad. Yeah, we can eat dinner there. It's really nice actually to have the spaces kind of defined. Yeah. It's good.
And it's lovely and light. It's fantastic. What's that?
That's the garden.
It's like a municipal park. It's vast.
It's pretty big. Darren's got to mow it.
I definitely spy space for Darren's all-important music studio, something the pair haven't got round to just yet. And no wonder, they needed to totally overhaul the space first.
I was going to say, why did you choose this house after all of the, whatever it was, 70-something that you saw? But maybe that answers my question.
One of the reasons why, yeah,
It
absolutely,
helps.
yeah.
But the biggest surprise for me is that this house has been a massive project, not an option the pair had previously considered.
The decor in the house was a little bit dated, from the 60s.
OK,
so,
properly dated.
But that didn't put us off the vision that we had.
Some of the carpets were like threadbare, and my mum was like, "That one's from 1973." She was really like specific with it.
The couple paid 136 grand for this huge house, over their 130,000 budget, and had very little spare cash to get professionals in to do any work. So every inch has been transformed by them, except the electrics and plastering, safety first.
And what changed in your mindset? Because it wasn't as though taking on a project was kind of part of the game plan.
I think because we had seen so many houses, we could see, you know, the potential of this one, and we thought, well, you know, let's go for it, and we've ended up with a fantastic house.
They certainly have. But while Misha and Darren absolutely gutted the place, they needed to live at Misha's mum's down the road for nearly 10 months.
It must have taken a lot of work.
Yeah, it was pretty tough.
Yeah, Darren's been really good. He's bought like all the power tools that
It was just an excuse, really.
All their hard work has really paid off. Having spent a maximum of 15,000 on the whole renovation, the house has recently been valued at 175 grand. That's almost a 25 grand profit, and it all looks fantastic.
Very impressed with your kitchen, Darren.
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it?
You haven't skimmed.
No, we are the ultimate bargain hunters, though. We shopped around and got the cheapest price.
And have you actually enjoyed the process of the build?
It's not for everybody, but I've enjoyed it very much.
Would you do it again?
Yes.
For someone so fresh off the end of their project to go, yes, I'd do it again, I think that tells a lot.
I think it's just the best way that you can not just maximise the value of your house, but just making it fit for your life.
For you, yeah.
Misha hasn't let the dust and dirt of house renovating get her down either. And no wonder. She's got 3 beautiful bedrooms, and having knocked down a wall, she also has a super-size upstairs bathroom.
We've just got a little bit more work to do. The water tank is behind there, so we kind of want to get rid of that and move everything back a bit.
Then they can add a shower and decorate it to their heart's content.
Good. And is that it? Then you're done?
For the whole house?
Yeah.
No, of course not, Phil.
No.
We like work.
There's no stopping them. The pair have plans to knock into the eaves and make the 3rd bedroom even bigger.
From what I've seen, to pick this up for 136 grand was the deal of the century.
I think it was, yeah.
Misha and Darren have clearly worked as a great team. But this move was never just about the 2 of them.
And what's it been like moving back to mum and brother here?
Yeah, it's really nice, actually. Mum just shows up, and I love that.
These 2 have beautifully and so thriftily transformed this place. And they're determined to keep going until the house is utterly perfect for them.
It's an absolute treat to come back here today and see that you've completely nailed it. 100%.
Thank you.
But you've made it brilliant.
We put a lot of hard work into it and it's really paid off.
It has. Well done, both of you.
Thank you very much.
Many congratulations. Great to see.
There's no doubt that in this property they now have everything they wanted, and perhaps a little bit more.
Well, it's just excellent that Darren and Misha did eventually find somewhere to call home after about 75 viewings. But they've also been really gung-ho about transforming it and making it suit themselves. Look at that. Ian, too, got a fantastic place for him and his Land Rovers. Seconds from his kitchen table to his workshop. That was what it was all about for him. So I guess it does prove that sometimes good things come to those who carry on searching.
This week, our two sets of house hunters urgently need to fly their parents' nests.
I can't last that much longer.
But to spread their wings, they want it all.
It doesn't have the wow factor. Yes!
So someone has to step in and rule the roost.
It does feel like a particularly tough one.
Phil
Brings
Spencer
the
admits
question.
his package isn't full enough.
Even if it means ruffling some feathers.
Shut up, Phil. I can hear you. I can hear you.
This week, we're uphill and down Dale in West Yorkshire.
I'm with a mum and son who want to find the perfect pad with added lad appeal.
And I'm with a couple of first-time buyers that are looking for a rural idyll with wow factor.
Queen has one of these umbrellas. Do you know what that makes you?
Prince Philip.
The Prince of property, at least. West Yorkshire's wealth of villages within easy reach of the bigger towns and cities means commuters can have their rural cake and eat it.
Last year, house prices rose by 6%. Despite that, the average property in West Yorkshire is cheaper than most of the region and the national average.
Thanks to its affordability and lack of housing stock as we search, the competition for character properties in idyllic rural spots is strong.
So we'll need to get all our property ducks in a row if we're to help first-time buyers Andrea and James. These young lovebirds met 2.5 years ago whilst working at the same law firm and soon began looking for their first home. But 29-year-old Andrea has been planning this move a little while longer.
I've been saving since I was about 16 for a house. So then when I met James, we sorted our money out and started saving together. I love to organise. So I'm very budgeted. We budget everything. We have weekend fund, petrol fund, house fund, spontaneous money to have fun.
Doesn't sound that spontaneous. After seeing around 20 properties, their search has become an obsession.
I check every 5 or 6 times a day on the internet just to see what's up within the last couple of hours, so it's getting a bit frustrating.
They're currently living at Andrea's 4-bed family home in the village of Bolster Moor, with 2 living rooms, a conservatory and a garden with Pennine views. Andrea and James want their own little piece of this good life. So much so, they've even created their own vision board to help them imagine it.
So on the vision board, there's maps, pictures of houses we don't like. We've listed absolutely everything that you can imagine in a house.
But as both Andrea's father and sister Joanne are disabled, accessibility and space are key for family visits. So Andrea and James need to factor that into their search criteria.
My family are really, really important to me. I'm really close with them. I help care for my sister at the moment. Absolutely loved her. She's amazing. But the benefit would be that Joanne would come along and stay with me so that my parents would have their own time and space back again.
Andrea hopes Joanne can spend 2 nights a week at their new place, so being within 30 minutes of their family home is vital. But they haven't found anything for their 250 grand budget in 2 years.
Time for Prince Pip to find out why.
Who's living where at the moment?
We pretty much both live at Andrea's home. There's plenty of rooms, so we've got our own space.
Sounds quite comfortable, though.
Very comfortable.
I really want us our own space to obviously take our relationship further and to start a family of our own, really.
It'll be good for you to help us be realistic in what we want as well. We've thought we've done it along the way, but we don't know whether we're still being realistic.
Everyone always thinks that they're being realistic.
Yeah, we are.
And it's... Can you just give me the bullet points of what the things that you're looking for?
The dream house to me would be a 2-bedroom, but room to extend. Stone built with character.
Stone built with character.
Yeah. Garden, good size, wheelchair access. Ideally 2 living rooms. Kitchen.
Ideally 2 living rooms or 2 living rooms?
For me, it's ideally.
2, definitely 2. I've always had in my homes 2 living rooms. One has always been the adults' room, and one's been where kids can, if you get pen on something, it can wipe off and there's not a panic.
It sounds a little bit like, if you forgive me for saying, you're looking to replicate your existing home.
Yes.
Just a miniature version.
Absolutely.
That's probably why you haven't done it in 2 years.
But I need to pull something out of the hat in just a few days.
These 2 first-time buyers have saved hard. Combine that with a mortgage, and they have £250,000 to spend on their dream home.
Which needs at least 2 double bedrooms, room to extend, and 2 living rooms.
Plus a decent garden and an accessible ground floor. They'd quite like a view too.
As Andrea wants to stay within 30 minutes of her family in Bolster Moor, my search will cover the rural yet well-connected towns and villages around Huddersfield.
I'm looking close to Huddersfield as well, helping single mum Anne and her teenage son Vinny, who are also living at home with her parents. They moved in whilst they were looking for a new house after selling their last place, but that was 8 months ago.
It's hard, obviously, being back home with your parents because you've been in your own house for such a long time, and then trying to share with parents again is quite difficult.
But Vinny's more than happy with the setup.
Vinny loves living with his grandparents because he's got somebody he can go to who says yes all the time.
And Vinny's hoping Anne will say yes to something on his wish list.
Vinny's top requirements is a cinema room. His ideal space would be up in the loft. My priorities is space. I want to get back into having the girls round. So a nice kitchen would be great, you know, a nice size lounge and hopefully a dining room.
Even though both work and school are in Sheffield, Anne's moving further north to find a village with a community feel close to the countryside.
I'd quite like to be in that rural setting so that at weekends we can just disappear. We can go walking somewhere and just have that idyllic little lifestyle.
Surely that can't be too much to ask. But with her £150,000 budget and nearly 30 houses viewed, only one house has even come close.
The problem I'm finding is my budget is massively smaller than my expectations. What I'd like and what I can afford are 2 totally different things.
Well, at least that saves me telling her that. We can move straight on to the C word. What are the 3 things you really feel you can't compromise on?
Location.
Yep.
Size of the property.
Yep.
And then hopefully the potential to go up into the loft.
What are the priorities for the location?
Ideally, I'd like that view to wake up to in the morning, but then I've got to think more about Vinny and the fact that he needs a train station nearby because he's got to somehow get home from school.
Are you looking for perfect?
No, not at all. I do want a project over something that's already done.
Now, at the moment, you're living at home with your mum and dad.
Yes.
And it's driving you bananas,
yes.
Which is totally understandable. I couldn't live with my dad. It'd drive me totally bananas. And I'm surprised there hasn't been enough pull from any of those 25 properties you've seen.
Yeah. The only one that's been left out of all the properties that's been there up in the forefront, I can see us living there. It's got the space. I just get that big but.
There's a property still out there which you could buy, but there's a but.
The but is there's no view.
No view at all.
No view at all.
There is always a compromise.
Yes.
Always, always, always. So drink up your tea and then we will get on the road.
Lovely.
Hopefully Anne will soon realise it's not just the house that she's already seen. Almost all houses have a but, and that's not always a reason to rule them out. Anne's budget is around £150,000 from a mortgage and the deposit she saved. She wants a traditionally built property with views, 3 bedrooms, a spacious sitting room and kitchen to entertain.
It must also have an option to create a lad pad for Vinny.
So we'll be looking at the south side of Huddersfield, focusing on towns and villages around an hour's commute to Sheffield for Anne's work and Vinny's school.
Morning.
Hiya.
Changeable weather around here, isn't it? But it's very beautiful.
No, it's really, really, really beautiful.
It's nice to be in Yorkshire. Although, I think it's going to be a challenging week.
Really?
Well, my couple, they're living at home with parents,
Yeah.
and they're very keen to start their own family. So on kind of face of it, you think they're going to be desperate, but they've seen a lot, and she's particularly adamant she's going to get everything on her list. I'm just not sure it's going to pan out that way, but I'm going to be doing my best.
Well, I've also got someone who's leaving home. She sold her house. She and her son moved in with her parents. They've been there for 8 months. They're desperate to get out. But there's a sort of house she didn't buy, which is hanging around at the back of her mind.
So you've got to beat it.
I've got to beat it, yeah.
Good luck with that. Steep hills.
Very good
We've
analogy
got to climb
there.
some steep hills
Yeah.
this week.
After a 2-year house hunt, Andrea and James have yet to find their dream house on their budget. So their extensive wish list is the first obstacle Phil must contend with.
And Property One will help me do precisely that. The lovely village of Scholes is perfect for families with a good primary school and situated in an idyllic conservation area, just 15 minutes from Andrea's family.
So we've got a little kind of farmyard development. You don't get kind of far-reaching views in a massive garden, but you do get an interesting, characterful house.
I think the house itself looks really nice, and I think it ticks a lot of the boxes. The only doubt I have so far is just the garden and the privacy. But if it's got a back garden, then maybe that might tick that box as well.
I'm not sure yet, if I'm honest.
Well, there is some space at the back, but I'm hoping it's inside that will sell this place.
This charming character cottage may not have room to extend, but offers everything they want, including 2 living rooms to match up to Andrea's parents' house, plus a sunroom, giving them a 3rd reception space, and there's a fabulous kitchen diner. The back garden may be small, but it would give James the privacy he's after.
Upstairs, there are 3 bedrooms, perfect for kids and when Joanne visits, plus a family bathroom. Having been on the market for 4 months, it's recently been reduced by 10 grand to right on budget at 250,000.
So nice flat access here. We've got all on one level, 2 living rooms, and the kitchen that way.
This is a lovely room. Nice little snug area. Yeah, I like this room.
Yes, if it were used as a snug, I'd like it.
Yeah.
For the main living room, no, I don't like it.
Oh dear, Pip.
Do you want to have a quick look in there?
Yeah.
Just pop your heads in there and come back. This is the main living room. It's not a snug.
And character properties with 2 living rooms are pretty hard to find within their budget.
What do you reckon?
We haven't been sold on the living room straight away. I don't think it's probably going to be the right one.
If you offered me 2 living rooms like this over 1 fabulous living room, I'd probably take the 1 fabulous living room.
Absolutely.
Hey, I've compromised. Hey.
It wasn't that hard, was it?
Well, they've been in 10 minutes.
I know.
But with this good-sized family dining kitchen, maybe it wouldn't seem like such a trade-off.
The kitchen is actually quite large.
Yeah, this is lovely.
This is really nice.
Yeah.
Really nice.
There may be hope for this place yet.
This is nice, but it just feels a bit dark and close, cold.
Yeah, it's similar to downstairs, and you definitely want to lighten it up a little bit more.
I couldn't see us in these rooms. I think they're quite small. I can't imagine Joanne in them.
There's some pretty serious conflict. in terms of what it is that they're after. They wanted a character old stone cottage. Those don't come with big living rooms.
Not in their budget, anyway.
The entire house feels a bit enclosed.
It's a nice house, but not for us.
Better luck next time, Phil.
Well then, team, how did we do? What did we learn?
You've given us quite a lot of the things we've asked for, but it just doesn't feel right.
Yeah, I think if the house had more privacy and maybe a bigger garden, either front or back, then it will bring more to think about.
Let me work with that.
If you're going to get these two to settle for anything less than perfect, I'd say you've got your work cut out, mate. This week we're in West Yorkshire on 2 searches that are haunted by previous properties.
I'm helping Andrea and James, a couple who can see into their property future.
Whilst I'm helping Anne find a rural idyll that will make a break with the past.
Andrea and James are after a miniature version of her parents' house on a starter home budget. And my first place was more miss than hit.
It just doesn't feel right.
Yeah.
We're on the edge of the Peak District with single mum Anne, who's desperate to move back out of her parents' home, where she and 13-year-old son Vinny have been staying since selling their last place 8 months ago.
Trying to share with parents again is quite difficult.
I'm taking her to the small, delightful town of Meltham, which has a bustling centre in the most stunning area, just a stone's throw from the Peak District National Park.
What do you think of the look of it?
It's nice. It's got the nice stonework. I like the features around the windows and the doors.
Let's go and have a look.
Yeah.
This 1,200 square foot stone-built end of terraced house offers a lovely spacious living room and entertaining kitchen, plus a utility room and cellar.
There are 4 well-proportioned bedrooms and a bathroom, giving Anne the chance to put her stamp on the place and create a cinema room for Vinny on the first floor, and a room with a view for herself in the loft.
It's priced slightly over her £150 budget, but I've been assured that an offer within Anne's price bracket would be considered.
You wanted a project, but a series of small things could make an immense difference to this house.
Yeah. It's nice and bright and big. It's all right.
I'm not sure Anne's with me quite yet, but I think this place scores more points upstairs.
So, Anne, what I thought was that if you sealed that door and put in double doors here, you could create a fantastic space for Vincent, which was both bedroom and activity room.
Yeah.
And that means you can go upstairs. And what do you get upstairs?
Peace and quiet.
And
a view.
A view.
Yes!
A loft conversion might not have as much space as a master bedroom, but this place does have a lot to offer. It's just whether Anne can see the appeal.
Is this enough for you?
Potentially not. The lounge is still slightly too small. The top floor for me wasn't quite right. I don't get that buy me, this is home type feeling.
Right.
Sorry.
No, don't apologise. We have to find you a house that you like. Can't make you buy a house you don't like.
No.
If only life were that simple, eh, Kirstles? Back with Andrea and James on the edge of the Holme Valley, and they won't settle for anything other than a miniature version of her parents' place on a starter home budget.
Stop! Go back, follow James, follow.
The first house didn't quite fit the bill, so I'm taking them to the rural village of South Crossland, an attractive, sought-after location with incredible views, just 15 minutes to Andrea's parents, the heart of their search. And with its good school, South Crossland's perfect for young families.
So it's a much more kind of open outlook, particularly at the back there.
OK.
This mid-19th century character cottage has been rented out, so needs some TLC, giving them plenty of potential to add their stamp. Andrea's dad, Brian, and sister Joanne need wheelchair access to visit, which this place has.
There's a large living room and a great-sized kitchen diner, plus an option for Andrea's second living room in the basement. The first floor has 3 bedrooms, vital space to allow Joanne to stay over, and a family bathroom.
To the back is a lovely private garden, complete with views like Andrea's parents and room to extend to the side. The guide price is just under their budget.
And into the kitchen.
Yeah, nice kitchen. It is a nice kitchen.
Yeah, this is a good size.
I like the location. I think as we were coming up, I was excited because it's closer to home.
That's more like it, Phil.
Through to the living room. It's got much stronger proportions than where we've come from.
Yes. I like this room, I like the size of it, and I like that you look out onto that. That's really nice.
It's still got the character with these exposed beams. Yeah, I like it.
But I've only just begun.
And I think our Pip's feeling playful.
Now, you wanted 2 reception rooms, didn't you?
There's one hidden.
There is one hidden. There is one hidden.
Where?
Why don't you have a look? See if you can find it.
Let's see.
They wanted 2 reception rooms, I will provide. They wanted privacy, I will provide. Whether it'll be enough, it's a different matter entirely.
Oh, wow. Oh, my gosh. Oh. How unusual.
It may currently be a dining room, but if Andrew is adamant on 2 living areas, it has potential.
That could be our little corner.
I like that it's quirky, but we've seen nicer houses.
Yeah.
I'm only just getting to know them, but it feels a little bit like she's worried about leaving the family home.
It's just the garden, and that's it. Everything else, the view, the surroundings, the location, it's the size of the garden with that.
It feels like she's putting up barriers. She's kind of seeing things that she likes and then backtracking, going, oh, no, I don't like it.
Oh, very perceptive, Phil. That course is paying off.
What do you make of it as a package?
I think you're definitely getting closer.
So what are the bad points about it?
We'd still like a little bit more of a bigger garden.
That cottage feel makes you feel quite enclosed.
I like the cottage feel.
We need 2 houses now, please.
You're staying at home. You're not coming.
With the 2-year-old search, methinks a few words of wisdom are needed.
What I'd ask from you is that you view houses on what I call on the front foot.
Yeah.
You walk in with, how can we make this work?
Yeah.
Rather than, oh, what's wrong with this?
Yeah, you're right in what you said. For once.
Kirstie's not the only feisty lady I have to put up with.
Oi.
Now, not only do I have to grapple their demanding wish list, but also their differing desires.
But that's the second time the garden has been a downside, so finding the perfect outside space may be key, a factor important to an increasing number of 20-somethings, with nearly 2/3 of first-time buyers willing to pay extra for a well-presented garden.
Us Brits spend around £3.3 billion a year perfecting our plots, from plants and ornaments to tools and decking. But the amount we fork out varies across the country.
Londoners spend an average of £1,000 each year, followed by the North East, shelling out just over 600.
The least likely to get their hands dirty in the garden are in Cardiff, where 42% say they don't have the time. But the people of Leeds have remedied that, with 18% hiring gardeners.
One thing we've learned, a welcoming, easy-to-maintain garden can add up to 20% onto your property price, as it's high on most people's wish list.
Outside space, in fact any space, is also on Anne's list, as she's been living with her parents and son since selling up 8 months ago. She's clinging onto a house she's seen that's still on the market, but comes with a big but.
So I'm hoping that my next place will kick that one's butt.
And I'm tagging along.
We've brought her to another smashing little village called Brockholes. Out in the countryside again, a train links to Sheffield for Vinny's school.
There we are.
Yeah. There's something in there, I can tell. You're going to wheedle it out, and Phil's not in the mood, I tell you. So you spit it out.
It's just working out what type of a street it is.
That is a very neatly trimmed hedge there. People looking after their front gardens.
Let's concentrate on the house for now. Beautiful countryside surrounding it.
Yeah.
And the train station, Brockholes, is a walking distance.
Fantastic.
This ex-local authority terrace could give Anne everything, including the project she's looking for. There's a large sitting room and kitchen diner, a great entertaining space for getting the girls around.
Upstairs, there are 3 good-sized bedrooms and a family bathroom. There's no option for Vinny's lad pad inside, but there's potential to create a teenage den outside. And there's money to play with, as this place is 25 grand under budget at £125,000.
So we've got a front room. And then you've got lovely big kitchen with a fireplace.
Ah.
It's a nicely proportioned house.
Mm.
I think for that kind of money, it's pretty good. It needs cosmetic tidying up.
There are good sized rooms. I still haven't got that pull yet.
Do you think you were put off by the street?
Yeah.
Do you think that's it? First impression's gone. House done?
Possibly.
It's not just the street that's the issue. It's the big 3-bed house still on the market that's holding her back.
She has got this property in her mind, but there is a but.
See, I was thinking about that, and what sprung to mind was sort of like the family's opinion.
Your parents were anti the house.
Yeah, mum's anti the house, dad's so, yes, you know, if it's what you want. One brother, no. One brother, yes.
Who's paying the mortgage?
It sounds like a house search by committee, and in my experience, that rarely works.
You go upstairs, you two, and I'll sit and sulk.
After you.
Thank you.
I'm not holding out much hope, but Phil can work in mysterious ways.
This is the bigger of the bedrooms.
Yeah.
Looking out up the garden.
Yeah.
You're not feeling it.
No.
How much longer do you think you can face being at home? You've been there a while.
I can't last that much longer. Definitely not another Christmas.
You have to do something. You're determined to do something. Versus, you want to hold up the perfect house.
Yes. I know. And what I dread is that I'll get closer to the end of the year and I'll just go for anything.
Yeah, it's not easy.
No.
Time to deliver the bad news.
What happened? Nah. OK, dead loss.
Are we losing our touch or what?
No.
It does feel like a particularly tough one.
Yeah, it's a tough week.
But one way or another, I'm determined to help Anne move on.
Anne, this house isn't for you, is it?
No.
And the last house wasn't for you?
No.
But there is a house that was for you?
Yes.
But not for your family?
No, that's
right. Right, I want to see that house. I will look around it with you, and I will not give you any opinion unless you ask for it. Shut up, Phil. I can hear you. I can hear you.
She's going to struggle with that.
No, it'd be nice to have your opinion on it.
Either way, I'm quite sure you're going to hear it. Here in West Yorkshire, I'm with a pair of first-time buyers who are looking to skip the starter home and go straight for the dream one.
And I'm with a house hunter whose previous property experience is preventing her finding the perfect pad.
After selling up their last home, Anne and son Vinny moved in with her folks while they looked for their next place. But 8 months on, Anne's had enough.
I can't last that much longer.
And with Andrea and James, finding a smaller version of Andrea's parents' house is key, especially as it needs wheelchair access for her sister and dad's needs. Despite looking for 2 years and gathering their thoughts on their vision board, they're no further forward. But I think I've found the perfect option in the tranquil community of Armitage Bridge. This upmarket village is dominated by the former woolen mill by the River Home, less than 20 minutes from Andrea's parents.
What I wanted to try and understand a bit better today is the balance between the sort of oldie-worldy character cottage versus some of the kind of more modern, practical layouts.
Yeah, it looks quirky. I like that.
Beautiful looking house.
Yeah.
What this mid-century home offers is a happy medium between a traditional cottage for James and a modern finish for Andrea. Great for now, with scope for the future. There's a lounge diner with added character. The kitchen is bright and beautifully done, and it's fully accessible for family visits. Upstairs, there are 3 decent bedrooms for any children and Joanne when she stays, plus a lovely family bathroom, while still coming in 20 grand under budget. But it's the potential outside that could swing it for them.
This is the plot.
Right.
Out to that fence could be a lovely garden.
It's attractive. It looks like a large house. It looks like this project work already. Yeah.
All positive so far, but I've learned not to get too excited too early.
So we come straight into the main living room.
Yes. I could see us living in this as it is now and continuing to grow it.
Yeah.
That's,
And like I
to me,
said,
that's fine.
while adding value as well.
Music to my ears. I knew we'd be friends.
And I think the positivity should continue in the kitchen.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
This is really nice.
Yeah, I think it's got tons of character with the shape of it, and it's right up our street.
Upstairs, the 3 bedrooms are perfect for their future family and Andrea's sister staying a couple of times a week.
My imagination's going wild with what we could do, and that's the nice feeling that we want.
They're saying all the right things. They're liking it. Slightly waiting for Andrea to get on the back foot a bit and start finding issues with it.
A local architect has drawn up plans to connect the house to the garage with a single-storey living space where the redundant courtyard is, giving them a second lounge. And by turning the garage into a kitchen diner, they can rearrange the existing ground floor and create a larger living room or an extra bedroom.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Yes.
It's a nice space, isn't it?
Really big. Yeah. Lots of potential with this.
As usual, the plans are subject to all the relevant permissions.
My only concern would be if it didn't get planning permission, that would put a stop to the house for me.
It's just that risk element, isn't it? But
yeah.
you might have to take a risk.
Is it perhaps a bit harsh to say we wouldn't buy the house, which suits all the other criteria, if we couldn't do the project?
It's not so much the project work, it's more the living space, and that it would create an extra living space.
That's what you're used to having at home.
Absolutely, yeah.
This house could give them the perfect option to create a mini mum and dad's house over time.
And if they decide it's the one, they can always make an offer subject to planning permission approval. I'm just pleased that there's a possibility in the running.
Nice to see a happy Phil. Back with Anne now, further towards Huddersfield than my last place in Brockholes. I'm having one last try before I check out this house she already likes, but she's unsure of.
The splendid semi-rural village of Taylor Hill offers great views of the home valley and local amenities, including a train station for Vinny to get to school.
You're looking smilier than you have done.
Yeah, this is better.
Yeah.
Definitely better.
Great.
Inside, this attractive stone-fronted semi has been beautifully decorated, from its kitchen, diner and sitting room right through to the conservatory, creating the perfect entertaining pad.
There are 3 bedrooms on the second floor, plus a cleverly laid out loft room above, a great bedroom or cinema room for Vinny. Outside, there are gardens to both the front and back.
It's been on the market 3 months, so Anne may well be able to do a deal below its £158,000 asking price.
Now, I know that you wanted a project. It's not.
Ready done.
It's ready done. We've walked into 2 houses which have had a no. Looking at this, does it feel right?
It's nice, it's very nice.
I think this is the best option on the market for Anne and should give her everything she wants without the hassle of renovation.
You know when you picture where you can put your furniture, if it was a bit wider, then I think I'd have been, jumping up and down on the spot.
You've been looking for 8 months. It can't just be the furniture in the lounge, because that would be something you'd say, oh, well, that's a compromise, but,
I think it's that whole feeling of space.
Go and have a look upstairs.
Where Anne will find 2 bedrooms for herself and Vinny, plus a box room for guests. And clever space-saver stairs with alternating treads lead to a loft room, the ideal option for Vinny.
Meanwhile, I'm having a moment.
She's living at home with her mum and dad. I mean, Gordon Bennett, you'd move almost anywhere to prevent that going on much longer, wouldn't you?
You'd think, but maybe Anne's sliding over that.
I can't tell whether you're thrilled or disappointed.
I'm mixed. Downstairs is more impressive than upstairs. It's a great one for thinking about.
It's not a no, but it's not a yes.
Yeah.
And maybe is better than 2 no's.
Yes.
And just a bit further from Huddersfield, I too have a maybe from Andrea and James. But their need for planning permission makes it complicated. Let's see if I can simplify it for them, even with Kirstie along.
You need me. We're in the picturesque village of Helm on the outskirts of Meltham. It's home to a good primary school and flanked by the Pennine Hills, giving them similar views to Andrea's mum and dad, who are only 15 minutes away.
I'm glad you're here. I'm struggling a little bit. There's not a lot of consistency of thought.
Hello, hello, hello. Hi, nice to meet you.
How about this for a spot?
It's lovely.
Location again is brilliant. Can't go wrong with it.
Let's get in quick then. This 1900 semi is perfectly livable, but has project potential. The ground floor comes complete with a large living room and fantastic kitchen diner.
It's crammed with character for James, but the modern touches should also please Andrea. The quirky master bedroom is a feature in itself. Plus, there are 2 other bedrooms, including one for Joanne and loft conversion potential.
It's also under budget at £237,450.
Right, so straight into the lovely kitchen.
Oh, wow.
Yes, this is nice.
Really like this kitchen.
But it seems the living room is the heart of this search.
The living room really does enjoy the stunning view, but there is only one of them, I'm afraid.
OK.
Right.
It looks like I've lost Andrea already.
It doesn't have the wow factor for myself,
Yeah.
but that's because I'm so used to the views that my parents.
If your parents were to sell their house tomorrow, what would it sell for?
At 800, I would think.
So we're trying to find a mini version of that, aren't we?
Yes.
For what, 400? What's the budget here?
Less.
And that's where the problem lies. If they converted the loft, they could use that as a second lounge or snug, but as they've not been wowed, it seems it's a no.
I feel the cold wind of failure blowing through these parts, Phil Spencer.
Why, a bit.
But it seems to me the list is long, the demands are high, and comparisons are being made to an £800,000 house.
And they want the full package, and I'm just not sure it exists. So
Phil
brings
Spencer
the
admits
question.
his package isn't full enough.
Kick a man when he's down, why don't you?
I couldn't imagine myself in this
No, I
house.
agree. Beautiful location, just the house doesn't live up to it for me.
I'm not sure how any house is going to meet their extensive criteria.
Did it get any better upstairs?
No, not really. I think we quickly ruled that one out, to be honest.
OK,
Didn't
that's
feel
a
like a
shame.
house that suited us.
The location and the setting,
Yeah.
like I said, you've ticked boxes with it, absolutely. But if we don't have that enthusiasm about it, it's not right.
OK.
But hold your horses, Property 3 is still in the running, and they've got some thinking to do.
Anne's also considering my Property 3 in Taylor Hill, but by taking her to the house with a butt in the South Yorkshire village of Thurleston, I'm hoping she'll decide whether it's for her once and for all.
Maybe I'll go first, so I'm the one that hasn't seen it.
And I've got high expectations.
It's been formed from 2 cottages knocked into one, fitted with 2 living rooms and a kitchen downstairs. 3 double bedrooms and a bathroom upstairs, plus a loft conversion. Outside, there's an enclosed yard.
There's still work to be done. It's on the market for £165,000, but Anne believes she can get it for 10 grand less, so just over her budget. It's been on the market nearly a year, which could be a warning sign.
This is not what I was expecting, Anne. It's really big.
And this is why I struggle.
Lots of charm, very oldie-worldy, but it is a really busy road.
Yeah.
Kirstie said she wouldn't comment.
We all have our weaknesses, Phil. As well as the road, the weakness in this house is the kitchen, which is smaller than the others I've shown her.
I want you to find a house, and I'm quite shocked by this.
Yeah.
Because it's dark.
Yeah.
But what am I missing?
Maybe this is what my compromise has to be to get the size.
Upstairs, it's clear the space is the draw, plus potential for Vinnie's cinema room.
It goes against everything that everybody has always said to me. This house smells damp, it is dark, it is on a busy road, literally everything that everybody objects to.
Yeah.
But it is huge. And if it's got that something and it makes you happy, you should go for it.
Just don't know.
If I said there were only 2 houses in the world, this one and house number 3, what would you say?
I genuinely don't know. Number 3 is so great downstairs.
And this one is, size-wise, so great upstairs.
But surely if the house was right, Anne would have bought it. Only she can decide though, but unlike this house, property 3 probably won't be on the market for long. In West Yorkshire, my third property in Taylor Hill is still in the running. But the upstairs space didn't meet up to that of Anne's house with a butt.
Downstairs is more impressive than upstairs.
However, the house with a butt had a huge butt for me.
What am I missing?
And Andrea and James have had a few butts of their own.
It doesn't have the wow factor for myself.
So I brought them back to Armitage Bridge, the location for property 3, and it seems they've got some news.
We had a good think about last night about mainly property 3, but we just decided our heart's not really into it. I think it'd be a house that if we were to move into, we'd sort of be keeping an eye out what's coming up further down the line.
That would be a shame.
Yeah.
Just when I'd hoped we were making progress. I'm afraid after 2 years looking on their own and 4 viewings with me, these two need to be told their search isn't working.
What I can absolutely tell you is that I've shown you the best 4 properties on the market at the moment in your budget.
Yes.
Could you put any more money in the pot?
Yes, Andrew's got a new job coming up and it could potentially open up new doors in terms of a bigger budget.
Well, that may be what it's going to take.
There is a property nearby, 25 grand over their budget. But if they can up their money, they can definitely up the space.
I think as the search have gone on, particularly you, Andrea, have thought maybe a modern property would give you the flow and the space that you're after.
And I would agree, in terms of the look of the house, it's attractive.
This one is aimed at Andrea, as this modern stone-built home is all about space. With a living room, dining room, kitchen and conservatory on the ground floor, giving her not just 2, but 3 reception options.
Upstairs, there are 4 bedrooms, so plenty of space for a young family and Joanne when she stays, plus an ensuite and a bathroom. And outside, the garden continues the spacious theme.
It's on the market at £25,000 over their current budget.
We've got an L-shaped living room, still with the odd beam.
Yeah.
A dining room.
Yes.
So that's the second reception, but actually come through here.
This is
A third reception room, really. I mean, some conservatories aren't great, but this one is. It's got underfloor heating, got aircon, garden, outlook, nice and private.
I like the garden.
I like the garden, that's really nice.
Is the package giving you any sense of a feeling?
No.
For me, it doesn't have the feeling that I'd want to live here. I still like the older, more traditional cottages and lots more character.
I know you do.
I do, yeah.
I know you do, but they don't come with the reception space that you're after.
And even at a higher budget, it doesn't exist in this market.
It's spacious, really spacious. It's just got no personality.
I played every card that I could possibly think of, but I don't think it's going to make any difference.
If that's the case, there is no more you can do, my love.
Any change of heart upstairs?
It's opened our eyes to broaden our search a little bit wider, maybe to a bit more modern property, because it does offer us that space that you really like.
And I don't think it's quirky enough for us. In terms of the space, it's perfect. It's a lovely house.
It's definitely opened our eyes.
Just not for you?
No.
Fine.
Now it's just a question of where this search goes from here.
And that's just the conversation I need to have with Anne. Now, I'll ask you a straight question. Are you just indulging me by saying that you're considering property 3?
No. I'd like to take Vinny back to have a look at property 3. See what his thoughts are on it.
And what are you going to do about property 4?
I noticed today the big Arctic lorries that passed us flying through, really, at such a pace. And it's unnerving. So at the minute, that property will probably get put to one side.
After all that,
Let's say you took Vinny to see house number 3 and he said, Mum, I love this house. I really love this house. What would you feel about it then?
If he loves that house as well, then it's a serious contender.
So the plan is go and see property 3.
Yes.
With Vincent.
Yes.
And you'll give me a ring and tell me what he says.
Yes, definitely.
Good. That's fantastic.
as for Andrea and James, they may have ruled out all 5 properties I've shown them, but they have made some progress. But there are still a few issues I'd like to tackle.
Have you reached any conclusions or changes on your criteria or anything?
For myself, I wouldn't rule out as many houses as I did before. I would go and see them.
That's great. But this issue of the second reception room, together with all of the other elements, I think is the stumbling block.
And I'd drop that now and have one amazing living room.
Because we're both quite sure that we only want to live in one house and one house only. We have to have that excitement feeling.
We'll look at our budget, probably increase it, go back to the vision board, reinvent the vision board, and the vision board will give us what we want.
Don't go back to the vision. The vision board, things like that are holding you back.
Yeah.
I'm pleased to hear you guys talk about widening your options a little bit, so I think that will certainly help.
Absolutely.
But listen, best of luck.
Thank you.
Cheers.
I think you might need a stiff drink after this week.
2 months later, and we've breathed new life into both house hunts. Andrea and James have adapted their search thanks to a new bigger salary for Andrea and heeding some much-needed advice.
Since we were with Phil, obviously we've took all his advice on board and got rid of the vision board because that was limiting our expectations and what we'd compromise on. So that's gave us a wider range of properties that we can look at.
And I also took my pointers about looking for the positives in every property.
Before we'd go in there thinking, oh, I don't like that, I'm instantly off it. So that advice was absolutely vital. Now we've put that into practice and gone into properties and think, oh, that's not right, but can we extend? So it has really, like I said, opened our eyes to see what we can do to get the potential property of our dreams.
So with a bigger budget and a more practical attitude, Andrea and James are feeling upbeat about their future.
We're both still eager, definitely, to move out, but only for the right property. Angie's new job, she's loving it. That's given her a new lease of life, so to speak, but we're both definitely ready just to find that property and start a little family of our own, really.
Anne decided the third property made Vinny's commute to school just too long, but our search has still inspired her.
The journey with Kirstie and the experience was fantastic. It was just a shame I couldn't find that perfect property.
And she's taken on board my advice about injecting a dose of realism into the situation.
I do know my expectations are massively bigger than my budget. I'm well aware of that. I think there's going to be quite a few compromises I'll have to make on size mainly and the construction of the property.
And most importantly for her and Vinny, she's staying positive and keeping up her search.
Been to view another 5 or 6 properties since, and we've actually put an offer in on one, but it got turned down. Just keeping it all alive, you know, so it's coming. You know, we won't stop looking.
And with that approach, I've got a good feeling the right place is just around the corner.
This time, we're searching for first homes for 2 pairs of lovebirds.
We're going to need to fight negativity.
The garden is just such a letdown.
That seems to be causing problems.
Have you noticed I'm being very quiet and philosophical?
No. Though if we harness the power of positive thinking...
I sense with my special skills.
We might just come up smelling of roses.
Oh, thanks, Phil. That is a big tick.
I like it when I can turn a negative into a positive.
This week, we're scouring the south coast from Southampton to the New Forest and further afield for 2 sets of buyers who are thinking big.
But while the view is beautiful, are there enough houses on the horizon? Doesn't look like many to me.
I know.
It could be in short order.
Our search this time takes us flying over the ancient hunting ground of the New Forest and in the bustling international port city of Southampton.
This area has beautiful market towns, a proud maritime history, and its very own indigenous horse, the New Forest pony. Which means the houses only last a couple of days on the market before being snapped up.
House prices in Southampton have galloped up by 7% over the past year, but they've leapt by 12% in some areas of the New Forest. The word from local estate agents is the market is strong, with buyers rushing to purchase in the area. With busy lifestyles and a market that's moving this fast,
Come on, Bob.
it's no wonder long-term sweethearts Georgie and Will are having trouble finding a place they can finally be together.
Although we haven't lived with each other an extended period, we do know each other's sort of bad habits and good habits.
And good habits.
So I think hopefully there won't be any shocks, surprises.
Yeah, hopefully.
But they have an extra issue. Construction manager Will is having to work abroad in Belgium during the week, leaving Georgie, who lives in the New Forest with her mum, to set up viewings for when he's home.
I live out of a bag most weeks, and it is hard, isn't it, because we don't see each other, and it does mean we have quite a limited amount of time at weekends.
It is really frustrating, I think, because the ones that we want to go and see do get snapped up really quickly.
Georgie will show me a house that's come up, and then within 2 or 3 days it's already been sold.
The couple, who grew up in the countryside, still love to spend time there. At the weekends, Will burns off the stresses of his working week on his off-road motorbike. And sailing fanatic Georgie has her perfect job as a yachting events coordinator. And this love of open space is informing their house hunt.
I would like something that's big enough that I don't feel claustrophobic at all.
Yeah.
But I also have quite a big family. I'd love to be able to invite them all round for Christmas and have Christmas Day at our place.
Yeah.
With savings and some inheritance, these sociable first-time buyers have got a good deposit together. So they're looking at larger houses around the £415,000 mark. But there's fierce competition for properties in this price bracket.
And I think because we have got that extra bit of money to spend, is that we can look for something bigger and we can stretch ourselves a bit.
But it's no good having a budget that big if you've not got the time for viewings.
Cue Pip.
It sounds like a very busy time of life for you guys. Not much time spent house hunting.
No.
Sadly not, no.
Because Will's away, I've been and seen 3 properties, but we've had a few viewings pulled out from underneath us. So.
Well, I'm here to try and help you through that. It's not going to be a walk in the park, as you've found out, because the market is rapid. What's on the wish list?
My key criterion is that we like a nice social space.
I do a lot of cooking and Will does help, so...
I do a lot of eating.
So I think it's quite nice that if I was in the kitchen and we have friends over, that you're not sort of secluded from them.
And talk to me about the outside.
I'd like to have a garden out the back. I do like a bit of grass, so ultimately I'd like a ride-on lawnmower.
Every man's dream.
Every man's dream, exactly.
It sounds to me like you guys have a pretty clear idea of what you want, where you want, what it's likely to cost.
And helpfully in this fast-paced market, Will and Georgie have already got their finances organised, with a big deposit and mortgage adding up to a healthy £415,000.
They're searching for a house with a minimum of 3 bedrooms. And location is important, as they want to stay somewhere close to the market town of Ringwood.
They want a large, open-plan space for entertaining and a decent garden to fulfil Will's lawnmower dream.
Well, Phil, they seem to know what they want, but you've only got a few days before Will has to leave the green grass of home and head back to Belgium.
Sold, 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 and sold.
The couple have been searching near the New Forest National Park, just west of Southampton. And I've definitely got my work cut out for me, as their top spot of Ringwood, on the edge of the national park, is one of the most popular market towns in the UK. So we're expanding our search to take in the nearby towns of Sway and Burwood.
And I'm starting my search east of the New Forest in Southampton, where first-time buyers Tom and Jenny are keen to move out of their rental flat and get into a home of their own.
In this property, we're not necessarily looking for a forever home at the moment. It's more of an investment at the moment because we are tired of renting and we'd like to get on the property ladder. So it'd be nice to have our own little bit of Britain, really, that we can start to call our own.
Yeah.
It's cheesy, isn't it?
Tom and Jenny want a home with 3 bedrooms and a garden and are using a novel method to scour the streets.
I've been training for a half marathon recently, so there was lots of routes we had to take to try and make it a little bit more interesting.
I get quite bored with running, so it's quite nice when Tom does a different route and we see a different street that perhaps we haven't done.
I just have to map it first, turn left here, turn right there. So we can get a little bit lost.
But no sooner do our keen runners hot-foot it past the perfect property...
Look at that one.
...than it's sold.
Oh, they're flying like
hotcakes.
hotcakes.
They do seem to fly off the shelves, don't they? Quicker than we can get to view them, which is so frustrating, because we
It's
feel
so
like we're missing out on what would be our perfect house, really.
With the help of their joint savings, Tom and Jenny have secured a mortgage agreement of £250,000, but are only prepared to borrow the full amount for the right house.
Jenny, lay out for me your top priorities.
A garden.
Yeah.
A lovely airy kitchen with a window.
OK.
Don't show us something that is perfect with all the bells and whistles on it. We really want a project, close to town, but it has that community feel about it. Outdoors, lots of green. Right. We want the quiet life sort of thing.
OK, I'm going to completely come out with it. If I had been given your notes and not your age, I would have thought that you were 55. And you wanted to buy a house which meant that when you lost the ability to drive, you wouldn't be totally cut off from a community.
I was expecting a slaughtering, but just not that quickly.
No, it's not a slaughtering. It's not a slaughtering.
Just don't kill us.
I won't kill you, I swear to God. I've yet to kill anyone. 17 years, I've never got actual blood on my hands. Look.
You've come pretty close with me once or twice.
Don't worry, Phil, everyone's safe. But these two need to think carefully about exactly what it is they want at this youthful stage in their life. So, with a budget of £250,000, Tom and Jenny are looking to invest in a home with 3 bedrooms so they can have family to stay.
They want a project they can get their hands dirty with, and Jenny would love a bright, airy kitchen.
And most importantly, they want to feel part of a close-knit community.
So we're sprinting east of the New Forest to the suburbs of the port city of Southampton. And we'll be focusing our search on the popular fast-moving markets of Shirley and Hythe.
So I must get my running spikes on and help my first-time buyers reach the finish line, a home of their own with a village feel in the city.
And I need to find a home where the New Forest ponies roam for my couple.
But before that, you should get off your horse and drink your coffee.
Calm before the storm, I think.
Well, I may have caused the storm at the beginning.
Why?
She said, I knew you'd be tough. I didn't know you'd be this tough. Right. Well, all I said was,
could have told them.
I just thought to myself, are they terrified of me or the market?
Have they been out looking?
They've been looking for 4 months and like 2 things which they weren't able to get into. The market's moving very fast in Southampton. Yeah.
My couple talked about space. It's all about space. Will commutes to Belgium, so they haven't been able to go house hunting. There is a pressure on me to do the right thing this week, because if they don't find it this week, he's just going to go back to Belgium on Monday and house hunting becomes a nightmare again. It's a much faster moving market down here than I was expecting.
Looks like we're both going to have to be fast out of the starting gate to keep up with the pace houses are moving around here. I'm chomping at the bit. If it's size they want, I've found the perfect place, just over 5 miles northwest of their #1 spot of Ringwood, in the small town of Verwood.
Verwood offers what Will and Georgie are looking for in a town. Popular shops, restaurants and bars, but with easy access to the open countryside.
They want lots of space to socialise, and as Verwood is less expensive than their preferred area of Ringwood, their budget will buy them considerably more. But with low stock and high demand in the New Forest, there have already been 3 viewings and 1 offer on the first property I'm showing them.
It looks lovely.
Are you familiar with Verwood?
It wasn't part of our search area.
If that house was in Ringwood, it would be £100,000 more.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
So it's a question of, is it...
House location, yeah.
That old adage.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not going to say it.
Well, fingers crossed, this 4-bedroom house has the space that they need to entertain friends. Downstairs, the spacious lounge flows through to a large dining room and a sociable open kitchen diner. Perfect for that big family Christmas.
And outside, the pristine garden has plenty of space for when Will and Georgie's fun spills out through the patio doors.
It's bang on their budget of £415,000, but with the alarming pace of the New Forest market, they'll have to act quickly to get it.
So it's a really well-balanced house. It'd be good for entertaining you.
It's got the social space in it, yeah. You can see it already, can't you?
It would be interesting to see if you could knock down that wall, make it open completely, rather than having the separate living areas.
Yeah. Come on, let's see some more.
First room and they're already renovating. It's a good start.
So dining room and then through to the kitchen. It's bright, it's clean, it's easy to live in.
This already has a social space in the kitchen, ready to go.
You can have drinks while
exactly.
cooking.
I like it.
Now, the garden is south-facing. I'm afraid it doesn't come with any grass.
Yeah.
I don't think you can mow this.
Yeah, I think the AstroTurf is a little bit too far away from what I like.
No trampolining?
That would come out, I'm afraid.
Well, it is all fixable, but the garden's not actually making them jump for joy. However, there's plenty more upstairs.
Wow.
That's enormous.
That's a very big room.
Big en suite.
Well, it does seem to be going really well. They're certainly impressed with all the space.
Wow.
Good-sized bathroom, yeah.
Huge en suite.
But you know what? I've been doing this job too long to think that my work is done.
What do you reckon, then?
I don't know, the rooms are massive.
You'd certainly be able to host Christmas here, probably for most of the village.
We want a big house, but I think maybe a big house with maybe less rooms.
I think you might have overdone it this time, Phil.
How did I do?
A lot better than we thought.
Yeah. Oh, thanks very much.
I think it's just enormous. It's huge.
This is a family home ready to go, just had children.
Yeah, I think this is just too big for us.
Fine. And how about the garden?
I wouldn't want to go any smaller.
No.
Smaller house, bigger garden.
Well, yeah.
Closer to Ringwood. See, I like it when I can turn a negative into a positive.
It's a positive, yeah.
Come on.
Well, Phil, Will and Georgie asked for room, and you gave them room.
And they've given me room for improvement. The real challenge is going to be finding them a big house with less space.
This week, I'm chasing around Southampton with my pair Tom and Jenny, who want that ever-elusive village feel in a city.
And I'm trekking around the countryside with Georgie and Will, who are discovering that bigger isn't always better.
You know that village thing, Phil?
Yes.
I just think if you want a village feel...
Live in a village.
Live in a village.
Will and Georgie are yearning for their first home together. They said they wanted a large house, but the first property I showed them was too big.
It's huge.
It was very long. I really wasn't expecting this much space.
And my keen runners, Tom and Jenny, want to stop wasting money on rent and find a 3-bedroomed home with open views and a community feel. Basically, the countryside in the heart of the city. But I'm going to have to coach them for a sprint, not a marathon, in this runaway Hampshire housing market. We've come to Shirley.
Some of these are nice.
With its shops, bars and green spaces, Shirley is popular with first-time buyers, as it's close to the city centre. And it's Tom and Jenny's top choice, not least because they live nearby, and we're not far from there. In terms of location, we've got Upper Shirley there, as you know, and we've got Shirley High Street there, and you're absolutely 50-50.
Yeah.
But what's stunning about this house is its size and its outlook. So come in and have a look.
Definitely.
This period terraced house offers a great opportunity for Tom and Jenny, and it ticks a few very important boxes for them. These two are feeling squashed in their rental flat, but this place has 3 bedrooms, a modern airy kitchen, and a generous garden.
And that generous garden opens out onto a huge playing field. If it's village life in the city thereafter, this is about as close as you can get.
It has an asking price of £230,000, 20 grand under the top of their budget.
Oh, I really like this archway.
It's beautiful. This house is packed with original features. Now, it's a modern kitchen.
The size is perfect.
It's great.
And then what you've got is, at the back, an old sports ground bought by the council to prevent any development.
Yes. Oh, that's ideal.
I mean, come out and have a look. So there we have it.
Oh.
I believe this is what's called a south-facing garden, but I might be completely wrong
Is it
about
a south-facing garden?
Well, given the time of day, it must be.
Serious brownie points if this is a south-facing garden.
South-east, yeah, because the sun's going that way.
Amazing.
That's a big tick.
That is a big, big tick. I really like it.
There you go, Phil. I've performed a miracle. The countryside right in the middle of the city.
But can you astound them upstairs as well?
Oh, wow. This has
Wow,
got
this
a
is a
lot
nice
of room, hasn't it?
Oh, wow.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I didn't expect that.
I didn't expect that either.
When people say I keep the best for last, they are so wrong. This is a very strong house. And we're seeing it first because it's virtually under offer already.
There is something about this house, and I know it sounds silly, but that garden, it's just got me really excited.
What is really nice about the garden is it's so quiet behind it as well.
Yeah, it's so beautiful.
While there's nothing stopping them from moving in, there are lots of mini projects that could add value to this property.
There's all sorts of things that you can do to this house to make it look really sweet and romantic.
Yeah, I can definitely see the potential in this property so much. It's an exciting one to consider, definitely.
I've only just begun, and this one is firmly in the running.
OK, don't rub it in, Kirstie. Back in the New Forest, Will and Georgie are desperate to leave their parents and move into their first home. So we've come to their ideal location of Ringwood.
Ringwood is full of upmarket gastropubs, seafood restaurants, butchers, bakers, and even craft beer makers. Everything a couple could want. But it's also one of the most expensive market towns in the UK, with an average house price of around £400,000.
Not a very nice house, but I think instantly you can see the difference because we come to Ringwood. It's a semi-detached.
Yeah.
You've lost a bedroom. There's only 3 here, and you've gained some grass.
I can almost fit my ride-on lawnmower on it as well.
Currently vacant, this modern family house has 3 bedrooms and a very big open-plan kitchen. Ideal for the entertaining Will and Georgie plan to do.
To the rear, there's a large, light lounge with patio doors leading out onto a generous lawn for Will's mower.
This is a turnkey home that Will and Georgie could move straight into without doing any work. It's priced above their budget of £425,000, but I have heard the owners after a quick sale.
Let's head on into the kitchen there. It's a slightly different concept looking round an empty house, but you can see it's a good-sized kitchen.
It's a very good-sized kitchen.
So you've got big understairs cupboard, downstairs loo. This is the main living room.
Wow, it's a very big space.
It's a very big living room.
Yeah.
It's a very big living room.
And Georgie looks as though she's already moving her furniture in.
You'd have bed there, you'd have bedside, look, you can even see bedside table, and then you have that space to have chest of drawers.
Well, it's not very often that somebody spending the top end of their budget says to me that they'd be happy with something smaller. But these guys have got their heads screwed on. They know where they want to be. They've got a reasonable sense of what it's going to cost them to be there.
This house is medal-winning, Phil, but I think you may be awarded the consolation prize for the garden.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how I feel about having a neighbour's garage in our garden.
No,
I don't. Honest.
It's quite imposing, isn't it, into the area?
Kind of encroaches in.
And you talking about the garden?
Yeah.
That seems to be causing a bit of a problem.
No matter how you look at it, it's someone else's building in your garden.
But in essence, you're happy enough with the size of the house, which is great.
Very much so.
Upstairs is perfect.
The market's moving quickly. Let's keep this in the forefront of minds, but see what else is out there in a similar size.
Great.
Uh-oh, I do hope the loss of a couple of feet in the garden isn't going to take this house out of the running.
Over near Shirley, Tom and Jenny loved my first property. But I know ideally they wanted more of a project, and I think I've got one with real potential just a few streets away.
So what we have here is a detached house. It's a complete project. It is on a busy road, but as soon as you're in the house, you just don't notice it.
Okay.
Its porch alone is just adorable.
It's really nice, yeah.
But it's a very different thing.
Okay. Oh, I'm excited. Let's go inside.
After you.
Oh, thank you.
Hopefully they'll stay excited. This detached 1930s family home does need a lot of updating, but it's light and roomy with generous living space.
Upstairs, there are 3 bedrooms and a family bathroom. And at the rear, there's a small garden.
It has a guide price of £235,000, 15,000 under budget, leaving Tom and Jenny some spare cash for renovations.
No.
Wow, it's a big landing.
It's a big landing,
isn't it? I really like this.
And then this would be your front room.
Wow. It is so big.
And if these two are serious about a project, there's an opportunity to create modern open-plan living at the back of the house.
What you've got to do is you've got to stand here, OK? Like this. Because that's your room, and it's a lovely room.
So could we structurally knock that wall down?
Yeah.
It would be an amazing kitchen dining space.
It would, yeah.
I can see so much potential in that.
With a good builder's help, it's nothing they can't manage. But some things need a bit more vision.
The garden's not huge.
This garden is not...
It's not a patch on the other one.
It's such a shame. The front of the house, really lovely, and then the garden, it's just such a letdown, really.
I think Jenny needs to dream bigger. This house is a complete project inside and out.
It looks like there's even an office for Tom.
I'll say it out loud. I think every home should have an outside loo.
Yeah.
And every man should go and spend some time in the outside loo and not pollute the house.
Yeah.
Feel free to spend as much time in that outside loo as you want to.
I think my mum would agree with that. We've both been spoilt growing up with our gardens, but at least we get sun here. Like, it is an outside space. Compared to what we've got at the moment, we can get outside.
It's great that Tom is seeing the potential here. With hard work, this place could be an amazing home and a great investment.
It's a strong house, and it's what they wanted. And that is my job, to find people what they want.
Finally, Kirstie, you've read the job description.
Yes, and I'm afraid that includes humouring you, Phil.
This looks like it's the master bedroom. It's really, really nice.
Such a big
Lovely bay window. I genuinely think it has a lot of
There's a lot
potential.
You could fit a dining table in this hall. What are you feeling now?
There's so much work to do, there's no denying that, but you can see so much potential.
As far as this is concerned, there's no rush. As far as the other one is concerned, there is.
OK. We're not in a rush for this one, so we just need to think about the other one.
Definitely.
Way up against this one.
Yeah.
Okie dokie. Right, good to have two to choose from at the end of the day.
Yeah.
2 already, Kirstie? I'm way behind you, but I think the next place may just sway my couple in the right direction. In fact, it's to the village of Sway that we're heading. Outdoor space comes at a premium in their ideal location of Ringwood, but this village, 10 miles southeast, offers that all-important garden. It's also nearer to Georgie's mum.
Much closer to your mum?
Yes.
What do you reckon we'd be, 10 minutes?
Yeah, well, not even that. I'd say 5
Really?
minutes, maybe.
Oh, brilliant.
With just a few shops and country pubs, the tiny village of Sway is the most rural of our destinations, and is the only one that's actually in the New Forest National Park.
Well, coming to Sway, you can get yourself a 4-bed detached house.
OK,
Fantastic.
I chose it for a couple of reasons. Nice and close to your mum.
Yeah.
And the fact that this house has a lovely garden. And I could tell yesterday that the garden was a bit of a make or break.
It seemed to be quite a lot more important than we thought it would be.
With just a short walk to open forest, this detached 4-bedroomed house sits in a quiet cul-de-sac close to the village centre.
Inside, an open-plan kitchen diner leads into a spacious living room that's perfect for socialising.
And outside, there's a fantastic raised decking area for barbecues, overlooking a lawn for Will.
Its asking price is higher than the top of their budget, at £425,000, but we have it on good authority that there's room for manoeuvre.
It's a smaller house than what we saw yesterday,
Yeah.
but I think the usable space is good.
There doesn't seem to be much work space.
Oh dear, Phil, quick, show them the other cooking area outside.
So I thought of an evening, mates round.
Yeah, great social space. Barbecue already. Yeah.
Does that come with
Perfect,
the house?
ready to go. Got my grass as well, which is important.
Well, why don't you wander around that way? Because there's a greenhouse and a shed and everything as it wraps round.
Yeah, definitely.
And, Georgie, I'll show you upstairs.
OK, great.
Thank you.
Upstairs, there's a family bathroom and 4 good-sized bedrooms. But before we go any further, I need to know how Georgie feels about Sway.
Obviously, you felt that Verwood, the first house, was too far away.
Yeah.
Is it better to be closer to Mum here or closer to Ringwood?
It is nice being close to Mum because when Will's going to be away, I can go and say hello. But it is nice being close to the Ringwood because it's got a lot going on.
Will must desperately want a home and cool base.
That's something he's really looking forward to. And I'm looking forward to sharing it as well.
It's a bit bland, isn't it? It's kind of like the rest of the house, unfortunately. What are your thoughts?
It's not ticking many boxes.
I really don't think it would work for us.
I know this isn't their first choice location, but it does offer the outside space they wanted.
They know that that is a fantastic garden, but I think they're going to decline the house anyway, which actually leads me to conclude that house number 2 has got to be very much still in the running. Well, there we have it. That was house number 3.
Yeah.
Is it the one for you?
I don't think so.
Don't think so.
No.
I'd kind of guessed as much. I wondered whether coming here, recognising the fact it's got a fantastic garden, but declining the house anyway, may help in some weird way crystallise your thoughts on house number 2, where you loved the house, but had questions about the garden.
Yeah. I think it's safe to say it has done.
Well, look, let's head back towards Ringwood. I've got one other thing to show you, and Kirstie's coming. Whether that'll be any help or not, I can't promise, but she's coming anyway.
Right. You'd be lost without me, Phil.
Maybe. But I do think I've found where they want to be, on my own.
I'm in Hampshire, where it looks like it could be plain sailing for me, as my couple know exactly which direction they're heading.
But the thing is, Phil, just because you point your tiller in one direction doesn't mean the winds are with you.
The good ship Spencer doesn't need wind in its sails, Kirstie.
Well, I've been steering a steady course all along for Tom and Jenny. They're keen to escape their tiny rental flat and get on the property ladder. And after seeing property 1 in Shirley, they were smitten inside and out.
That is a big, big tick. I really like it.
But they also relished the prospect of property 2, a larger place and a project with potential.
And over with Will and Georgie, we have one property in the running in their favourite location of Ringwood, and my last house is here too.
Now, we are about a minute, maybe a minute and a half, round the corner from property number 2.
Yes.
This one needs some vision, but to live in this spot, that might be what it takes.
I kid you not, there are only 2 houses in Ringwood that could potentially match your criteria.
Yeah.
This has got loads of space, it's well within budget.
The thing about this house is you don't go in thinking, I might want to change a few things. You go in thinking, we're going to completely update this house.
Right, OK.
This Georgian-style townhouse on a corner plot just half a mile from Ringwood town centre and 2 miles from open forest ticks a lot of Will and Georgie's boxes.
It's the most open plan of all the houses, with a wrap-around kitchen diner. Upstairs, there are 3 double bedrooms, an ensuite and a family shower room for guests. But at the back, there's a possible problem for Will. No grass.
It's 30 grand under their budget at £385,000, leaving money for the work.
Straight into the living room.
So it's been immaculately looked after.
OK.
But you've got good open space, which is what we've been talking about.
Yeah.
Is that archway
You could,
removable?
I would think you could get rid of that archway very easily, yeah.
Let's have a look at the kitchen.
Phil's in charge.
Phil's always in charge.
Note that's greeted with laughter.
And through to the kitchen, which wraps around.
It is a big kitchen.
You could make this one big space.
But you would have the budget to redo the kitchen, because this is on the market for $385,000.
OK.
Really?
Yeah.
OK,
So
bit cheaper.
Even at a price that low, I'd still have to get them a deal because they'll need to call in the cavalry out the back too.
Paving slabs.
Yeah.
Lots of paving slabs. It's a good-sized garden, but I do like something to mow.
I'll turf it for you.
You turf it for me, OK. Brilliant. We'll hire you in.
A novel way to save a couple of quid, Phil.
It must be kind of exciting but slightly nervous time, because you're desperate to set up home with Georgie and actually have a permanent home yourself for the first time in a very, very long time.
Yeah, we're very much looking forward to it. She's lived without me the last few years, so I think it'd be nice to actually spend a bit of time in our own place together.
This house is great downstairs, but upstairs you slightly feel that there was a bit of an architectural blip going on.
And the Artex ceiling.
The Artex, yeah. But the reason I don't think any of this is a problem is because I sense, with my special skills, that this has actually fixed you on house number 2.
Yeah. And we're just not ready for a project.
I knew this place was a gamble, but at least property 2 is still in the running.
When you got that new suit? Did you take the trousers out to get matching socks?
Whatever I'm wearing, it obviously works because this search is all leading back to house number 2. I think I'm in clover. Same can't be said about you.
My couple have currently got a choice of 2 houses, 2 out of 2.
You two all right up there?
Yes, thanks.
Yeah.
Having a look.
Does it improve?
No.
No.
It has to be said,
all
Phil, it's
honesty.
not... if they weren't grabbed by the downstairs, they weren't going to be grabbed by the upstairs. The upstairs isn't its strong suit.
Would you like to go back and see house number 2 tomorrow?
Yes.
Yes, we would. Yeah, definitely. Have a second look.
We want to bring our tape measure.
They want to bring the tape measure, Phil.
This is a good sign.
It is indeed. Sensible house hunters never go anywhere without a tape measure.
Will and Georgie are hoping they'll have a happy future together in their own home. And according to a recent Office of National Statistics survey, they could hardly have chosen a better area.
The New Forest is one of the most contented regions in the country, with 79% of locals revealing they were satisfied with their lives.
If they were to move near Sherwood Forest and Nottingham, that falls slightly to 75%, who are merry with their lot.
But were they to choose the wilds of the Scottish Highlands, they would once again be in an area where 79% of people say they feel fulfilled. And back on the edge of the New Forest, I've shown Tom and Jenny 2 properties that they liked. But in this fast-moving market, you can't stop and think for too long. There are already offers on property 1, and they could lose it if they don't act fast.
I need to talk to you about yesterday.
We were mulling things over last night over some dinner, and yeah, we really like property 1. I think we're in quite a good place to put an offer in.
It's an unusual step, but they don't want to lose property 1. It has an asking price of £230,000, but I've learned that there are offers on the table, at least one of which is over the asking price.
They will accept that offer this morning unless we make a higher offer.
I've got a limit that I don't want us to go above.
And what is that limit?
At all, that is 2,375. Are you happy with that?
Yeah. It's just so difficult that we haven't even viewed property 3 yet.
I have had a long chat with my clients and they have said that they can afford to go to 237,500. And I'm going to absolutely cross my fingers and hope for the best.
The offer is in, but there are no guarantees. So it's best to have another option. And I think property 3 in the nearby town of Hythe could be it. With wonderful views, a marina, an old-fashioned high street and weekly markets, Hythe has that community feel that Tom and Jenny said they wanted, and only a 20-minute ferry ride from the city. The house I'm going to show them is on a quiet street not far from the marina, and who could be waiting for us?
Morning, guys.
Oh, look, Phil's got a flower.
I've got you a flower to cheer you up.
Oh, thanks, Phil.
Oh, Phil, you're all charm when you want to be.
Almost as charming as this little place.
It looks really sweet, doesn't it?
Yeah, really quiet.
I can imagine knowing every neighbour. Hello.
This 1960s semi-detached family house has 3 bedrooms and a large, light lounge diner.
A conservatory leads to a garden with a paved patio and a small lawn for Tom and Jenny's essential outdoor space.
It needs a little updating, but with an asking price of £225,000, it has great potential. And we're the first to see it, giving us an advantage in this merciless market.
I just love how sunny it is.
Lots of opportunity to add to it.
Yeah. If you take everything out and just see it as a blank canvas, it's got loads of room.
I mean, I know you're after a villagey setting in town, but this is a village.
Yeah, it does feel very oldie-woldy.
And that's why we brought them here, for that old-fashioned community feel. But Jenny doesn't seem dazzled by it.
I'm so neutral to this property, and perhaps it's just because we've made that offer, or maybe it's the property itself. I'm not sure.
Sounds like Kirstie's work is done.
Kirstie has done a really good job. I thought we'd do that.
You don't have to say things like that.
Let people speak their minds, Pip. And I sense from the way our tour is going that Tom is about to speak his.
This is a bit boxy. The characters may be lacking a little bit once you've taken everything out.
It's not very sexy, is it, Tom?
It doesn't really.
No.
Well, there's no pussyfooting around the matter. I suspect the decision has already been made.
I do think if you'd shown them this first, they might react very differently. But I understand they've seen something they like. They're kind of emotionally after that, and therefore it's a bit difficult to be objective about this.
This is a lovely, lovely, lovely little house.
Yeah.
It really, really is. But it's little. It's littler than the house that they put an offer in for. So I'm being very, have you noticed, quite quiet and philosophical?
No.
Clearly, philosophy is wasted on you, Phil. But if this place is out of the running, it means everything hangs on the offer Tom and Jenny made on property 1.
We put the offer forward and everything, and afterwards I thought, I'm not sure he sounded chipper enough.
Now, do you think 237,500 is going to be rejected?
I don't know.
If Dan does come back, can we just kind of ooze something out of him?
Let's wait and see. Yes.
As Phil leaves for the New Forest, I need to call the estate agent to find out whether Tom and Jenny's offer has been accepted.
What is meant to be is meant to be.
Okay.
rip the
I'm going to
plaster.
hold you to that. Okay. I am fine, slightly on tenterhooks. Right. So everyone's gone quite significantly above the asking price, and we are the lowest. Okay, thanks, Claire. Bye. Your offer of 237,500 was the lowest of the top offers. You probably have about an hour or so to think about it.
I think I fell in love with it.
Yeah, and it's not lost yet, is it?
No, not yet. They need to decide if they're going to up their offer, and the clock is ticking. In Southampton, Tom and Jenny's dream of having a home of their own is within sight. They now need to decide whether to stretch to the top of their budget to secure the first property they saw.
And while Tom and Jenny are thinking, Will and Georgie are close to deciding on a home they can finally be together in. So we're heading back to property 2, where the only downside was an unwelcome intruder in the garden.
We've sort of come to peace a little bit with the idea of it.
I can make it look pretty, that's fine.
You get a lawnmower.
I'll get me a lawnmower certainly on this bit here.
It needs it. I'm so proud of these two. They've just tackled the whole process in such a grown-up and level-headed way. I think they're going to go for it. But we're not home and dry yet, because I'm still going to have to get it at the right price.
But we might be in a strong position, as the vendor is after a quick sale.
I've got to ask you guys something. Do you love it?
Yeah.
Does it get you in the heart?
Yeah, I love this house.
There's just so many things that it ticks, and I think even when we were looking at the other houses, I just couldn't get this one off the brain. So yeah, and it's really nice to be back as well, because we've practically moved in. We're measuring things up.
Okay, that's not the way to do it.
One step at a time. Yeah.
Well, look, let's go and get a drink and decide what you want to do.
Great.
Absolutely. Yeah. Okay.
Back in Southampton, Tom and Jenny have come to a decision.
You both look borderline petrified.
Yeah, we're a little bit tense.
Yeah. We know that 237,500 was the lowest of the offers. So what do you want to pay for property 1?
We've spoke about this quite a bit. The figure is 245.
Right, OK. Hey, Claire. We have had quite a lot of agonising going on around here. Our final figure is 245,000, which is quite a leap. So as you can see, it really is the last-ditch attempt. Thanks. Bye. She said, hold on to your seat and give me a moment.
But right now, a moment feels a very long time for these two.
On the outskirts of the New Forest, Will and Georgie are ready to make a decision about the 3-bedroom house in Ringwood. It's on the market for £425,000, 10 grand over budget. But from speaking with local agents, I sense there may be room for some negotiation.
I think we both want to go ahead and put in an offer.
Excellent, excellent news.
Is it possible to go lower and move up to more like the 405, 407? I mean, in our head, we were looking around that as top, you know.
Let's do that. Let's go in at 400 and say If you'll shut the door, no more viewings, we'll offer 405.
Yeah.
Happy to go for it?
Yes.
Because we need to get this phone call in before the
Fingers crossed.
solicitors all go home. Nick, very good afternoon. It's Phil Spencer here. I'm pleased to say that the buyers are very happy with it. They love it. The offer that they wished me to put forward to you was for £400,000. However, if your client would take it off the market, they would pay a further £5,000.
But offers are being handled by the vendor's solicitor, and unfortunately, the agent can't reach them.
Solicitors are good at this, aren't they? 5:15 and they've gone home.
A bit of an anticlimax.
2 days to get to this point.
Okay, well, fingers crossed.
Yeah, have to wait and see.
Meanwhile.
Yeah, well, cheers.
Cheers, thank you.
Pleasure.
Don't relax too much, Phil. Your work doesn't end today. And in Southampton, we're having an equally tense wait.
Right. Claire. Hello. Yes. Right. Great. Thank you very much. Okay, bye. I just have to say, congratulations.
Success, and at £5,000 under budget.
Oh my God, look, hairs.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Let's drink.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Seven weeks on, my athletic pair have almost reached the finishing line. Great news. After their survey, they were able to negotiate a slightly cheaper deal.
We're in a really much better position, and it allows us to do all the types of things on the property that we always wanted to do, so...
That's really exciting us about getting in there as well.
Yeah.
This canny couple are champing at the bit to put their stamp on their first home.
I've got my scrapbook ready with all my pictures. I'm going to make it my own, definitely.
What I am looking forward to is being able to have the French doors open, Jen inside doing the salad and stuff, and I'm outside doing the barbecue. Yeah, probably mow the lawn.
Righto, I'll be straight over with a bottle of fizz.
With exchange of contracts imminent, there'll be sizzling sausages over hot coals within weeks.
On the edge of the New Forest, Georgie and Will's initial offer was rejected, so they decided to up their bid and we carried on with negotiations. It was an anxious 4-week wait.
We thought we hadn't got anything, and then suddenly we got this offer accepted.
We sealed the deal at £418,000, £7,000 under the asking price.
I cried.
You did, yeah. It was very, well, it was a really ecstatic moment, wasn't it?
They've only just got the keys, and now this pair are getting down to the serious business of homemaking.
It's been great to be able to get in and get going.
I've got somewhere for all my things now. I've got my lawnmower. So, yeah, couldn't be happier, really.
And Will's wasted no time in giving the front and back some stripes.
With Phil's help, we've kind of hit the jackpot with it, really.
It's all worked out very perfectly, yeah.
Happy days.
I think it did all work out rather beautifully.
Seems everyone's a winner this week.
This week, we've got wise words.
I'm not a house hunter.
You're a marriage counsellor.
Strong words.
I don't have a great feeling about it.
This is about homes.
House hunters at a loss for words.
Yeah, I'm kind of speechless.
Look at you, you're both just transfixed.
But I get the last word.
No, can I say something?
Yeah, well, I don't
just
think we
for
should.
the record.
That's what you think.
Oh, it's like a scratch record.
This week, we're taking the plunge into the buoyant Bath market.
And we're hoping that the city's restorative powers will revive two lagging house hunts.
I think I should try going with Bath.
Bath?
Do you think Bath
No,
will
you're
suit me?
much too posh for that. Bath, darling, Bath. Bathed in the beauty of sunny Somerset, Bath is awash with historical properties. But that's not all that's kept the market here at boiling point.
A growing tech industry and relocating Londoners have helped the area's house prices rise by over 45% in the last 10 years. That's almost double the national average.
It's a tough market for anyone considering taking the plunge, and it's up to us to make sure they don't get rinsed.
First into the deep end are 25-year-old first-time buyers Laura, an environmental consultant, and her boyfriend Phil, who is a town planner in Bristol. But he wasn't exactly a smash when they first met.
It wasn't exactly love at first sight, I think. We kind of... Thanks. But it wasn't. It was sort of little things that started happening, like Phil sort of pushed me out of the whitewater rafting boat.
Saved his...
And then tried to drown me a little bit.
They share a rented place in East Bath with 8 other flatmates. But after 4 years together, it's time to move on and get a place of their own, along with the other love in Phil's life.
It's a nice car, yeah. You know, I like to
Look after
it, yeah.
Phil needs his coveted car for his commute, but it's putting the brakes on their move.
Not having car parking, it's definitely put houses straight out of the running.
Yeah.
For me, probably the outdoor space. I would be willing to compromise on a lot of things if I could have a garden.
So deal breakers from both parties. But as for location, well, Phil hates his commute to Bristol from East Bath, so getting to the other side of the city is a must.
You're so miserable sometimes after a commute that it'll be much better for both of us living on the west.
So it sounds like compromises are possible on this house hunt, and that might be for the best.
In all honesty, we are totally clueless about the property market, and we're completely on our own, aren't we, really?
I think we've learnt a lot since we've started looking. Clueless, maybe not. This is like, yeah, what's it? Therapy.
We like to think of it more as couple counselling, though others may disagree.
It's recently come to my attention that some people regard this bit as sort of torture. I have no idea why. So, Phil, is there some difference between what the two of you like?
I think we both understand now there's going to be a lot of compromise.
Yeah, I think our priorities vary slightly, and that's the snagging point.
I think that it is always difficult buying a first home together. In fact, have I ever bought a house with someone else? Technically, no. So I'm not sure I could do it. So what would you say are the things which are really important to you?
A garden, or at least some form of outdoor space. And then I'd like a house over a flat, ideally, and 2 bedrooms.
Right. Phil?
Mine would be location. I think 2-bed as well is quite important.
Very important, actually. You've got to have growing space. You never know what might happen. This is the bit where Phil ducks under the table and goes red behind his ears. Well, no, I meant the other Phil, actually.
Oh, right.
Phil.
That's right.
Like, you're not allowed to ask about children. One
thing at a time.
One thing at a time. Yeah. Right, OK, well, I think that's it. We should get on with it. Drink up.
They're on their own with babies, though. Laura and the other Phil have a budget of £270,000 and want 2 bedrooms in a house rather than a flat.
Laura would like some kind of outdoor space. Phil would like off-street parking for his beloved car. We'll be looking at the West Bath areas of Newbridge and Southdown, and then out to Keynsham, places where Phil's commute to Bristol is shorter and Laura can get public transport into central Bath.
Our next house hunters this week are downsizers Kerry, a podiatrist, and Dave, a retired supply chain manager, who've been married for more than 40 years. They're unhappily renting in the Cotswold town of Bradford-upon-Avon, and finding somewhere to buy for a fresh start isn't proving easy.
We're not good with decisions, and we're not good with choosing things. So
I just think as long as it's a decent pub near.
If only it were that easy. This search has ground to a halt.
Yeah, we've disagreed on price.
Size of garden.
We've disagreed on size.
I'm not particularly keen on cottages.
Quite a lot, really.
Quite a lot.
Quite a lot of things. But hopefully we will eventually say, yes, this is the one.
Last year they sold their much-loved and laboured-over family home, a renovated but expensive-to-run barn in Hertfordshire, to free up cash for their retirement and to be nearer their kids and 3 grandchildren. But it was a decision they've still not come to terms with.
The house meant a lot to us. It was a place where our kids spent a lot of their growing up time.
It meant everything. It really did.
It meant a lot to us.
It did mean a lot to
we
us.
have both struggled
With leaving it.
with leaving it.
Kerry would love a simple move into a country cottage, ready for the grandkids to come and stay. But Dave isn't ready for the quiet life just yet.
I think I've got one more
You've
project
got one
in
more
me
project in you.
before I get too old.
Yeah, maybe. I worry what would happen when you'd built it and then you'd want to build another one.
No, I wouldn't. It'll be the last.
I believe you, Dave, but does Kerry? So these two need a wise head to bring them together and help them move on. Sounds like a case for Phil, our Phil.
I've got to start by asking, because I know a bit about your situation. What am I here to do?
Right. We've definitely lost our way. Partly, I think, because we struggled leaving the house, and I think for quite a few months the homesickness was quite difficult to deal with.
It's like you're in mourning, I suppose. Stupid analogy, but...
You sold it to be closer to your children.
Yes.
And to downsize.
To downsize.
It was an expensive place to run. And when you're not working, you're on a pension, you have to be realistic, you know.
So you've done all the right things, but now you've got to move forward.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what we haven't been doing.
I'm going to be really honest, I'm not entirely sure what I'm looking for here. I feel like I'm looking for 2 houses. So it's either ultra-modern or
I mean, I'm very much
period and character.
You know, I read all the design magazines, I look at these houses and really contemporary, and I think, wow, she's more a cottagey girl, I think.
Yeah.
Moving in that
I quite like that
direction.
sort of cosy cottage kind of look.
Neither of you are going to get your dream house.
Oh,
no,
absolutely.
I think that's...
I know, we know that.
I think we know that.
But you've got to have a dream,
Yes.
otherwise you don't start. do you? People.
But you've got to have the same dream.
Yes.
And I think I'll have a job making that dream come true. Despite Kerry and Dave having 600 grand in cash for a new place, plus any work it might need. They want at least 3 bedrooms for when family come to stay, and something rural with character.
They both want a garden, but can't agree on whether they want to renovate. As for location, their kids are spread across Oxford, Devon and the New Forest. So Bath and the surrounding areas of Somerset and Wiltshire are a good central location. So 2 couples, but not quite seeing eye to eye. Sound familiar, Phil? So, I think this is one of those, you know, so often looks easy but it's difficult type of search.
Yeah.
This is one that looks difficult, so I've high hopes that that might mean it's...
It's my turn for an easy one, but I'm not going to get one either.
Really?
No, I've got quite a severe case of a couple who cannot agree on what it is they're looking for, and they've abandoned their own house search because it was too stressful amongst the 2 of them. So it's almost like I'm not a house hunter.
You're a marriage counsellor.
What is it we do for a living? How did we get involved in this?
We're masochists, Phil. It's the only answer. For lovebirds Laura and Phil's first property, we've come to pricey West Bath, the area that is top of their wish list, so they should know the compromises that have to be made here.
Like parking.
Aside from the parking issue, how does this location strike you?
It's perfect.
Yeah, it's...
Yeah, it generally is. Yeah. The only thing is the parking, but we can, you know.
Wow, this is a really good start.
I will blaze over it.
Wow, did you hear that? OK, let's get in.
Phil's already compromising. It looks like our therapy is working.
This is a Victorian period conversion. It's got a spacious sitting room and kitchen breakfast room to the front of the property.
And a master and smaller double bedroom to the rear.
For Laura, there's access to a section of garden.
It's It's being marketed at £260,000, 10 grand under budget.
This is the smallest room.
Right.
Big.
It's still pretty big.
Still pretty big, isn't
Yeah.
it? And look at that.
I know, it's nice view.
It's amazing. That's really exciting.
OK, let's see the rest of the flat, I think. I mean, this is a really, really, really big bedroom.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Definitely probably the biggest we've seen so far.
Yeah.
Way to go. Yes, yes, yes. OK, moving on.
It's a bit early for a victory dance, Kirstles.
And here we have the rather generous kitchen.
I
It's
like
really
it.
nice. Yeah,
So, positive feel.
definitely.
I feel really positive about it.
It's not in that sort of state when you can't do anything to it.
Yeah.
But it's not at the same point something that you have to invest a lot in.
Straight away.
Which is just what you want, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's some question over which bit of garden would be theirs. That would have to be looked into if they decided to buy this place.
Oh, that's a great space, isn't it?
Perfect. It's perfect.
See, I would get the family over for the weekend with the strimmer and destroy all of this.
Yeah.
What's been very clear is that Phil and Laura may be young, but they're very sensible. They've got the right can-do attitude. And you know what? I don't see that often enough these days.
Top marks from Allsopp. Let's hope they don't do anything to spoil it.
So, you've seen the lot. How do you feel now?
I felt really happy looking at it.
Yeah.
It ticked so many boxes. The garden was a surprise for me because I wasn't thinking it would be that much of a pull. But after looking at it and seeing the space and what you can do with it, it really excited me.
I'm impressed already by Phil's enthusiasm and willingness to compromise.
That's Phil's for you. Always happy to help.
Let's see if it lasts, shall we?
This week I'm refereeing Kerry and Dave, who have different hopes for their next home.
And I'm with first-time buyers Phil and Laura. I'm just hoping I can keep them happy. My young couple loved the first property I showed them, a 2-bedroom flat in West Bath. And to my surprise, Phil's already thinking about compromise over the parking for his beloved motor.
It is a good location. Yeah. The only thing is the parking, but we can,
Wow, this is a really good start.
I will blaze over it.
Wow, did you hear that?
And can Kerry and Dave get over selling their beloved barn and find a place for the building project for Dave and simple village life for Kerry? Well, I might have just cracked it with my very first property.
Talk about tempting fate, Phil.
We're 6 miles from Bath in the small village of Carlingcott. Its semi-rural Somerset setting is ideally positioned for visiting their various offspring across the southwest. This is, it's called the Chapel Barn. Given that you sold a barn, I thought this would be as good a place to start as any.
First impressions are good.
Good. Let's see what happens inside. Before I came along, these two were struggling to agree on what they want. I'm hoping that will change here. This 19th century chapel has been a house for less than 40 years. Upstairs there's a landing which leads to 3 bedrooms. Perfect for family coming to stay.
Downstairs there are 4 reception rooms and even an annex with a kitchenette and a loo. And for Dave there's a coach house offering a great potential project.
The current asking price for Chapel Barn is £525,000, which would leave 75 grand for Dave to tackle the coach house. It has a really impressive hallway. You have the fire light, it would be warm and cosy, and yet it's quite big.
Yes.
Different. Definitely different.
Well, fire or not, I've had warmer endorsements. I'm praying the kitchen might meet more approval.
Oh, this is nice. Probably a little bit on the small side.
Yeah.
I would have liked something a bit more open.
We're not going to be able to do very much
You wouldn't be able to knock the walls down.
Not with that external wall. You're looking at the garden. Let's deal with that next.
It's not going too well for you, Phil. I'm presuming the garden is heavenly.
Now, about the garden. Those windows obviously look straight onto this garden. Yes. They're not main living rooms, and the owners here tell me they have scarcely ever seen their neighbours through any of those windows.
I don't have a great feeling about it. We're a bit overlooked.
The garden.
The garden is
the garden
not-
is a big negative. Yeah.
Bit awkward.
I do have one last ace up my sleeve, though. The old coach house in the grounds that could be a great project for Dave.
This would be something that you could get excited about here. And it would add value to the house.
It would.
Oh, no question. Yeah, I've got quite a lot of positives about the house. My concern is the garden. Yeah, no question. I'm not sure I can live with being that overlooked.
And Terry?
Yeah, I feel much the same. Garden's too overlooked. And a bit small.
I chose this because I felt that it combined lots of what you were both looking for.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yes. And I think it does.
Because some of the other houses that we're going to go on and see, well, they're more Kerry houses or they're more Dave houses. So at least I've got you agreeing.
You've got us agreeing.
Although you both said it's a no, at least you've agreed it's a no.
Yes.
Come on.
Definitely won't last.
Back in Bath, I'm letting my Phil tag along for Laura and her Phil's second property. We've now come to the vibrant community of South Down. It's a little further out than the first place in pricey Newbridge, but it's a similar commute for Phil, and there's better parking.
And one of Laura's top wishes, it's a house rather than a flat.
That's a gorgeous house as well.
It is a gorgeous house,
Really
yes.
pretty.
Now, this house has been completely refurbished. It's being sold by a developer, and it is cutesy on the outside and modern on the inside.
This is too good to be true.
No, well, never forget, Laura, there's a compromise hiding behind every corner. But right now, how good are you feeling?
I'm feeling excellent.
Don't lead the witness. How good are you feeling? She might not be feeling good. Hang on.
No, she's feeling good.
I can see a house.
Phil, your house hunters might not feel good. My house hunters feel very good.
Yeah. Like a scratch record.
They should feel very good. This modernised Victorian terrace cottage is a delight and could fulfil all their needs. There's an airy, open-plan living dining room and a kitchen with French windows to Laura's all-important outside space. Upstairs is one double bedroom, but unlike the last place, the second room is only a single.
The guide price is £280,000, which is 10 grand above budget, but the agent has advised that there's room for negotiation.
So, completely opened up, redone, and everything has been done.
It's so new, you can smell it, can't you?
Yeah, you can.
I can't believe it.
You're looking for a catch,
I
aren't
am
you?
looking for a catch.
Because this is a great.
There is a catch, but I don't know what you'll feel. No, can I say something?
Yeah, well, I don't
Just
think we
for
should.
the record, my house hunt.
Okay, shall I go?
No.
Can I?
No, you
Look,
can't.
you're doing so well.
No, you can stay. It's okay. Your opinion
I'll
is
stand in the
valued.
corner.
Your opinion is valued, but just shush.
Okay.
Okay. It may be that I think it's a catch and you don't.
Okay.
Okay? Go find it.
Go on,
Okay.
you go first.
I forget how helpful and everything you are. You know, you really care about these people. You guide them round.
No, but the thing about it
assist them.
the thing about it is, it's not for me to judge that it is a catch.
You're right.
Just a catch.
So there's a second bedroom, at least.
Yeah.
But it is a small second bedroom.
I do think you can make this room work.
I think
It's
you
just
could.
we got to work out how. I don't think we need to think about that.
I think it's a bigger deal for you than for me. Because I would just be like, yeah, let's buy it and let's make it work. Because I love it.
They seem very upbeat and, you know, genuinely almost surprised at themselves and their own reactions to both the houses. You pulled it out the bag.
Well, I like to try,
You
Phil.
do try.
I do
well,
try.
I know, you're very trying. More ways than one.
Ha, ha, ha.
How'd you get on?
I love it. I do love it. Phil's got concerns about the second bedroom.
That is the catch, that's the rub, but you're getting a house on a street where you can park the car, you can catch a bus into town and you can do some gardening.
Yeah.
It's so difficult, isn't it?
Listen, I'm thrilled that we're ending day one with two maybes, which is what it seems like.
Yeah, If it wasn't for that second room, I would have said put the offer in now. on that house.
I think it's something we have to go home. We have to have a chat about it.
Yeah.
Both properties, because they're both, both great properties.
Yeah.
You're making it look like this job's easy. It's not. It's extremely difficult.
Yes, but two maybes don't make a yes, Phil. I think this search still has a way to go.
Back with Kerry and Dave, and Kirstie's joined me in the village of Upton Scudamore in Wiltshire, 11 miles southeast of their first place in Carlingcott. It's got a few more amenities here, including, Dave will be pleased to know, a pub.
Oh, wow. Ooh.
Its updated cottage style makes it more of a Kerry house, but it still offers Dave a bit of work. Though, will it be enough?
How does it strike you initially, first impressions?
Pretty. Very pretty.
Quirky.
And quirky.
Definitely.
We'll take that and we'll run with it. Right, in we go.
The original coach house is 300 years old, and the living room could do with a bit of Dave's TLC. The rear of the ground floor has been renovated into a gorgeous open kitchen, with a sunroom looking onto a landscaped garden that they'll be pleased to hear isn't overlooked.
Upstairs, the very large and stylish master bedroom and bathroom have both had an upgrade. And at over 2,800 square feet, it's got more space than the last place.
This 5-bedroom property is £599,000, so right at the top of their budget. But the vendors are looking for a quick sale, so we think there could be a deal, leaving funds for Dave's work.
Beautiful kitchen.
It's a lovely kitchen, isn't it?
It's beautiful.
It's a good start. It's a good start. I've already seen something I don't particularly like, but could build.
Go on.
It was just the front view of the converted garage.
Yes,
It's dire.
It's dire. This is why this house works so well, because you get to be here and completely ignore what you have to do to that bit of the house while it's going on.
Good try, Kirstie, but I think Dave wants something bigger to get his hammer into. And I don't think Kerry wants him to get it out at all.
Oh, my goodness. Goodness,
This is rather a joy.
Isn't it? This is lovely.
Phil was concerned that you had had work going on around you for years.
Yes.
And you didn't want another project.
No, I don't. I don't think I do, but if I saw the right projects and it wasn't too much work.
Might this house give you the opportunity to do that?
I think it might, yes.
So this could be the ideal-sized project for Kerry, as well as giving her a home to replace the one they gave up when they downsized to be closer to their family.
I know you both said that was quite difficult, selling up. You know, she's lost her kind of nest, her home.
I think she's getting better. You know, there are days when I really feel homesick, but it's realistic. And,
it's a state of where you are now, isn't it? You're renting.
Well, it's a
you're
fact.
wanting to get it settled and you haven't. Yeah. But that's what we're here to do this week, is to help you across that line.
I know.
But I'm starting to see how differently these two view houses. And getting them over that line is easier said than done.
I really don't like this at all. Where, just... I don't know, I'd have to rearrange this completely somehow. It just doesn't feel right like that. Something would have to change.
Dave clearly would want to do a lot more work here than I anticipated. But given their budget and the top-end asking price, that's just not realistic. So I'm afraid my search isn't over yet.
This week, I'm with Laura and Phil, who are torn between two Royal Bath beauties, and they haven't even seen what I've got next.
But on my search, retirees Kerry and Dave have yet to find one that works for them both.
But it seems I'm on easy street at the moment after lovebirds Laura and Phil liked the first floor flat in West Bath.
I feel really positive about it.
And love the terrace house in South Down.
If it wasn't for that second room, I would have said put the offer in now.
Kerry and Dave still aren't agreeing, other than to tell me what they don't like.
I'm not sure I can live with being that overlooked.
Yeah, I feel much the same.
I've avoided anything that needs a lot of work so far, but at the risk of upsetting Kerry, I'm now taking them to Cologne, 19 miles north, with stunning countryside to enjoy in their future retirement.
I make no bones about it. I have chosen this specifically as a Dave house. It's full of opportunity and potential, but it would mean continuing to rent whilst you did the project.
Oh, yeah. It looks like there could be a lot of opportunity here.
Kerry, does that fill you with Horror.
A bit. A bit, but I can, you know, I know that potential's there.
Well, that's promising.
The square footage of this place is smaller than the last two, but it feels spacious. Yes, it needs a lot of work, but currently it's got 4 bedrooms, a generous kitchen and dining room, and a large living room, looking onto the huge garden and stunning views beyond.
That view is one of the reasons the price is $560,000. That won't leave Kerry and Dave much money for doing work, but perhaps a deal could be done.
This room, oh wow, is what it's all about.
Wow. Oh, wow. What can you say?
Smile.
Gosh. That is the Box Valley. That is a south-facing view across it, and I genuinely don't think it gets any better anywhere in the country.
No.
Unbelievable.
Is it too much of a project? Be honest.
No, I wouldn't rule it out.
Not for you.
No.
Kerry?
If I didn't have to live here, it would be fine. If we're renting.
Look at you, you're both just transfixed by that.
You can't put a price on a view like that.
Why don't you have a wander? Help yourself.
Right.
Well, this is going to get interesting, because while it's not a complicated project, it is quite a big project, and that is not what Kerry had in mind for this house search at all. I chose it as a Dave house, but Kerry is very taken, understandably, by that. So he might be able to bring her around.
Exciting.
Wow.
But with only 40 grand to spare from their budget, Dave needs to think about how he keeps this manageable.
A lot of potential.
In terms of location, in terms of size, it's got the potential.
I can almost hear the cogs whirring in Dave's head. Wait until he sees the other treat for him in that huge garden.
And then here we have Dave's house.
It just gets better and better.
How about that? Dave, you're looking quite inspired and kind of excited.
Yeah, I think so. I've already seen enough that makes me feel, you know, it's not that big a project.
Kerry, be honest.
I'm excited, but I'm also apprehensive, scared. The house is not the romantic vision that I had, but if it's made contemporary, I think I could like that.
I brought you here. I've nominated it as a Dave house.
Yeah.
If you keep it simple, no one's getting overexcited, no one's spending too much money, and you're in quite simply, it's a Dave and Kerry house.
Yeah.
I get where you're coming from, yeah, I understand that.
Well handled, Phil. It's a real skill to stop one partner getting carried away at the expense of the other.
Years of practice, Kirstie.
So, should we go and see another property?
Love to.
Yes?
Yeah, I think we should, while we're together.
Renovating this place could push its value over the magic million mark, but according to industry research, certain improvements add more value than others.
A popular choice is a new kitchen, adding an average of 5.8% in value.
Up next is an extra bathroom, adding 6.1%.
Or cash in on your attic. Loft conversions can add an average of 7.1% to your selling value. But remember, for any renovation, costs can easily mount up, so a contingency fund is a must-have.
Back in Bath, first-time buyers Phil and Laura are still struggling for a place that suits both of them. Laura loved the last place, a house with a garden, but for Phil, the small second bedroom was an issue. So my next property will offer much more space, eventually.
It's in Keynsham, 9 miles out of the city and much handier for Phil's commute.
So, what we have here, in case you hadn't already guessed, is a new build.
Yes, it's a dreaded new build, but with a bit of imagination, the guys should be able to see how this will be the place for space. I'm pretty sure that it'll be a plus point for Phil, but I'm not so sure about Laura.
Oh, look at Laura's face. Not a happy bunny.
This would be for Phil.
Ooh, dear. Because the thing is, that's not the only compromise.
No garden.
You guessed it.
Yeah.
But I think, that said,
Okay.
This has a lot to offer.
Now, there's not much to see at the moment, but the top floor flat we think will interest them will have 2 double bedrooms and a light and airy living space, similar to these in the neighbouring development.
At 800 square feet, it's bigger than property 1 and will have the mod cons of property 2. It's not on the market yet, but due on at £270,000, so exactly on budget. And there's plenty of parking planned for Phil, but no garden for Laura.
Tell me truthfully, honestly, would you rather just walk back down the hill?
No, I'm disappointed.
Yes.
That's it.
Oh, don't be too disappointed. It's very nice inside. Oh, do you want to go off for a second? Okie doke, you go off for a second.
Oh dear, house hunting can often be emotional, and you always have to be prepared for tears.
Do you want to go?
Yeah, I definitely want to.
It's something to think about, isn't it?
Laura's realised it's impossible to get everything they both want, and one of them will eventually have to compromise.
It's like your dream property versus my dream.
Yeah.
It's going to be hard to choose, or even nothing.
Should we go then, close?
Yeah.
Yeah?
She's doing the right thing by going in. The more houses they look at, the easier it'll be to make a decision. Something that's proving tougher than they thought.
Now, careful on here, although you've probably got more sensible shoes than I have. This is your kitchen here.
Right.
And your sitting room there.
I mean, I have to admit, I do like that you are in amongst the trees. It's very, like you said, that view out of there with the trees and leaves is very pretty.
Immediately I'm thinking the size for the price is really good.
Yeah.
If it was just you, Phil, would you be here?
Yeah, but...
It's not. I know it's not. I know it's not.
Criteria.
You have different criteria.
Yeah.
And actually, you've been a very unified couple. You've done it in a very unified way. You've both thought about the other people's criteria. Don't start again.
I can't help it, I'm sorry.
Because of the size.
Yeah.
Because I'm thinking...
Go and stand next to each other, go on.
But it doesn't mean I'm not going to consider the other place either, you know.
There's a lot to think about, okay? There is a lot to think about.
Should we have a look around?
Okay.
I think we should
Yeah,
have a look
you
around.
have a look
Yeah.
around. I'll go, you have a look around, okay?
Do you want to have a look at outside again?
I hate that kind of thing. But it is a reminder of how much emotion there is in finding the right home. This is about homes. The tears came from the fact that Laura doesn't like this flat, and she knew that Phil did, and she didn't want to deprive him of something he really liked. Those tears come from a place of love, and I really appreciate that, and I'm just going to give them a little bit of space.
You really like it, don't you?
Phil and Laura have seen 3 properties which could work in different ways. But now it's decision time. Which compromise are they happiest to make together?
Back to Kerry and Dave, and it looks like compromise is on the cards, after Kerry surprisingly liked a definite Dave house. But before she agrees to living through another of Dave's projects, I want to show her what I hope is her dream house. We've come to the Cotswolds conservation village of Monkton Farley in West Wiltshire, just 7 miles from Bath, and it's perfect for putting down roots.
It is the quintessential English village. Church, pub, shop, manor house, village fete, lots to get involved in, and it is absolutely beautiful.
It's beautiful.
And your budget would enable you to buy that.
Wow. I'm really excited to get inside and have a look. It looks very my kind of house.
Come on, then.
And indeed it is. It's the English country cottage Kerry said she was looking for. Inside, it's a blend of period charm and modern design. Downstairs, there's a cosy sitting room, a snug, and a bright kitchen opening onto the garden. Upstairs, there are 3 good-sized bedrooms.
Given the setting, it's hardly surprising that it's at the top end of their budget, 600k. But we understand the vendor may accept less.
As you can see, it's kind of... It's cosy, cottagey.
It is cosy and cottagey. Feels a bit small for me.
Size?
Size, yeah.
Right.
Size,
Compact?
Compact.
OK. It's certainly smaller than the project bungalow, and I suspect that's what Kerry's comparing it to.
I'm not sure. I don't think it'd be enough, the kitchen. Do you?
No.
It may be the dream country cottage, but it seems it's not Kerry's dream anymore.
It's funny how things turn out, because at the start, Kerry described this kind of classic Cotswolds cutesy cottage that was going to be her ideal, but in actual fact, she was far more animated and excited whilst in the bungalow that was a project that was really Dave's project, which is fine. I mean, they only need to buy one house, and I think I might have found it.
So, is Kerry absolutely sure this isn't the place she wants?
It is what I described, and it is kind of what I thought I wanted, but having looked at it, I'm not so sure now that that's where I want to be, in a small cottage, so I think I need more space.
Mm-hmm. So. This is at the 600,000. Yeah. So that tells us, if you want something that's done, and this is too small, if it was any bigger, it would be 700,000.
Exactly. Yeah.
So perhaps the project is an affordable way to go about getting what you want.
Yes.
Yes.
I think so.
So does it make sense tomorrow to go back to the bungalow and just really get under the skin of that and figure out what it would cost you?
Yes.
To get it to the state that you wanted it to be in?
It does.
Yeah, definitely.
Kerry and Dave are finally agreeing. Have they got beyond their beloved barn?
Possibly, but with these two, I wouldn't open the bubbly just yet, Kirstie. Dave and Kerry have surprisingly agreed they both like the fixer-upper with a stunning view in the Cotswolds. But before they go any further, they want to know just exactly how big a project it'd be.
Lee, you in here somewhere?
So, after a quick trip back and a quote from a local builder on how much for a basic refit to modernise the property...
Some in the region of about 65-ish.
Sounds good.
Just what we were thinking, wasn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
It looks like Kerry's on board if Dave can keep his ambitions in check.
So the issues really would be whether we can do this up and make it worse.
Yeah.
The money compared to houses
It's
in
the budget.
The village that are already done up.
Yeah. It all boils down to what the cost is and the price, etc.
We'll have to stretch the budget.
But 65 grand for building work on top of the 560 price would push the cost beyond their 600 budget. So we need to have a sit down and see what the guys can afford to bid. I'm just glad I found something they both like.
So what would you like to do about it?
We are very, very interested. We have a budget. We don't really want to go much above that.
As you said at the beginning, the idea of this exercise, as in selling your house, was to downsize and to put some cash in the bank.
Yes.
The last thing you now need to do is go and spend all the cash.
Exactly. Exactly.
So he paid $450 for it 12 months ago.
Mm-hmm.
He's asking $560. Mm-hmm. So he's done very well for himself simply owning it.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
What do I think we can get it for? I think we've got to try him at kind of 525, 530, somewhere there.
I'm just conscious of the work that needs doing.
Well, we said this morning about 5, didn't we? What we would offer.
Well, we don't think he's going to accept that anyway.
No. You don't think he'd accept that? OK.
I think the maximum we would be prepared to go to is 525 then.
Yeah.
Should we we'll put 525 on the table and go, look,
Yeah.
there it is. We're not going any further.
No, I think that's
I think so. We've got to set a limit.
Yeah.
Fine.
We have to balance that off.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Chris, good afternoon to you. Phil Spencer here. I do have an offer for you. It's a completely cash offer, 100% cash, and this isn't us trying to negotiate. They've got a price of $525,000. Terrific. Good luck. Thank you, Chris. Cheers. Bye. He's going to ring the owner right now.
OK.
Back in Bath with Phil and Laura. They've decided property 1 isn't for them, and it's stalemate between Phil's off-plan at 270 and Laura's period terraced house at 280. 10 grand over their budget. Time for Auntie Kirstie to step in.
You are united, you are devoted. I know that Laura's tears are about knowing that you would like treetops and feeling that she didn't want to deprive you of it. Your problem with South Downs is the second bedroom.
Yeah.
So one's got mediocre parking and outside space, one's got great parking, great commute, no outside space.
It's tough. Yeah.
If you're looking for price to solve this problem, which I know Laura is, I don't think it's going to do it for you.
You think they're both going to even
I
out?
think they could easily both even out.
It just gets harder.
I know.
It does get harder.
It's a huge decision for them, but as it stands, the off-plan development isn't even on the market yet, and there's no imminent offers on South Down. They can afford to take a little more time, but they will have to make a decision.
So we found nothing at all on our own, and then there's two great properties,
Yeah.
and we can't now decide.
And we can't decide what we want to do.
I feel really sorry for you, and I can't. I find it very difficult to get up and leave at this point. But I am at the end of the telephone, and now you two have, you have to decide.
I really hope that we get one, and I think it's just between me and you.
Which one?
Choosing.
Yeah.
This is to making the right decision.
Making the right decision.
Thanks for your help.
Pleasure. It's been an absolute joy.
Laura and Phil are so united, it's sweet. But I can't help them any further until they decide on a property. And I can't tell which way this is going to go.
However, I've got Kerry and Dave to go from disagreements galore to one definite offer. $525,000 is on the table for the fixer-upper in Cologne.
Hi, Chris. Right. Fair enough. That gives us something to work at. I don't know if it'll be any good, but let me have a conversation, and I'll let you know. Thanks. Bye. It's not enough, but he has made a counter-offer. His magic number is 530.
What do you think?
I don't know. I leave the decision. It's a lot of money.
It's a tough call. It is only $5,000 more, but every penny they spend on the house, the less they'll have for retirement. Kerry and Dave have come a long way in this search, but this may prove a step too far.
Yeah, I think we'll stick with what we've got. It's just, 25 was a push.
I agree.
Stick with it.
Stick with it. Yeah, stick with that one.
Thanks very much, anyway.
No, absolutely. Perfectly understood. I'm just delighted to have found something that you both like.
Yes.
How about that?
That is an amazing achievement.
We started this search, so I thought I was
achievement,
looking for two houses.
Yes. Yeah.
I know.
You could very well have been at some point. We might have gone our separate ways.
So I'm really, really pleased to have found something
If
that's
this works out, it would be amazing. Yeah.
So our offer of $525,000 stays on the table, and we'll see what the next few days bring. But 8 weeks later, and Kerry and Dave just couldn't get the house in Cologne at the right price, and have decided to walk away. Nevertheless, their search continues.
We went along to the auction last week.
Yeah, first auction we've ever been to.
Very interesting, but unfortunately we were outbid. We sometimes have a look at land, don't we?
Still not out of the bounds of possibility that we'd buy a plot and do a self-build.
So it seems their search is progressing. And there have been a couple of other developments too, in the shape of new twin grandchildren, Alexander and Xavier.
I'm in love at the moment, totally in love. I'm besotted.
But Dave's kept them fully focused on the house hunt.
I still don't want to compromise. It has to be a house we can fall in love with and pamper it.
And now they've agreed on what they're after, I'm hoping it won't take them too long. With Laura and Phil, they did finally make a decision between the off-plan flat and the period conversion.
It's difficult. Obviously, my favourite place was the flat in Keynsham.
But it wasn't in Bath, no outdoor space.
I came to terms with that, and we put an offer in on the South Down Road property, 260.
After offering 20 grand below asking, they did something the Bath market didn't. Took a break.
We came back from holiday and property had been sold.
I was gutted that we lost it because I did think it was perfect.
But our search did at least show them the type of home they want. And now they know there's no stopping them.
Primarily, we're still looking in Bath.
There's been 1 or 2 places we've seen in the last week that we're really interested in. So we'll make a move on one of those.
Bouncing back from a loss. My kind of house hunters.
This week we're in Essex with 2 sets of house hunters struggling to decide.
I'm not sure. This is really confused me now.
It's a roller coaster search with lots of twists.
I'm excited.
It feels like we've got into a time capsule.
Oh my God, I might buy a house.
And turns.
What do you reckon?
No.
Dun dun dun.
It's a good size room.
I was just thinking it seems small.
But we'll stay on track to find their dream homes.
We're following your advice on this. What's the answer, Kirstie?
Do it.
Do it.
This week, we're house hunting in Essex, in Chelmsford and Southend.
My couple are returning expats, desperate to get back on the UK housing ladder.
My couple have a foot on the UK housing ladder, but they're struggling with the second step.
That's not a bad second step.
I know.
Second home, do nicely, wouldn't it?
Essex is beautiful.
The county of Essex is home to picturesque villages, lush green countryside, fun seaside towns and the thriving city of Chelmsford. And all of this within easy reach of London, making it one of the most popular places to live in the commuter belt.
A true all-rounder, Essex attracts families and couples seeking more affordable homes, excellent schools and a better quality of life, plus those direct rail links to London.
As we search, competition is fierce. Last year saw a 12% rise in property prices here. And with average houses costing nearly half of those in London, Essex is now becoming one of the fastest selling locations in the UK. Police Officer Jay and Senior Analyst Charlene are parents to 1-year-old Kai. But juggling a baby and full-time jobs has taken its toll on their search. And a year down the line, they're still looking.
It's very difficult looking for properties in our current situation. It's just difficult to find that time to sort of go and do viewings, isn't it?
We don't have spare time anymore.
We really don't.
Time is of the essence for this family. Currently living in Romford, they want to move to Chelmsford, to where Charlene works, and for good train links for Jay's daily commute to London. Throw in a nursery drop and you can understand their concern.
Currently we're about an hour away and we have had calls from the nursery that he's fallen over or he's not feeling too well or something. And then there's kind of like the mad panic trying to get back as quickly as possible to get him.
But there is another hurdle to this house hunt. Charlene is struggling to find properties that match up to their current home, which they refurbished from scratch.
It's very difficult to want to move where we've got the house just how we want it and we don't need that 3rd, 4th bedroom right now. So I think he looks so disappointed.
I know.
I
am disappointed.
Soon.
We've outgrown this house. As family gets bigger and probably...
Family's getting bigger.
He said it, not me. In the later future, obviously not so much now.
Sounds like more bedrooms could definitely become a necessity. However, they have very different approaches to house hunting.
I think you're probably more nervous than I am because I'm very much a
spontaneous
a
person.
Go-getter, doer.
And I'm very
you're
cautious.
Thinker.
I would stay here forever. And
I would go tomorrow.
And yeah,
so,
but I think between the two of us, we'll probably end up with the right house.
You're my yin and I'm your yang.
Yeah, or whichever way around it goes.
Way around, yeah.
Just like us, eh, Kirstie?
I'm not sure I'd agree with that, Phil.
My point exactly.
On paper, you do not look like super fussy punters.
You haven't met my wife.
No. Your desire is to be in Chelmsford, which will reduce your commute massively, which means you spend more time with Kai.
We'd like him to be in a nursery that's sort of getting used to a community.
Your budget, remind me?
425 is our upper budget.
And 4 bedrooms.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't want to take your requirement for 4 bedrooms and just chuck it away. I do think we should look at possibility of a 3-bed.
Sure.
I mean, how many houses have you seen? 15?
Yeah, about 15.
I have yet to find a property that I love because our house has been built to our specification because we've just done so much to it. I'm hoping the house will live up to the expectations that I have, which is going to be hard.
Yeah. I think your 3 problems are time, slightly unrealistic expectations, and no push.
And I'm just really worried about making a mistake. Or...
I think you're worried about making a decision.
Yeah. This shouldn't be too hard.
Sure.
But I'm bearing in mind that Jay has said, that's because I don't know how fussy you are. So that's on record. Right, I think we need to get on with it.
You said it, Kirstie. Just find them something they can't resist.
Exactly. Then make an offer that can't be refused. Charlene and Jay have a good budget of £425,000 from a mortgage and equity released from their current home. They want 4 bedrooms and it has to be close to town and the train station.
A child-friendly garden for Kai is a must, as are good schools close by.
They want to be in Chelmsford, accessible to the train and town, so we'll focus on those surrounding suburbs, taking them as far east as the village of Great Baddow.
I'm 40 minutes away on the coast, in the seaside town of Southend-on-Sea, with my house hunters, married couple Graham and Gemma.
We've been married for over 20 years.
23 years, yeah.
23.
23.
OK.
Yeah.
We've been married for 23 years.
Yeah. There's a drive-through in Las Vegas.
Graham's job as a photographer, snapping the rich and famous, led them back to the UK 3 years ago after 17 in LA.
That's Julia Roberts and George Clooney.
Now he's working in London. They've based themselves in Southend-on-Sea, where operations manager Gemma works. It's also close to direct train links to London. Despite Graham's showbiz job, there's no glitz and glamour for this couple. They enjoy life's simple pleasures, whilst they've saved every penny they have in order to buy a house in the UK, mortgage-free.
Gemma and I have been saving up for 10, 15 years now. All of our emotions are in saving the money up to actually buy a property.
I'm very, very good at saving money. We're happy and satisfied with riding our bike to somewhere nice and eating food that we've made ourselves at home. It's great.
But it hasn't been easy finding a home, and they've now been renting the same space above a charity shop for the last 3 years.
We have never moved into it emotionally, probably. We don't have light shades. It looks like we have actually just moved in or are just moving out, which is hopefully what's going to happen now.
Let's hope so. But saving for so long, added to fears of wasting money, is really holding them back.
Am I a bit more cautious than you?
Yes, just a bit.
Purchasing a property does fill us with trepidation. We are nervous about it. If Phil tells me that the property has a good value and it's a property that we like, I will buy it.
Feeling the weight of expectation, Phil?
You know I thrive under pressure, Kirstie.
You've done fantastically well to save so much money. 290, 300?
300.
I mean, it's amazing. I'm not sure I've ever come across that.
It's been a mission, really.
Yeah.
We have been living frugally.
And renting a flat at the moment.
Yes.
You're losing money every month.
21,000 over the last 3 years.
Yeah.
It's a lot of money.
Let's talk about the requirements.
If we can create a living space that has sunshine coming into it in the evenings.
So it's got to have a southwest-facing garden.
That would be one of my top things on my list.
Would you do work?
I'd be happy to knock down walls.
If the price fits in up to 300,000, then we would do that, yeah.
How far to the train?
Probably 15 minutes walk, 20 minutes walk.
How's your own property search been going?
I really thought it was easier if one person did this.
I'll go ahead first and look at them. Then Gemma comes along for a second viewing. I've looked at about 40 in person.
40? Crikey.
Since January.
Okay.
We have faced some challenges from competition of other people trying to purchase the same property. We might need help with that.
Yes.
We can move quickly.
We're ready.
though.
The money's there.
We're ready.
Okay, let's get started. We'll drink up and get going.
Great.
Help you spend all this money.
That's a big pile of cash, Phil. Think you can handle it?
Of course I can, but I might need a bigger wallet. Graham and Gemma have a cash budget of £300,000. They want a house that feels open and airy and is efficient to run, with a minimum of 2 bedrooms.
It has to have a southwest-facing garden for Gemma, and for Graham, be no more than 20 minutes walk to a station.
Southend-on-Sea is home to the longest pier in the UK, and we're starting not far from there, concentrating our search right in the busy town centre, in the streets as close to train stations as possible.
My, what smart shoes you're wearing today. Look at those, they're fantastic.
Thank you very much.
This is going to be a really interesting week. Not exactly a well-trodden path, LA to Southend.
No, you're kidding me.
They never wanted to have a mortgage. They've saved up £300,000 in cash.
Oh, my God.
Now, actually spending it's quite scary.
Well, I've got a lovely couple, year-old baby, both working full-time, just don't have the time to find their own house. But when I was digging a little deeper, I think there's a pickiness. This cathedral had to be rebuilt when they were excavating the foundations and it fell down by accident. I feel that's a good analogy for my house hunt. I may have to rebuild their house hunt on different foundations.
OK.
Amen to that, Kirstie, as long as you get them singing from the same hymn sheet.
This search is difficult in Chelmsford. Demand is outstripping supply. So when priced right, houses are selling fast. If Jay and Charlene see something they like, they must be prepared to act.
The sun is shining, the grass is green, there are leaves on the trees.
I'm kicking things off in Chelmer Village, a suburb 1.5 miles east of Chelmsford. It's got the good schools they want and excellent transport links to town for Jay.
This is the house.
Okay.
For me, I'm not too keen on the brickwork.
It's not got the wow factor.
Do you see that house down there, which is clad with wood?
Okay.
That's a very nice look.
Yeah, I think it looks quite nice, actually, if it was to be done like that.
Right, you ready? Keen to see inside? OK, good, that's a good sign. Keen to see inside is a good sign.
Let's hope the inside makes up for the missing curb appeal. Large and detached, this house is almost double the size of their current home. Downstairs, there's a well-equipped kitchen and an open-plan living dining area that leads onto a lovely child-friendly garden.
Upstairs, there's a family bathroom and 4 good-sized bedrooms. Plenty of space for a growing family. But it pushes their budget to the limit, on at a guide price of between £425,000 and £440,000.
So, what we've got here is your sitting room and then dining room at the end there.
Oh, I see.
It's a good size room.
I was just thinking it seems small.
Okie doke. That's
I mean,
it.
that's
It
something
seems
that I
small
think as
in
well.
comparison
Yeah.
to other things you've seen.
Yeah.
And I think in comparison to our house, where it's open plan, our home, it feels much bigger.
Well, if it's space they want, there's plenty more outside.
It's west-facing.
I think it looks like quite a good space to sort of have barbecues.
Our garden is very long and narrow.
Yeah.
So it feels like actually this is a better use of space.
Yeah.
You can imagine Kai playing out here.
What do you think this is on the market at?
345.
No. Was originally put on at 450 and is now reduced to 425.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
I'm surprised how we're not within walking distance to the city centre and it's still that price.
Might be a bit of a worry.
Yeah, I know.
Go and have a look.
Yeah.
Okay.
Seems this house is £100,000 too expensive. I predict a lesson in expectation management ahead, Kirstie.
It is quite small.
Yeah.
The worry is that they both thought this house was on well below 400,000. That says to me, realism is worse than I thought.
I think compared to our house, it doesn't feel that much bigger, considering it's a 4-bedroom house.
Yeah.
If it means we need to drop down to a 3-bedroom house to get a bigger master bedroom and 2 decent-sized rooms, then that might be one of the compromises we have to make.
It's a possibility.
Oh dear, it's definitely not the house for them. But at least they're talking compromise.
You've seen upstairs.
Yes.
You've seen downstairs.
We gave it a rating, didn't we?
Oh, go on, spit it out.
He was really harsh.
I gave the upstairs a D-.
Oh my God.
I know!
Oh, flashback to school days.
I wasn't as harsh. I was a C- upstairs. So now it's probably like a B-.
Maybe the answer is nobody buys a B- house. And they certainly don't buy a D- house. Feel judged. Feel harshly judged.
See me after class, Miss Allsopp. That D- needs improving.
And I think that means extra homework for me.
This week, I'm with expats Gemma and Graham, who are hoping to settle in Southend.
And I'm with new parents Jay and Charlene, who have a challenging checklist for Chelmsford.
But we scored pretty low in the first house.
I gave the upstairs a D-.
Oh, flashback to school days.
Luckily, I've still got 2 great properties to show them, despite the tricky Chelmsford market.
My photographer Graham and wife Gemma returned from LA with years of savings. They're hoping to finally give up renting and find a good value property to invest in.
They want a house close to central Southend, ideally with 3 bedrooms, near a train station and a garden that faces southwest. Tough, even with 300 grand cash.
Well, here we are. This is the first one. We're about 10-minute walk to the sea.
My first property in Southchurch may be a bit of a project, but it gives them the space they want and is only 8 minutes walk to the train station.
Are you familiar with Southchurch, Phil?
One street over from this, yes. It's one of my preferred streets.
Good.
Feels like a real nice sense of community.
So I'm hoping that scores a few points.
Yeah, it does.
The house itself is very different to the others. So it hasn't got the bay front, but it's got side access.
OK.
Oh, that's perfect for us, because that's how we travel about Southend, is on our bikes.
The bike access could be a winner. However, Gemma isn't saying much.
She's smiling, Kirstie, and that's good enough for me. This surprisingly spacious end terrace has the open and airy upstairs they're looking for, and a modern bathroom and 3 bedrooms.
Downstairs, there's a compact kitchen to the front and a good-sized living and dining area with doors that open up into a manageable west-facing garden. A must-have for Gemma.
It's a great all-rounder, and at £245,000, it's 55 grand under budget, leaving cash for improvements.
Nice wide hallway, kitchen at the front. Come on through. This could all be opened up.
So the downstairs space would just be one.
Be one.
Is what you're planning, yeah.
Yeah, with the west-facing garden.
OK.
Right.
In terms of the running of the house, it is already double-glazed. I imagine you want to run this house as efficiently as possible.
I definitely do.
Definitely.
That would be a key, to try to do that with any property that I bought.
Ticks the boxes, definitely does.
It's not exciting, as it is. Right now, it seems quite narrow.
We should see some more. Let's head upstairs.
OK.
Off to you.
Gemma has spoken, Phil, and she's not excited.
This is only the first room, Kirstie. Let's give things a chance to unfold.
What really surprised me when I came in was the ceiling height.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really weird how downstairs is so low and then upstairs is much higher.
I think we prefer it the other way around. Higher ceilings downstairs and lower ceilings upstairs.
I don't know. But it is a surprise.
Yes.
It's a good surprise.
Good stuff. Well, why don't you have a look in the other bedrooms and bathrooms? I'll leave you to it.
OK.
Right.
It seems the upstairs has produced some positives. It might be in with a chance after all.
It's so different up here.
Yeah.
Well, the high ceilings upstairs certainly helped lift things, quite literally. But Gemma's being a bit reserved.
Would you prefer to live up here and bedrooms downstairs?
I'm not sure.
She's been doing the saving. Graham's been doing the searching. So she hasn't seen as much as he has. And he says this is ticking lots of boxes.
It's good space upstairs. That's what's interesting, and it's west-facing.
OK.
OK, here we go.
Yeah.
Well, Graham's certainly thinking about it, and it is in a location he likes. But if Gemma doesn't agree, they won't be rushing to buy it.
I think you're right. That's the picture I'm getting too.
Could it work?
If the space was completely opened up, there still is the concern of the low ceiling height downstairs.
Yeah. The upstairs feels light and airy and open, whereas downstairs it's got the big windows, but it feels dark.
It feels a little bit claustrophobic for us.
So we've got a reasonable start. I've got something to work from. You're not scared by the level of work, opening walls?
No. No.
OK.
No.
Well, should we move on?
Yes.
Yes.
Claustrophobic? A reasonable start?
Sometimes you need to use the negatives to develop, Kirstie, and my next property could be just the change of focus they need.
Back with my space-seeking couple in Chelmsford. They felt property 1 was small compared to their current home. They want bigger. But if we don't get a move on, they'll be staying squished right where they are.
Keep up, keep up.
Yes.
We've travelled just under 3 miles to the village of Great Baddow, southeast of Chelmsford. This property offers them the space they want and more, but it's right on the edge of their search area. It's house versus location.
What we have here is one of the neatest, cleanest houses I have ever seen.
Looks quite nice, actually.
I'd be interested in seeing what it looks like inside. I think compared to the way the first house looked from the outside, this is
For the
definitely a
record,
step
Phil,
up.
the first house got a D-.
Well, it's a good job I came along, wasn't it? Come on.
If you say so, Phil. But at least it passes on curb appeal. This chalet-style house is detached with a good-sized kitchen and a spacious lounge and dining area. Plenty big enough for family life.
Upstairs has a large bathroom, 4 bedrooms, the master being ensuite, and outside there's a large enclosed garden, perfect for a growing 1-year-old and barbecues for mum and dad.
I think it's a super family home, and it's on the market, bang on budget, at £425,000.
So the last front room you walked into, you thought was too small.
Yes.
I really like the size of this room.
I like the doors leading out to the garden because it's almost like a picture.
It's like half an hour walk to the train station. So that's quite a tough commute. In an ideal world, you'd want to be closer, but then you wouldn't be looking at a big house like this.
Sure. Realistically, I'm thinking you'd leave before Kai woke up and you'd be home after he goes to sleep.
But in terms of longevity, it does feel like a family home, doesn't it? You know, which is quite important for us.
The question is, does Jay have the appetite for that commute to the station?
Well, perhaps the lure of a big family home will prove irresistible. Time to find out, woman to man.
We've got 4 bedrooms up here.
OK.
All a reasonably decent size. And then here is the master bedroom with the ensuite.
I do like the ensuite bathroom. It's captivated me the more I think about it, but it's just small niggly things.
Something about this house needs to sing enough for you to be able to ignore the niggly things. And do you think that's happening?
Yeah, I do, actually.
Well, Jay may be sold, but Charlene's still mulling it over.
I'm not as enthusiastic about it, perhaps, as Jay is.
Is he quite spontaneous?
He is definitely very spontaneous.
I love this. I love the look of it. It just feels like you've got into a time capsule. It just feels amazing.
And I spend a lot of time deciding. I've been the person going, there's a roundabout right behind our garden and you can hear a lot of traffic. So I don't know if I'm being nitpicky, perhaps.
You know, I think she might be, Kirstie.
Recognising the problem is half the battle, Phil. Take this as a good sign.
Jay has got some time for this house. How did it go with Charlene?
Charlene is a lot more cautious than Jay is. She's the kind of thinker.
It's a shame about that beam running through the house, especially in our bedroom.
Our bedroom?
Our bedroom. When we move in.
Well, it's a very sensible house. And they're a very sensible couple. So I'm sure they'll do the right thing with a bit of encouragement.
Are you encouraging me to twist their arm?
If all you did was twist their arm, would be nice, but instead of battering them over the head with a sledgehammer.
Tools of the trade, Phil.
How'd you get on up there?
Much happier than the first property we saw.
The location isn't so great, but the house is nice.
My concern might be that it seems like a very sensible choice.
When you're buying houses, boring is good, dull is good, keep it safe.
Really, keep it
safe.
solid, keep it safe.
That's why I married her.
No, am I boring and solid and safe? That's terrible.
We're ending the day at a better place than when we started.
Well, I hope Jay doesn't pay for that comment later.
As long as they both agree on my next location, I'm sure all will be forgiven.
Back in Southend with Graham and Gemma, my first house felt claustrophobic. So, knowing they like a bargain and are up for a project, my next property offers them the potential to create the open space they crave.
The weather always like this in Southend.
Yes, it is.
It's the driest town in England.
I brought them to the desirable Southend suburb of Westcliff-on-Sea. We're bang in town and it's only 9 minutes walk to the train station.
So this is where I'm going to show you next.
Okay.
I've taken a bit of a leap of faith with this one, knowing that you like a deal and knowing that you've got creativity and vision.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Let's get on in.
Great.
Happy faces. Now here's the rub. This is actually a flat, but I think it offers them a great footprint in a prime spot with scope for a fabulous extension. And as cash buyers, they're ideally placed to turn it around quickly.
Currently, the lounge is being used as a second bedroom to the front. With high ceilings and character features, the living and kitchen space to the back spills out into a south-facing sunroom and garden.
Not on the market yet, it'll be a whopping 115 grand under budget when it is. At £185,000, it could be just enough to tempt my bargain hunters.
Now, what we've got here, as it stands, is a 2-bedroom flat.
Okay.
However, it owns the freehold of the whole building.
Right.
There's a flat upstairs with a relatively short lease. At some point, that will be extended.
OK.
As the leaseholder pays the freeholder when they extend the lease, Gemma and Graham would be due a windfall of 10 or 20 grand in only a few years. It's a win-win, isn't it?
What do you reckon?
No. No. Not an apartment. I don't really want to live in an apartment anymore.
I was kind of thinking of keeping as much cash in the bank as you can, whilst creating the amount of space that you actually need. Let's just see if we can make it work.
Graham's dead against it, Phil. You'd need to be a magician to make this one work.
Just as well, I've got this idea for an extension up my sleeve then, isn't it? By adding a side return and redoing the conservatory, this could all open up to become one big creative living area. And now we know energy efficiency is the magic ingredient for Gemma. Here she can build to her exact spec.
What would you spend doing it? 25, 30 grand. It's quite a big job.
Yes.
There's a temptation you could get carried away.
Mm-hmm.
Probably not. eBay has very good kitchens.
Sorry. Probably not indeed.
Probably not.
I can see definitely why you have brought us here. But I'm not sure if that's the kind of investment opportunity that we are looking for. We're looking for somewhere to live. This is going to be our home.
OK, we're in the wrong spot. Let's move on.
Okay, thank you.
Well, that really didn't do the trick, did it? 2 houses down and still no winners. What else have you got up your sleeve, Phil?
Well, I took a gamble and it didn't pan out. Don't think I'll be going to the casino tonight. I'm trying to find a South End property that persuades sensible savers Gemma and Graham to part with their hard-earned cash.
And I'm with new parents, Jay and Charlene, who have run out of room in Romford and want a family-friendly house in Chelmsford.
So far, neither of my properties have been good enough for Gemma and Graham to part with their cash.
No, not an apartment.
It's not exciting as it is.
And in Chelmsford, after initial positive reactions from Charlene and Jay in property 2,
I really like the size of this room.
they have decided it's too far from town and have discounted it.
Location isn't so great.
The search for the perfect family home continues. So, it's clear that it's all about location. And I think my next property has it. We've come to Old Molsham, one of Charlene and Jay's favourite areas, close to great schools and only 20 minutes walk to the station.
Well, here we are, Old Molsham.
OK.
Excellent.
The stumbling block here, this house only has 3 bedrooms.
Worry not, Kirstie. I'm coming along for backup. Again.
I feel better already.
A really interesting house. Much closer to town.
Yes. We did sort of realise as we were driving up here, it seems much more walkable.
Yeah.
Okie dokie. Come have a look.
In a great location, this 1920s semi may only have 3 bedrooms, but there are also 3 reception rooms, one of which has its own ensuite and is currently used as an office. Ideal for senior analyst Charlene to work at home, or a future bolt hole for a teenager.
This house also has a huge enclosed garden, and on at a guide price of £400,000 to £450,000, there's plenty of room to negotiate.
This is really nice.
Oh, this is lovely, isn't it?
So this is your family room?
Got the fireplace.
That's fantastic for me to have a fireplace. I always wanted a fireplace, so...
Can I ask what's going on with that floor over there?
I think there are a number of bits as you go around that would need sorting out. It will need a bit of tidying up.
TLC.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
OK, so some cosmetic niggles to deal with, but I'd say Jay's really warming to the place.
The garden is huge.
I really, really do like the garden.
I can see Kai kicking the football around.
Yeah.
It's in the catchment of an outstanding school. The Vendor's children go to a really, really good school.
Brilliant.
Right now, having seen what this house has to offer, what are you feeling?
This is my favourite of the houses we've seen.
As far as Charlene's concerned, it's a winner.
Wow.
It's not every day you hear a wow. Well done, Kirstie.
This is my worried face. This is my, oh my God, I might buy a house.
Yes, that's the face we want to see from you, Charlene.
Phil, that's a face I often get from my buyers.
This must be the master bedroom. It's got fitted storage, which is good.
I like the space, actually. It's a really, really good space, isn't it?
Positive vibes coming from upstairs.
Really? I'm worried Charlene notices the little things.
It's a sweet room. I mean, it's quite small, though.
I think she has to be careful about being too picky. No house is going to measure up. Her need to buy isn't strong enough.
That's a good space.
Yesterday, Jay was very spontaneous and excited. I think Jay's been quieter here, and she's actually been the one that's liking it more.
I like the Phil Spencer take on things.
Kai's nursery would be just down that street towards Molsham.
I think location's very important for us, isn't it?
The office space downstairs is really brilliant. So it's probably more that and the location that would tip this house.
Yeah.
With testimony like that, I'm hopeful for a very favourable verdict.
What do you make of it all?
Does it make you feel...
I think it's a definite contender, isn't it, for us?
I would agree with that.
Neither of the houses yesterday are houses you want to go back and see.
No.
No.
Let's park this house and go and see a fourth house.
Oh, OK.
The more you see, the more you can know where your compromise lies. Let's go and see it.
Well navigated, Kirstie. You're running a tight ship. Let's hope my next property's that simple.
So that's a bit of a project, as are a few of our properties this week. Not a problem for Charlene and Jay, who renovated their entire house themselves in Romford, and they're not alone. Roughly 50% of Brits will take on a DIY project each year. Kitchen refits and new bathrooms top the list of more ambitious home improvements, followed by garden makeovers and extensions.
And with reports suggesting almost £6 billion being spent on home improvements across the UK this year, it seems the British passion for a project is stronger than ever. Can we fix it? Yes, we can. Back in Southend, where the market's waiting for no one, it's clear I need a radical solution. With my first two properties falling flat, I need something that'll really knock their socks off.
If I had socks on, I'd take them off and cross my toes for you.
I'm hoping we're bang on patch in terms of geography here.
Yes, very central.
Hurrah! There are even 2 train stations for super snapper Graham and for green-minded Gemma. This house contains every energy-efficient trick in the book.
We're going to have a look round this house.
Wow.
I'm familiar with the outside of this, but we couldn't get into it to view it.
The reason for that is because it's tenanted. We've managed to get access today because he has just decided he's going to sell it with vacant possession.
I'm excited.
It's 4 years old. It's easy to run, it's efficient to run. It's got solar panels and all the works.
It's got solar panels?
It's got solar panels.
Really?
Wow.
So how does the solar panel work?
Come on, let's get in and have a look.
The interior proportions of this property are fantastic. It's exactly what they've asked for. Light and airy, with 3 decent bedrooms, a modern shower room upstairs, and a front reception that's currently being used as a 4th bedroom.
But what will really get them excited is the open-plan kitchen sitting room at the back that opens up into, you've guessed it, a west-facing garden.
Only on the market a few days, it's top of the budget, just under £300,000, and we're the first ones through the door.
I want you to see this, because I did listen to you yesterday. Yes. Brightness, light, west-facing garden. Very little money to spend on it. Very little money to spend living in it, because it's modern and efficient.
Good. I'm very comfortable with that idea.
How did I guess?
So far, it looks
So far, it does work.
We're on a roll. Let's keep going. After you.
Rock and roll, Phil. this could end years of renting and send them leaping through the door of ownership.
Let's hope so, Kirstie, because buyers are queuing up here. If they want this, they better be ready to jump.
I think one of the attractions for you, and indeed for the owner, he's looking for a quick deal because he wants to go to New Zealand and he wants cash.
Yes.
We've got cash.
That makes it even more interesting.
Yes.
A deal to be had. Now you're really talking Gemma's language.
It's another good size room.
Yeah, it's great.
You seem to feel a lot happier about this property than the property yesterday.
Yeah, definitely.
More confident going forward?
Well, I feel comfortable in here.
Yesterday, I took a bit of a gamble. It didn't pan out, but today, I mean, Gemma's come in here and she's completely come alive. And it's insulated within an inch of its life, and she can see what she's getting. She really, really, really likes it.
Location's good because it's right in the centre.
It's got the space that we need and want, actually.
OK, I'm happy to admit it. It seems you might have got this one right in the frame.
You ain't seen nothing yet, Allsopp. The money shot's really in the garden.
The owner currently rents the parking for £100 a month.
Perfect.
For one car.
Wowee.
Wow.
It's residents parking down here.
Just gets better. It ticks nearly every single box for me. I think it's the perfect house. It really is, in every way.
Yes.
Is it for you?
For me, it's really excellent.
Given how long you've been looking and how many you've looked at, what should we do about it?
It's a fast-moving market
It
here.
is a very fast-moving market.
You can put an offer.
I think it would be a shame to lose this house.
But we're fast
we're following your advice on this.
Yeah,
so,
following your advice.
Just do whatever you think.
It's on for just under the 300.
Yeah.
Cash offer, 275, complete in a month.
Do it.
See what happens.
Yes.
Do it.
Yeah.
Should we do it?
Mhm.
Do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Go.
Should we do it?
Do it.
This is decision-making at its finest. I love it.
Are you happy about that? I'm sorry, I didn't even ask you.
I said do it still. I said do
Are you
it.
okay?
Yeah, fine.
Hi there, it's Phil Spencer. I'm stood with the buyers in the garden at the moment. They have a cash offer, and I do genuinely mean cash, of 275. They have been looking for a long time. They've come in here and gone, right, let's make an offer and get it off the market. It is very unusual, yes. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. She's going to ring the vendor right away.
Okay.
Excellent.
We've made our move. It's out of our hands, so we just have to hang on and hope for the best. In Southend, the tension's high. My super savers fell in love with property 3, so much so they took no chances and decided to offer on it on the spot.
Do it.
Do it.
Now the waiting game begins.
Perennial house hunters Charlene and Jay like the last house but are fretting over cosmetic upgrades. So in my search to find them a family home, I'm taking them to a final property in the hope that this will end this year-long search. I'm heading back to Molsham, an area we know they like and where the last house was. The compromise? It's slightly further from town. Wish me luck.
I had to take my shoes off, and so I couldn't go back out. It's an immaculate house, this.
This semi-detached family home is finished throughout. They wouldn't need to do a thing. With 3 bedrooms upstairs that feel spacious and light, it has Charlene appeal written all over it.
On the ground floor, there's a large reception and dining room with a modern kitchen and breakfast room. All this, and it comes with a pretty family garden. It's on budget at a guide price of between £400,000 and £425,000.
So you've got a front room with fireplace.
This is lovely. This is a very interesting house.
I know, it's a different kettle of fish.
Yeah.
It's such a nice property.
Yeah. This has really confused me now.
Stirring the mix, Kirstie. You've obviously given them food for thought.
So what you've got here is playing fields. You can walk to Chelmsford city centre.
Through the playing field?
Well, I give it a try. No reason why you shouldn't.
That space is ridiculous.
Green for go there too, Kirstie.
I think considering this would be a baby's room for now, this is very generously sized for Kai.
There's a problem which I haven't shared with Jay and Charlene. There are 9 people lined up to see it. Muggins here has to basically say to them, if you really love it and you really want it, you've sort of got to offer 425 for it now.
The rating so far with this house is quite high, I think.
I'd say this is like an A.
This is an A.
For it being finished. I wonder if the other house had the potential to be... It's a B that had the potential to be an A, but this is something where you could just move into.
It looks like there's 2 houses in the running now. But when are you going to tell them your secret?
OK, I'm getting to it. Between now and Saturday, there are 9 viewings already lined up.
Wow.
If I put a gun to your head and before your husband could wrestle me to the ground and call his colleagues, you'd go for house number 4.
Potentially, yes. I think the bedrooms upstairs just felt much roomier, lighter.
OK.
Are you going to be 3?
I'm going to be 3. The fact that it's got that downstairs office really does appeal to me. But I'm not discounting 4. 4's
And I'm not discounting 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dun, dun, dun.
I really, really want to help
What's
you.
the answer, Kirsty?
I don't know.
Oh, I feel so anxious.
The 3rd property, I would not go any higher than 415.
Hi. OK, I'm going to go and have a chat with the agent about house number 3, about price.
Yeah.
I'm going to come back, OK? Stay there, stay there, stay there.
Well, you've managed to split the camp, Kirsty, with Charlene and Jay teetering between 2 houses. I hope that call makes it easier for them.
Anything that helps them make a choice is a bonus.
Back with Graham and Gemma, their first offer of £275,000 has been rejected. With an asking price of just under 300, it's no surprise.
Nervous moments in the cab. Exciting, though.
It is exciting.
But it is an investment property, and the owner wants a quick cash sale.
We know there are 2 people that are keen to see the one that we've just looked at. If you wish to buy it and remove it from the market today, you'll have to increase the offer.
Yes. What do you feel about that, Jay?
I'd like to take Phil's advice again. You know what our budget is.
Given all that you've learned, I'd bite the bullet and get it done and get it off the market.
Let's do that then.
I think 285's got a good chance.
OK, let's do that.
Is that? I'm happy
Yeah?
with that. Yeah, really.
I mean, you save all this money for 16 years.
It's a long time.
It's a long time.
Feel OK about spending it?
Yeah.
Hello there, Terry. Hi. 285 is the offer, on the condition no further viewings are booked. Speak to you shortly. Bye. Oh, God. She's just been trying to confirm viewings for this afternoon. We can't come this close and then lose it.
Still 15 grand under the asking price, but we're dealing in cash here, so I think there's a chance.
Meanwhile, in Chelmsford, Charlene and Jay are finally on the brink of making a choice. It's between property 3 and property 4.
This is 4, this is 3. It's closer to the nursery here, and that's the train station there, so it would be closer for you to walk to the station than from here.
Yeah.
Oh, look, you looking at maps and things?
Yes.
OK, so, right, the answer to that is the agent says it's possible that they will take 425, but less than that...
Definite no.
Well, you can try, but yeah.
OK.
So, you guys need some time with that, me jabbering in your ear. You need to go and see property 3 again. You 2 need to make your decision. If I was a betting man, I'd say you'll make an offer on property 3.
I'm guessing we're probably leaning that way now. I think you're quite set on it now, aren't you?
Yeah.
Sounds good.
So no property for now, Kirsty, but 2 very good options on the table, ready and waiting for a decision.
Sometimes you just need someone else to do the hard part for you, Phil. And I think Jay might just be the man to do it.
Back in Southend...
Hi, Terry. Yeah, speaking. Ah, this is terrible timing, I'm sorry. Wasn't there? Would I like to buy some wine? I'd love to buy some wine, but not right now.
You're giddy enough as it is, Pip.
Hi, Terry. This is quick work. Right. Okay. Okay, can I, I'll come back to you. Okay, bye. It's accepted.
Well
They're
done.
cancelling the viewings.
Thank
It's
you.
all yours. Congratulations.
Thank you. Well done.
Well done.
Well done.
Thank you very much.
It's great.
It's been a long road coming to that. You go and see it.
What a wonderful result.
You okay?
And my Super Savers saved a decent 15 grand.
How does that feel, making the decision?
It's definitely the right one for us.
Yes.
It's perfect.
It's, yeah, I couldn't say more.
Yeah.
Yes.
Great.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now it's time for that wine.
Make that champagne.
Two months on, Jay and Charlene did take another look at property 3 and hit it off with the vendors. So despite the agent saying $425,000 was the bottom line, they got it for the figure Jay wanted.
They called us the next morning and they said that they would be able to accept $415, and we were really over the moon because it meant that we still had some budget left over to do up the house.
To be honest about Kirstie, we wouldn't have ever got this far at all, would we? So
No, I think we would have discounted the house quite early on as well.
Yeah, agreed. So, yay, Kirstie.
They haven't completed the sale yet, but the vendors have very kindly let them have tradesmen in to measure up. So in a few weeks, they'll be able to start the next stage of family life. Gemma and Graham are also only a few weeks away from completion and grateful their house hunting days are over.
It was a wonderful thing that Phil was able to get us through the door first and then to give us the confidence to pull the trigger and actually put the offer in. It was priceless, wasn't it?
Just going to enjoy the house, aren't we? Enjoy furnishing the house. You know, the house is done, so no building work to do. So we can just go in straight away and just enjoy living in it. And that'd be really nice to have a home again.
It really will. Really will be nice to have a home.
Yeah.
After years abroad, they're just going to enjoy putting down roots in Blighty.
This week, we're in London.
You're not looking for those kind of figures, though, are you?
Where prices are high and so are expectations.
You'd like to live in a very expensive area, but not have a very expensive flat.
Good luck.
Okay.
But even when space is tight...
Actually, no, it's not too bad.
And budgets aren't nearly big enough.
Are we still friends?
Maybe. Probably not, actually.
We'll stop at nothing to find home sweet home.
If you want to walk around your kitchen naked, you should be able to. This week, I'm steaming along with single sisters Ruth and Anna, who are doing it for themselves.
While I'm motoring ahead, sourcing City Lawyer ABBA, a pad that doesn't steer her too far from the action.
Money, money, money.
Location, location, location.
It's an ABBA song.
Oh, is this? Oh, dear.
Oh dear indeed. Though maybe SOS is a more appropriate theme tune for this week's search, as the average property in London will set you back more than £570,000, compared to the national average of 200k.
Last year alone, prices increased by more than 9%. And in March just gone, they were going up by a staggering 900 quid a day.
But what's making our job even more challenging? We're house hunting in the week after Britain voted to leave the EU, putting the housing market very much on edge.
Well, it's definitely on the minds of sisters Ruth and Anna, who in recent years have both moved home with mum and dad in suburban South Norwood.
Life at home is busy and it's a bit mad. There's lots of people, there's a lot of sharing of everything.
And making things even more hectic, Ruth shares a room with her 3-year-old son, Sam.
We just really love to have our own space, really.
Just a bit of independence, like moving home makes you feel like you're just a child again, and I'm behaving like I'm a child again because I'm back at home, so...
But while the sisters would love homes of their own, neither Ruth, a family liaison officer, or Anna, who works in international recruitment, can afford to get on London's incredibly steep property ladder.
When I first moved home, I was thinking, oh, maybe I can live at home for a bit and save and buy by myself. And then we thought about it, it's like, oh, I'll live at home for 10 years, 15 years.
So they've decided to join forces, buying a flat together, which can be both their home and an investment in their future.
I didn't see another way out, to be honest, until Anna came home, saved me.
Their plan is to add value if possible and then sell in around 3 years' time, giving both Ruth and Anna enough equity to buy homes of their own.
Since Brexit, I particularly have had a panic because of the uncertainty. The level of risk has suddenly changed.
Is the market going to have a big crash and are we just going to end up losing money?
So despite pooling their resources, Ruth and Anna feel the odds of finding the right property within budget are stacked against them.
But they do have one thing very much in their favour, and that's Kirstie Allsopp in their corner.
So here we are. On a Monday, the first working day since the UK voted to leave the EU, which will change any house hunt. Tell me a bit about what you've seen so far.
OK, you haven't seen anything. I saw 3 properties while Anna was abroad and kind of ruled out all of them quite quickly. And then, and we haven't seen anything else since.
Your budget is?
345.
And you need 3 bedrooms?
Yes, we do.
What are the specifics for the location?
I work in King's Cross and I really don't want to be stretching much beyond an hour.
Right.
Commute is hellish.
Commute is hellish. Absolutely. 100%.
And I need to be within a 20-minute drive of everything in my life, which is work, my mum and dad, and Sam's nursery.
When you walk into 3-bed flats in these areas at 345, they are not going to look like houses in magazines.
No.
If you can be the ones that can see beyond that, see through those properties which are going to look very cluttered and very tired, then that will put you ahead of the game.
Wise words, Kirstie. And with Ruth providing the deposit, together they've secured a mortgage, giving them £345,000 for a home that has 3 bedrooms and enough living space for a family.
It also needs to be less than an hour's commute for Anna, but within a 20-minute radius of Sam's nursery and grandparents.
Though just as importantly, Ruth and Anna are also looking for investment potential.
As for location, their hometown of South Norwood is at the centre of this search, which means the likes of Crystal Palace, Beckenham and Dulwich are very much on my radar.
I'll also be house hunting in southeast London, helping Abba, a city-loving lawyer, though it won't be easy to match the lifestyle she currently enjoys renting a flat on Bermondsey High Street.
There's lots of restaurants and bars very close to the flat. There's a real sense of community, and I realise that I'm lucky to have that. Not everybody in London has that.
Trouble is, buying in this neighbourhood requires a shed load of cash.
So right now, I think 1 bed in Bermondsey, you're probably looking at about £450,000, £500,000, which I don't have.
But determined to live somewhere in southeast London, Abba's been scrimping and saving.
Well, most of the time.
My friends often say that I have champagne taste and lemonade money, which is basically, I'm living beyond my means, but I like the finer things in life, even though I can't necessarily afford them.
Well, champagne taste can be hard to satisfy in one of the world's most expensive cities. But if anyone can put some fizz into the search, it's our Mr. Spencer.
But tell me about your own search, because you've been looking for a little while now.
I have, I've been looking for about 6 months.
What's been going wrong?
What's been going wrong? I don't know. I'm looking for somewhere that's within a 40-minute commute of work, which is in the city, in St Paul's.
Yeah.
And I want to stay in South East London. My max budget is 315,000.
Right.
The dream would be to have a period conversion, and outside space would be a plus, but not a deal breaker.
Okay. Inside space? Be a plus?
Yeah. Some inside space, not just one room, maybe 2 or 3. I would like to be in somewhere that has like a villagey feel. Lots of independent cafes, restaurants, that kind of thing.
So you'd like to live in a very expensive area, but not have a very expensive flat?
Good luck.
OK.
So the moon on a stick it is. Though in between sips of her champagne lifestyle, Abba's saved a good deposit, which along with a mortgage gives us a budget of £315,000 to find a one-bedroom flat with period features.
But Abba would also like enough room to entertain friends, a separate kitchen if possible, and in a location with a villagey feel. That's also less than a 40-minute commute into central London.
To make this mammoth task a little simpler, I'm going to focus our search in and around another of Abba's favourites, the rather upmarket Crystal Palace, then move out to some of the areas that surround it, such as East Dulwich and Beckenham.
What do you got this week, then?
2 sisters.
Yeah.
They've realised that they need to use each other, as it were. So move in together, buy together.
Well, I've got one of those classic stories where somebody is living in a very nice rented flat, renting on Bermondsey High Street, everything on her doorstep. So that's going to be quite tough to leave.
Right.
Because she's not going to be able to afford anything like what she currently rents.
It's difficult to know where the market's going to go and what's going to happen. You know, we are living in a different age.
Yeah.
That's where the money comes from.
Yes?
Is Brexit going to kill that? I don't think so. But I think we are in uncertain times.
Yeah. That can provide opportunities as well as risk.
Yeah. We'll just have to see how it goes. But I think as far as house hunters go, life goes on.
As far as Ruth and Anna are concerned, life's been on hold for far too long. Time to kick their search into high gear.
After all, Ruth's only seen 3 properties and Anna hasn't seen any.
So for my first roll of the dice, one very sound investment on their home patch of South Norwood.
Which, as the girls will tell you, offers good schools and great transport links. And it's around a 15-minute walk from Mum and Dad, which means it's the perfect location for Ruth's son Sam as well.
But just as this search is about to blast off, Houston, we have a problem.
Right. So, as we were walking along the street, Ruth, what were you telling me?
That this was one of the properties that I've seen.
Right. This is not a cracking start. Got to be honest, not a good start.
That's awkward.
Then again, Anna hasn't seen it at all, so I think they both need to view this property through the eyes of an investor.
The price was dropped. It is vacant, and the vendor's got to sell it. But we've got to address the issue that you rejected this property because you thought the 3rd bedroom was too small.
Yeah.
OK, right.
OK.
Let's go in.
I'm still confident this place can work for them. After all, this Victorian maisonette boasts its own separate entrance, 3 bedrooms and 1 light-filled reception room with an open-plan kitchen. Although not huge, it could easily work for a family of 3.
And with the recently reduced price tag of £325,000, it's 20 grand under budget, leaving Ruth and Anna some cash to make improvements.
Mind you, this viewing all boils down to one thing. Is the 3rd bedroom big enough for Sam or not?
OK, so what have we got here? I am 5, 6 3/4.
Oh, there's loads of space.
So you could put a 6-foot bed
in
here. Just how tall is Sam at the moment?
90 centimetres.
We've also got really good ceiling height. So bunk bed.
With the desk underneath.
With the desk underneath.
Yes. Oh, that would be lovely.
And that's actually this, because the thing about a small room is that it is about the layout of the room. You can have a room twice the size of this, but if the door and the window are in the wrong place, it doesn't work.
This one could definitely work. Meanwhile, the girls' other concern was whether there was enough reception space.
Okay, this isn't as small as I was imagining, really.
No.
And it's
From your
really,
description just now.
it's really light.
My feeling is that what absolutely nails it here is the light and the height.
I kind of feel like we could do this. We could make
could
this
do it.
work.
We definitely could.
So, and the location is ideal.
And I've got to say it, it hasn't sold. And I should think, if I owned this flat, I would be sitting around thinking, oh dear.
Mm-hmm.
And so this might be the moment to come in and say, don't worry, Mr. Nice Developer who owns this flat, I'm going to take it off your hands for £305,000 or £310,000 or, you know, something along those lines.
Which potentially could put this flat up to $40,000 under budget. Now there's food for thought.
I'm feeling excited.
Well, that's good, because it's really good when you have a day when someone's seen a flat rejected and then you come back to it and they feel excited about it.
So this property is back on the maybe list. What's more, with a little guidance, Ruth and Anna are now viewing like absolute pros.
Are we both lying down?
It's double bed then.
And those Brexit fears seem to be lifting a little.
There's no doubt about it. They are being immensely practical. And practical is what we need right now.
Yes, but liking it is one thing. Having the confidence to make an offer could prove quite another. This week, we're dodging and weaving as we wage war on the capital.
We're scouring the streets south of the river to secure some space for 3 independent women.
And despite house hunting in the uncertain market after Britain's decision to leave the EU, I have Ruth and Anna seeing definite potential.
I'm feeling excited.
Well, that's good, because it's really good when you have a day when someone's seen a flat rejected and then you come back to it and they feel excited about it.
And I'm hoping for similar success in satisfying ABBA's champagne tastes, which have me in search of period features in some of London's trendiest locations.
You'd like to live in a very expensive area, but not have a very expensive flat.
Good luck.
OK.
In ABBA's search, our first stop is the gentrified village of Dulwich, birthplace of Enid Blyton. It's suitably storybook in appearance, with its Victorian terraces and the bustling Lordship Lane, filled with its trendy cafes, shops and gastro pubs.
While it's not on a tube route, it's typically about a 15-minute train ride into central London. Though given that everything ABBA is looking for is on the doorstep, there may not be any reason to leave.
Dulwich is genuinely one of London's villages, so it properly has a village and a community feel.
First impressions of the street, it feels quite homely.
Another box that I like to think that I've ticked, period conversion.
Yes.
We're going to look at the top one.
Sounds good.
Come on then.
In such a great location, what's often hard to find is square footage. But this charming flat makes the absolute most of the available space, with an open-plan reception and kitchen, ample storage and 1 double bedroom.
It may be small, but in this area it's quite a find for £330,000.
And while that puts us slightly over budget, I'm assured there is a deal to be done.
Now, we might have got the best location in the world. It's not the biggest flat in the world.
OK.
It's 330 square feet.
OK.
But it somehow manages to feel bigger. It's been well laid out.
Yeah. I like it, actually. I like how light it feels, big windows. Kitchen's nice.
Could you see yourself entertaining here? I know you like to cook and...
Yeah, I could, actually. I'm already, like, imagining the furniture.
Well, sounds like ABBA's champagne tastes may not be a problem after all.
Have a look at the bedroom. Going well so far.
Then again, even for one person, the bedroom's a bit of a squeeze.
That is a standard double bed.
I unhelpfully have got a slightly bigger double bed.
You might not have if you lived in this flat.
Something to think about.
Yeah. Have a think.
Yeah.
I was going to say have a wander around, but you wouldn't get lost.
So now ABBA's journey really begins as she figures out the balance between location and square footage.
I was just testing the waters with this flat, I really was, but she's not averse to the size of it. She's giving it proper consideration because she recognises what the surrounding area is like, because it is fantastic. I don't know which way it'll go. You're gathering your thoughts?
I am. I like it. I like it. It's...
Is it big enough? I mean, that's the
That's the
crunch
thing.
question.
I don't know. If I'd seen the description online and read the square footage, I would have just like dismissed it.
I'm not going to show you anything smaller than this.
Okay, good. Good.
But then I'm not going to show you something else in Dulwich either.
Okay.
So I think as we go on, it will become clear in your mind whether it's worth having a smaller space to be here.
Yeah.
Or the other way around.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on then.
All I ask is that my city-loving lawyer tries to keep an open mind.
As for Ruth and Anna's search, we're just down the road in leafy Sydenham Hill, a fashionable address since the 19th century, when the woods were cleared to create housing for the well-heeled.
Today it's just as popular, as it borders the likes of Forest Hill and Crystal Palace, so no shortage of opportunities to shop or dine out.
Living here, Anna's commute would be around 50 minutes. Meanwhile, Ruth and Sam would only be 15 minutes from Granny and Grandad.
And they're not the only ones nearby, which is why I've invited myself to the viewing.
What have you got for us, Kirst?
Well, this is something very, very, very different from the last flat.
Okay.
So darker, lower ceilings, cluttered, totally different.
Okay.
But despite that glowing description,
I'm extremely excited. I would never have dreamed that we could be living around here. It's a lovely area.
Yeah.
Good.
Really lovely.
Yes. Right, are we going to go in, Phil?
Come on.
OK, you lead
Best
the way.
foot forward.
New to the market, this ground floor flat works as both a family home and a strong investment for Ruth and Anna, offering a large living room, separate kitchen with big potential, and 3 generous bedrooms. Yes, the decor needs work, but a little paint could completely transform it.
on the market for £325,000, that would leave our young investors £20,000 in the coffers for improvements.
So, we have a 3-bed flat that's a little bit tired.
Yeah, but fine.
Yeah, but don't you love them? You see, this is the attitude.
All that's required, Phil, is a little imagination, as this flat is most definitely a good investment.
Slight sting in the tail is the service charge, which
Yes.
is $2,800 a year.
But this is a maintained block, and as you see, with extensive gardens, and what you get for the $2,800 is all your hot water, all your heating.
Great.
OK. Should we see some more?
Yes,
okie dokie.
As for adding value, the best strategy is to attack the decidedly dated bathroom and kitchen.
Contemporary kitchen design, you utilise the window. So there is no reason not to have a little table and 2 chairs in here.
Okay.
Obviously, you can see the road, but I'd put the opaque sheet on the window just to here, you know, so that, you know, if you want to walk around your kitchen naked, you should be able to.
Is that what you do? That's why you've got the opaque things on your kitchen window!
You absolutely know. OK, we know.
Don't believe it.
Phil,
Never knew that.
people who don't have pants on in glass houses should not throw stones. That is all I'm saying to you.
But whether this flat is clothes optional or not, there's no denying the potential.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, the rooms are really
good
decent sizes, aren't they?
If your 10-second rule applies, as in people make up their mind very quickly, you've got it in the bag here.
It's a perfect space because everyone will have their own decent-sized bedroom, separate reception room, separate kitchen. I think it's lovely for Sam to be in a block because there are bound to be other kids.
I'm excited about being here.
Yeah, me too.
Sounds to me like Ruth and Anna are beginning to recognise a good investment when they see it. I'm feeling kind of proud right now.
We can do some work, we can add a bit of value.
Yes.
The one thing that's a factor for us that we're thinking about is the service charge. We just need to be careful that we're not stretching ourselves too far.
Yeah.
But otherwise, really
Really
excited about it.
Right, well, we better let Phil go.
Well, I'd quite like you to come with me, actually. I mean, it sounds like you and Clover are over here.
No, we've got other things to see, Phil. My work is never done. Never
Don't
done.
listen to her. Don't believe a word of it.
OK, Phil, since I'm on a roll, perhaps I will show you how it's done.
To give city-loving ABBA what she wants, namely more space, and the cosmopolitan surrounds she's used to, I too have brought my search to Sydenham in order to explore its wealth of period properties.
It's also a very sociable neighbourhood, with a lively high street and Crystal Palace just 10 minutes away. Even better. ABBA's commute would be around 40 minutes door to door.
And what I found is another period property.
Well done you.
In its present incarnation, it's a bit scruffy, but lovely, lovely flat.
Let's get in.
Okie doke.
So, on this beautifully leafy street, I've found a raised ground floor flat that's bursting with potential. And despite being a conversion, many of its original features are still intact, offering open-plan living and a generous double bedroom.
While the decor and layout need updating, there's no denying this flat could be perfect for ABBA. Though it offers between $300,000 and $325,000, it is at the top of her budget, so any work might just have to wait.
So you've got bedroom, bathroom, but come through the back here, because you've got, I think, it's what's quite a grand room. You've got ceiling height, you've got fireplace.
Love the chandelier.
It's the proportions of the room that I particularly liked. You could entertain on quite a reasonable scale.
Yeah. If I had seen it online, I think I would have dismissed it.
Why?
Just because it feels like I'm sitting in the kitchen.
Something that's very easily fixed.
A very simple plan would make this a galley kitchen.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, easy to do a morning's work.
Yeah.
But Kirstie does have a plan, as she always does, to flip things round the other way. But I'll leave you in her capable hands.
Stand back, Phil, as I think it's possible to improve the layout even further.
That is the bathroom currently.
Oh, wow.
And you can see this is a false wall.
Okay.
Now, if you knock down this wall and put a kitchen across the whole of the back wall, this could be your reception room.
Meanwhile, the existing reception would become an amazing master bedroom and bathroom.
But ABBA would really need to love it to tackle all that work.
The thing is, if you're redoing the bathroom and the kitchen, doing this configuration makes no difference. You've got the plumbing here, you've got the plumbing for the kitchen there.
Food for thought.
I know. Well, I try.
Come join me.
You're just sitting out in the sun.
I know, I'm enjoying it. Well, you were doing my job for me. I thought I'd take...
Well, I wasn't really doing your job for you. I was just being more forward-thinking and imaginative than you.
You say that in such a polite tone, with such a degree of sarcasm bolted into the end of it.
Still, at least ABBA seems to be smiling.
The plan? I liked it a lot. Very interesting, and I can see that happening maybe a few years in the future, but it's definitely livable now. It's the kind of place that I would want to live anyway.
Right. Happy days, all
Good
going well.
vibes.
Excellent.
Well done, Phil.
Thank you very much. I'm feeling quite chipper about things now.
Right.
But I'm going to go on and beat it. I'm going to
Okay.
show you something bigger.
Wow. Further out, presumably.
I couldn't possibly say. I don't want to give trade secrets away.
Though what's not such a secret is ABBA's fear of the suburbs. Best of luck, Pip.
This week, I'm with house hunting siblings Ruth and Anna, who have run out of space at Family HQ and need to find their own pad pronto.
And the jury's still out on whether I can get lawyer ABBA on the property ladder without taking her too far from the bright lights of the city.
Although she's tired of paying someone else's mortgage, ABBA's budget means she may have no choice but to downsize.
If I'd seen the description online and read the square footage, I would have just dismissed it.
Meanwhile, sisters Ruth and Anna are discovering the benefits of joining forces and finances.
I'm extremely excited. I would never have dreamed that we could be living around here.
In Ruth and Anna's search for a 3-bed flat, the location also needs to work for Ruth's son Sam, so he's less than 20 minutes from his grandparents.
Which is why we're headed to the slightly more suburban town of Beckenham. Just 15 minutes from Granny and Grandad, it really does offer something for everyone.
A thriving high street, 2 outstanding primary schools and great transport links. As thanks to the 6 railway stations, it's only a 20-minute journey to central London.
So, yesterday, we saw a flat which you were very, very, very positive about, except it had quite a high service charge. Yes. Today, we're seeing a strangely similar flat, but just in a different location, but different. I'm not making any sense. What's wrong with this?
Fortunately, there's nothing wrong with this second-floor flat. The layout's family-friendly, with a reception room that has zones for both living and dining, as well as 3 decent-sized bedrooms.
There's also plenty of opportunity to add value, as despite being in pristine condition, the kitchen and bathroom definitely need dragging into the 21st century.
On the market for £350,000, it is at the top end of the girls' budget, but we're told the vendor's open to offers.
Right, now what we've got there is a lovely kitchen.
Oh, lovely.
And an even lovelier living room.
Oh, lovely. This is big. Oh, wow, look at this. There's loads of space.
It's massive. Dining table.
Yeah.
As for adding value, the obvious place would be the bathroom. As modern or spacious, it's not.
There we are. So you can do like that, leg shaving. Yeah, perfect. I'd love a bath. And then the main bath. Can you fit in the main bath? Yeah. Right. Okay. Perfect.
Oh my, it's quite diddy.
Okay, it's very diddy.
Anna makes it look so easy.
I would struggle. Actually, no, it's not too bad.
It's quite cosy.
If I wasn't at the tap end, I'd be fine.
Though looking beyond the bathtub, Allsopp, sounds like your trainee investors are seeing real potential.
It is a joy to work with 2 such sensible house hunters. When you get a pair like that, you are very grateful.
But with 3 strong properties, it all comes down to whether or not these 2 are ready to make an offer.
Back with ABBA, I'm also exploring suburban Beckenham. Though while this location definitely gives my inner city lawyer more bang for her buck, will she find the slightly quieter surrounds up to her cosmopolitan standards?
Are we still friends?
Maybe. Probably not, actually.
What's up? What's the matter?
Too far. It's too far. I feel very out of my comfort zone. It doesn't feel like I'm in London.
Geographically, it is further out, but the commute is much easier.
Right.
That puts you straight into London Bridge in 28 minutes.
Okay, but there's nothing going on.
We've lost the village vibe.
Yeah.
That's the compromise here, but the trade-off is you get double the size of the first flat. Come on, let's go and have a look.
Despite ABBA's unbridled enthusiasm, at more than 600 square feet, this first-floor conversion really is twice the size of the flat we looked at in Dulwich.
What's more, the open-plan kitchen and living delivers plenty of space to entertain in. Even more exciting, in this neighbourhood, ABBA doesn't just get 1 bedroom, she gets 2.
Which means greater flexibility when it comes to the layout. And with a guide price of £315,000, it's also bang on budget.
Come on in. Let's go this way to a 22-foot room.
So big. It's so big.
Lots of scope to put a wall in and separate and have a designated kitchen. And
You're sounding like Kirstie now. Reconfiguration.
Don't say things like that, please. We thought we were getting along well.
Actually, I'm pretty sure that's a compliment, Phil. Though if your design skills aren't impressing ABBA, maybe stick to the square footage.
Come and have a look at this. So that's a bathroom with its own lovely window.
Yeah.
But look, we have 2 bedrooms. It's a question of whether you're prepared to trade the villagey vibe right on the doorstep for a great big flat, or not.
No.
We're in the wrong spot. But we have to come and explore these things
Yeah.
in order to make confident decisions at the end.
Though right now, Abba's most definitely decided she's not moving to the suburbs.
Like Abba, many house hunters are prepared to pay a premium for having everything on the doorstep. In fact, the average Brit spends £4,000 a year on dining out.
That's a fifth of the average take-home wage. As for the least expensive city for foodies, that would be Liverpool, where a three-course meal in a mid-range restaurant costs around £20. We're also big fans of grabbing a takeaway, with take-out curries costing the average family over £1,300 a year. And in London, we eat more fish and chips per person than anywhere else in Britain.
Though our favourite haunt seems to be the coffee shop, where in 2015 we spent a staggering £7.9 billion.
Mind you, a cuppa might just help Ruth and Anna, who are currently debating the ground floor flat in Sydenham versus Property 3 in the more family-orientated town of Beckenham. And of course, there's still Brexit to consider.
Whatever the turmoil that's going on now, it is going to settle. It is going to take us 2 years to extricate ourselves from Europe, and you don't want to live at home for another 2 years.
I came round to that way of thinking at the weekend.
Yeah.
But it did take me a while.
Yeah, I bet it did.
But given the uncertain climate, the smart move is going for the area that's most popular with potential buyers, and that would be Sydenham.
Definitely suits you better. And actually, I think it suits me and Sam quite well as well.
I think let's go back and see it with, at the back of our minds, the fact that you'd like to buy it. Is that fair? No, I don't want to rush you on that.
No, you're right. I think we
No.
have been thinking that. Thank
Okay,
you.
fantastic.
Thank
Drink
you very
up.
much.
After all, in London's property market, it's usually best to strike while the iron is hot.
As for Abba's search of southeast London, we've now safely returned from the suburbs and have arrived in a village that's one of her top picks, the very fashionable Crystal Palace.
Packed to the gunnels with great shops, restaurants and pubs, it also boasts some of the most spectacular views of the city, not to mention the required transport links to get you there quickly.
But while Abba's prepared to have less space for the right location, that might not be the only compromise she has to make.
You've shown all these lovely period properties, and now
And I'm going to
it's not
stop
ugly.
you outside this one.
Yeah.
That you are looking at the one downside of the property.
Okay, fine.
But it has loads and loads of upsides, I promise. And proper village, community, hubbub action, what we talked about.
Let's get in.
And inside, things only get better. Because unlike the other properties we've seen, this flat has a separate living room and kitchen, all decorated to an extremely high standard. Add to that a generous double bedroom, and you have a total of more than 500 square feet of living space.
With a guide price of £325,000, it's 10k over Abba's budget. But with Phil on the case, there's always a deal to be done.
This is really cute.
Separate kitchen. First one of those I've been able to show you.
Yeah, I like it. Even though it's ugly outside, it's pretty inside.
You don't stand outside looking in,
No,
you
you
stand
don't.
inside looking out.
You don't. It's very nice. Something to think about.
You want to see some more, don't you?
I do.
Well, how about a master bedroom that puts the others we've seen to shame?
Oh, it's big.
Yeah.
Huge wardrobe.
Massive wardrobe.
Still loads of space.
It offers a lot, this flat.
Yeah.
Property number 2, you'd have to spend some money
Yeah.
getting it the way you wanted it. This would be simple. As in, buy it, unpack, invite your friends round, go back to work.
Yeah.
Have a cup of coffee on the way to the train station.
Yeah.
Really, really easy.
Yeah.
Have some time. It's a big decision, you need to make it confidently. I'll wait outside.
Okay.
At this point, I've no idea what Abba's going to do, not a clue, but I do know that I've shown her good options and we've properly explored the whole brief. So she's in a good place to make a decision, but it's not going to be an easy decision for her to make.
And it seems Abba feels exactly the same way.
I'm very confused right now, because up until this point, I think flat number 2 was the one, so I just don't know.
It feels like it would be the sensible thing to do to go back to property number 2.
Yeah.
This is fresh in your mind.
Yeah.
I'll organise it. We'll sort it all out tomorrow, don't you worry.
Bold words, Phil. I just hope you won't be eating them by tomorrow.
We're in southeast London, where both of us have house hunters torn between two properties.
I'm very confused.
So I'm taking sisters Ruth and Anna back to the ground floor flat in Sydenham Hill.
I'm still excited.
But their biggest concern can be summed up in just 2 words.
Dark.
Though rather than rule this property out, it's amazing the transformation even pulling back the curtains can make.
It makes a big difference.
It really does.
Really big difference.
Yeah. So it is light versus space at this point, really. Go and have another look at those bedrooms. They are a lot bigger than the Beckenham flat.
After all, it's not just investment opportunity Ruth and Anna have to think about.
There's loads of space in here.
Absolutely loads.
There's also Ruth's 3-year-old son, Sam.
He can have all his toys in here.
The bedrooms are big, the kitchen is separate. It's in a fantastic building, there's lots of place for Sam to play. And for Anna, it's close to super cool Forest Hill. So it seems to me that it's the flat that suits them equally.
Are we thinking this one?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, good.
And that can only mean one thing.
Now it's just down to me to buy it.
A few streets away, ABBA's debating character versus a village vibe. So at our second viewing of the flat in Sydenham, the casting votes going to her mum, Tina.
You've done quite a lot of the viewings.
We have.
Together, haven't you?
But you haven't liked any of the ones that I've
Not
seen?
particularly.
You are going to help us, aren't you?
Oh, I'll try.
I don't know.
I'll try.
We haven't done the wrong thing here, have we?
I thought ABBA was hard to please, but I suspect I haven't seen anything yet.
That's too much work. It looks like this was kind of an afterthought, and besides, could do with a lot of scrubbing.
This would be the front room. There's loads of space. You're not convinced though, are you?
Not particularly.
Tina's in there being very honest with her thoughts. My advice is that ABBA should buy whichever flat she feels that she'd be happiest living in for the longest period of time.
I find it quite depressing at the moment. Can't help it. That's how I feel.
Okay.
Yeah.
Message received.
Loud and clear.
Yeah.
Granted, it needs work, but swapping the bedroom and reception space could definitely boost value as long as you spend cautiously.
There is some upside to doing the work,
Yeah.
but it's still smaller
Yeah.
than flat number 4.
Exactly.
Listen, let's go and have a drink and a think, and decide from there.
Clearly, ABBA's more confused than ever. Property 2 offers character and money-making potential, while Property 4 puts her at the very heart of cosmopolitan Crystal Palace.
I would normally always say to a first-time buyer, look for any opportunity to add value. But I can't get away from thinking Property 4 is where you would be happier for longer.
Yeah. I think I'm going to go with Property 4.
Great.
Yeah.
Good. I'm really pleased.
The challenge now is bringing the asking price of $325,000 much closer to ABBA's budget of $315,000.
Nathan, hi, it's Phil Spencer. I do have an offer for you. £310,000. That's not going to do it, I'm afraid. She's saying the absolute lowest is 320. I mean, to be really, I don't want to be kind of obstinate or rude, but it's not worth 320. I'm sitting next to ABBA now, and I've got instructions to make a best and final offer at 315. Okay, many thanks. Bye.
Fingers crossed.
We'll get there, don't worry.
As for Ruth and Anna, it turns out they have competition for the flat in Sydenham Hill. The next-door neighbour is thinking about making an offer, so I need to put a little pressure on the agent.
Listen, I want this flat for my clown. I'm not going to beat about the bush. I want it. You're not looking for those kind of figures, though, are you?
On the market at offers over £325,000, the last thing the girls want is a bidding war, as they need to keep the other £20,000 of their budget for home improvements.
Right, entirely good news. Turns out a little competition from the next door neighbour isn't our only hurdle. It seems that the vendor and his wife have different aspirations for the flat.
Okay.
The gentleman is like, well, a flat in the building has gone for 370, so I should be able to get 370. Well, that flat was in much better condition and it was higher up. So I just said, when you know where you are and you can give me a figure that you want, I will tell you whether we can match it or we can't match it.
We are completely in a position to, play the long game.
Yeah, so we sit it out.
We found the right flat, we just have to play the long game.
While Kirstie's strategy is holding back, I'm haggling over price with a vendor who's not budging, which means Abba has to stretch her budget by an extra £2,500.
In the spirit of trying to get this done today, Abba would pay £317.5. But that's it.
With our best and final offer on the table, now we wait.
That was quick work. What news? We have a deal! Yes. Fantastic! Fantastic. Bye.
Yes!
Well done.
Thank you so much.
Great. Really, really pleased for you. Fantastic flat.
Relief. It's a bit tense there for a moment.
Brilliant. Cheers.
Yeah.
Happy days, house hunting.
Thank you.
A few weeks after her offer was accepted, Abba's delighted she managed to get the dream champagne flat on her lemonade budget.
Ultimately, we got a good deal because it was a bit under the asking price. Part of the competitive side of me felt like, yes, I'd won.
Hoping to complete in the next few weeks, it won't be long before she can celebrate in her first home.
I think when I move in, I'll definitely be popping some Prosecco.
I hope Abba's mum will be toasting her flat choice too.
My mum's really happy and she likes the idea that I can just roll in with my suitcase and unpack.
But Abba does want to inject her sense of style into her new home.
Owning my own property is something that I've wanted for a number of years, and finally be able to put my own stamp on it. It's just really great. I'm just really excited to get in.
Abba's future is looking bright. It's not been quite so straightforward for Ruth and Anna. An offer of £350,000 was made on the Sydenham flat. That's well above what they could pay, so the sisters had to walk away.
It took a little bit of adjusting to come round to that.
Nevertheless, the girls kept their flat-finding focus.
Well, after our time with Kirstie, I think definitely we had a bit of momentum. So within the next couple of weeks, we saw 4, 5, 6 properties.
And it paid off. They found a 3-bed period maisonette in Beckenham, and they secured it for £325,000, 20 grand under their budget.
As soon as we saw it, we knew that I knew that we wanted it.
So Sam, Ruth and Anna hope to be moving out of mum and dad's and into their own pad very soon.
We're so excited about having our own place, aren't we? Anna's already planning parties. I'm really looking forward to it.
I couldn't be happier for you both.
We're back, catching up with 2 sets of house hunters from 2011 and 2015. There was some puzzling postcode pickiness.
I think it's a definite no-no.
Yikes.
As the cracks started to appear.
Have you completely lost your marbles?
We struggled to keep it together.
We're all done breaking the bed.
Which would you rather she did? Walk around naked or cook?
I understand this isn't going well.
But eventually they could see that we made sense.
Oh, there seems to be a smile.
And by now, hopefully those new postcodes are making sense too.
Location, location, location. Exactly. There's something in there, you know. This week, we're back to catch up with two sets of house hunters who were struggling to step over the threshold of their first marital homes. With one pair already priced out of their preferred postcode, Kirstie and I had to work quickly in order to prevent the same fate befalling the others.
Just over a year ago, Ellie and Paul were being pipped to the post on their favourite properties in Bristol.
Very exciting.
It is so exciting.
And over 5 years ago, Sandeep and Rupreet had a touch of postcode prejudice, which was hindering their search. Both were working in financial services and living in London's Harrow. They met on a blind date in a coffee shop on the appropriately named Love Lane. And from there, it was just a hop and a skip to the temple and a life of wedded bliss. Don't you just love a fairy tale ending?
You look stunning there. That's probably my favourite shot of you.
Steady on, Prince Charming. The wedding was only the beginning. 18 months on, Rupreet and Sandeep are still struggling to take the next step across the threshold of their first family home together.
We're living at the moment with my mum and dad and my brother and his wife because it's the tradition in Indian culture for the boys to stay with their parents at least for a year.
Upholding family tradition has come with some sacrifices. Rupreet's cookbook collection is gathering dust as the most she gets to make in her mother-in-law's kitchen's a cup of tea.
We're really ready to just start our lives together and just to be able to do the normal couple things. Sit on the sofa and watch TV and eat takeaway and do all the naughty things that you're not supposed to do.
So all naughtiness is on hold. But there is one big advantage of living with the parents, and that's the whopping 100 grand deposit that they've been able to save. But after 7 years of careful saving and 7 months of looking, finding a house worth spending that deposit on is proving to be a struggle.
For me, the search is about postcodes. I do want to live in areas that tend to be a bit more expensive because of the lifestyle they offer. So they're all no's. So some people might say I'm a bit of a postcode snob, which I guess to an extent I am.
Well, they've worked hard for the money, so I'm going to work just as hard to find the right house. What are your top 3 most important criteria in order 1, 2, 3?
Location, size, and the potential.
Scope to, extend.
Nobody ends up doing a house search with Phil and I if their requirements are easy. What do you think is holding you back?
Okay, well, I have a map, actually, that might help.
Convince you.
And some highlighters as well.
Gordon Bennett.
Do you want to do good and I'll do bad?
Like Pinner.
That's where we really want to live.
We like Eastcote.
Is it the B472 that we can't cross? South Harrow?
Is bad. Rayners Lane, that's a big no.
This couple are super organised and super cautious. It's going to be tough. I think you should laminate that map, Kirstles.
I'll laminate you in a minute, Phil.
So everything south of Eastcote is no.
This is a pink dotted line, which
say
we're not supposed to
no.
cross. Okay.
Yeah.
So North Harrow is a good one.
North Harrow is if we have to.
So North Harrow is this.
Okay, 2.
Oh, half yellow, half pink.
Yeah.
Location is clearly a huge thing. What is the house that you reckon is going to be your first home?
We did find one house that was perfect, as in it was within our budget. It was exactly in the state we wanted, and we got gazumped on that one.
What, someone else came up with more?
Yeah.
And you didn't find them?
We didn't, no.
To me, that says that you didn't have the killer instinct, that you didn't want it enough. And what is worrying me is that you haven't got the push, that it's too nice living at home, and no house is that perfect. They've loved and lost out on a house. There'll be none of that on my watch. Sandeep and Rupreet have got £380,000, and for that they want a 3-bedroom property with the potential to extend within the right postcode.
And for this pair, that was most preferably Pinner. So in 2011, Kirstie's challenge was based around London's ever-expensive Harrow. And my search in 2015 was in another hot property spot, Bristol, focusing on some of the city's sought-after areas. Married couple Ellie and Paul were both working in economic and social research in Swindon and living in Cheltenham. Whereas Londoner Ellie wanted the bright lights of the capital, country boy Paul preferred to be under the starlight of the great outdoors. To compromise, they fastened on Bristol to give them the best of both worlds for their first home.
Cheltenham is lovely, it's a very beautiful town, but it's got its limits, and I think we want to just sort of move to that bigger city feel.
There's a few reasons why Bristol's appealing to us. It's got a great multicultural atmosphere, there's lots of restaurants and bars and really good shopping. We've also got some friends there.
They really value their social circle, a large part of which revolves around their love of the outdoors.
We're both keen on running and cycling and tennis and all those sorts of things, and there's opportunity to join all those clubs, build on the friends that we've already got in Bristol, so that's a big motivator as well.
The biggest problem facing Ellie and Paul is trying to find the time to view properties in a city 40 miles away. They've only seen 20 properties in 8 months, and luck just hasn't been with them.
We've put in offers on different properties. There were a couple that came up, really lovely terraced house, but there were, I think, 12 different offers and ours wasn't accepted, so it's a little bit of a roller coaster.
They've been trying hard, and it's given them plenty of time to imagine what their dream first home's going to look like.
Our ideal property, I think, would be an older property with some nice period features to it. You'd love a fireplace as well, wouldn't you, Paul?
Yeah.
A log burner.
I would love to have a log burner if I could.
Paul does know this, but I'm desperate to get cats as well. So to have the outside space for that would just be really, really nice.
Okay, if we're getting a cat flat, we have to have a log burner.
We can't wait to move in, go and buy some new furniture, establish ourselves a bit and just sort of enjoy a new life in Bristol.
Well, that's up to you, Phil. Get them out of their rut and onto the property ladder.
So you're living in Cheltenham, working in Swindon, house hunting in Bristol. How do you manage it?
With a little bit of difficulty, actually.
It is quite fierce out there. During the time that you've been searching, it's gone up about 5%, which has effectively cost you 15 grand.
It's really worrying, actually, because we've sort of moved from the lower end of our budget right to the top end of our budget. And this is why we're in a little bit of a hurry to sort of get in there and find something.
We're not going to find a house sat here, as nice as it would be.
Yes, Phil, the bristling Bristol market waits for no one.
Ideally, they want to pay no more than £300,000 for a cosy new home. For that, they want 2 double bedrooms.
They're pretty keen on period features.
A manageable commute to Swindon's important.
And for the lady who wants a cat, outside space is a must.
A must for Sundeep and Repreet in London is a property in Pinner. But as we search in 2011, the average house there will set you back £400,000. More than twice the UK national average at 162 grand. So Sundeep and Repreet are pretty much priced out of the Pinner market. But Pinner's just one of the 21 areas on offer in Harrow, once a stomping ground for Elton John. And all of these 21 districts have the typical hustle and bustle you'd expect from Greater London.
Just under 2 miles away and east of Pinner is North Harrow.
Wasn't North Harrow one of their borderline areas on that map, Kirstie?
Back off, Phil, I know what I'm doing. They coloured this area in with pink and yellow highlighters, so this 1930s semi could go either way. It's only been on the market for 5 days and has already generated lots of interest. So if they like it, we're going to have to move quick.
Oh, there seems to be a smile. It looks big from the outside.
Its own driveway.
Own driveway.
Own garage.
I'm positive about this.
Okay.
It's very close to your mum.
Yeah, my mum lives on the road opposite.
So, yeah.
Cool!
About a 2-minute walk.
It's a done deal, mum's rule. Sold, you can all go home now.
Nobody likes a show-off, Kirstie.
Is that the green-eyed monster speaking, Spencer? This house is even better inside. There's a large open-plan sitting room, 3 bedrooms, plus a huge garden with potential to extend, and it's 50 quid shy of their maximum budget of £380,000.
This is currently the main room.
That's fine.
They've done nothing to the kitchen. It's a decent ceiling height, but as you know, it's what you can afford to do.
How much is this on for?
Before I tell you that, you tell me what you would be prepared to pay for this.
Probably 330.
Now, that's quite interesting.
It's on for 365, isn't it?
It's on for more than that.
Really?
Yeah. It's on at 379,950.
Due to lack of experience, it seems our first-time buyers might have a problem with undervaluing.
It's got lots of really nice original features, this house.
Yeah, it has nice bay windows.
What's your gut feeling right now?
I like the size of the rooms.
Yeah.
I like the garden. It's just the borderline area, isn't it?
And you could pop into your mum's and pick up some food.
It's all bagged up.
Would she really do that?
Yeah, she would. She does
I
that
thought
now.
you were moving out to, be more
Yeah, but
independent.
independence great. What you want to be able
Yeah.
to is walk around with no clothes on in the middle of the night, not have to cook your own food. Which would you rather she did? Walk around naked or cook?
Probably both.
Cook naked.
That's food for thought. 7 months of looking, and you might just have nailed it straight off.
You knocked it into the single toilet. You could probably put a bath and a shower in here.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm not complaining, but I wasn't expecting our sensible couple to love the first thing I showed them.
I'm positive about this. I mean, you've shown us exactly what we want.
Like the size of the rooms, the hallway's big,
Yeah.
the landing's big.
I think this is probably the best house you're going to show us.
Sounds like Sundeep's thrown down the gauntlet there, Kirstie.
Red rag to a bull, Phil. I will find them an even better house.
I'm kicking off the Bristol search with luckless couple Paul and Ellie, who've already offered on 3 properties here without success. They both work in Swindon, so being close to Temple Meads train station is important for their commute. And here on Spike Island, we're only 1.5 miles from their transport hub.
Come on in, keep up at the back.
Quite a busy road, isn't it?
It is a fairly
Yeah.
popular road.
A popular road. Nice save, Phil.
Thanks, but inside, I don't think this place needs any help. This 2-bed flat across 2 floors is great value for its size. Upstairs, the open-plan living space suits Paul and Ellie's entertaining needs perfectly. They're also after period features, which this place has in abundance. The show-stopping spiral staircase takes you downstairs to 2 decent-sized bedrooms and a nice bright bathroom. It's on at £290,000, so 10 grand under their ideal budget.
Now, the reason I wanted to show you this one is simply because it's the biggest flat that I could get you that's the closest to the station. What it doesn't have, or to any great extent, is a garden.
I was wondering where the garden was.
That's the rub.
Okay.
I quite like the this sort of period feature, the spiral staircase going down, but the busyness of the road and the outside space, I think, is going to be an issue for me.
There's limited space for the cats Ellie wants, but at £290,000, this close to the station, you can't have it all.
Downstairs to 2 bedrooms and a bathroom.
I think my immediate reaction walking in is how dark it was. A small window, and because it's low down, I guess, you're losing a lot of light.
I understand this isn't going well. I can take that on the chin. But what I would just say is, OK, 960 square feet for 290 is value for money.
If there's enough that's wrong with it for us, then it doesn't really matter sort of how good value it is.
That's fine. Perfectly understandable. Whoops, I'm breaking the bed. Wasn't me, Gov. I'm doing well, aren't I? Yeah. Popular road, dark flat, but otherwise, Phil. Ooh, I've done it again.
Phil seems to be losing his grip.
Have a look at the other bedroom, and I'll see you upstairs.
Okay, thank you.
Not my strongest start.
Yikes. It's gone spectacularly badly for a first viewing. I used to think I was quite good at this, but not today. I can take them to lots of other flats, but they're all going to get smaller and further away from the station, which were 2 of the key things that they absolutely wanted to get right.
It's not really got the outside space that we were after, has it?
No, a barbecue for 2 maybe.
Yeah.
Phil is playing the blues.
Don't mind me, I'm just cheering myself up.
It's beautiful.
Look at the name on this.
Oh, it says Spencer.
It is
Made
beautiful.
for you.
Yes, it's meant to be. But clearly this flat wasn't quite meant to be, or not for you anyway.
No, maybe not.
We came, we saw, we moved on.
You certainly didn't conquer Phil, that's for sure.
Help!
We're catching up with two married couples who were looking to get onto the property ladder. Ellie and Paul were living 40 miles away from their search area of Bristol, so making the time to find their dream first home was nigh on impossible. The first place I showed them in Spike Island was an absolute no-go.
I was wondering where the garden was.
And cautious first-time buyers Sundeep and Rupreet had their hearts set on living in London's pricey Pinner, so we needed to broaden their postcode horizons. They loved the first property they saw in Harrow, but they weren't alone. Other viewings had proved equally popular. To try and give them a fighting chance of securing it, Kirstie put in a call to the agent.
If there's any kind of activity in the next 24 hours, whether you could keep us posted.
Expressing interest means the agent's far more likely to keep you informed of any developments. If you like somewhere but are struggling to reach a decision, it's a useful way of gaining thinking time. But Rupreet and Sundeep had to keep their options open. And as two heads are better than one, I'm joining Kirstie to lend a hand this time round. We're in Northwood Hills, an area that's already had approval from postcode precious Rupreet.
This 1930s semi is bigger and cheaper than Property 1, but it also needs more work. There are 3 good-sized bedrooms and a massive garden, which offers the perfect solution for updating and extending the small kitchen.
At just under $350,000, it's well within budget.
But is all this enough to supersede Property 1?
What you've got here is a really nice-sized front room.
What was going through your mind as we came up the road?
I think I was concerned that it's quite a busy road.
Every house has a compromise, but because you're opposite a playing field, not a house, the noise is not bounced into the house.
This is on at just under 350.
That's quite surprising.
If it wasn't on the road, if it was on the street behind, it would be £30,000–40,000 more.
This is what would be your dining area of your kitchen. Because you take down that wall, you'd have a kitchen diner across the back here. Should I take Sundeep upstairs?
You do that, lucky man.
Oh, Phil, you are so smutty.
You just make it too easy for me, Kirstie.
So, this is the larger of the 2 rooms.
It's a good size.
But it's not doing it for you, this house, is it?
I'm not falling in love with it, no.
This is the existing kitchen for a girl with 100 cookbooks, I understand. She needs a pretty special kitchen. You must be pretty keen to get that part of your life from marriage underway, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the fun part. As in, you know, we did all the hard work, like finding him, getting to know him and marrying him, and now the kind of fun, enjoying our lives together bit needs to start.
Ah, love's young dream.
The master bedroom and the second bedroom is big.
The kitchen's still okay, but I think it'd be too much work. Whereas the first house, we could probably get away with kind of knocking a wall down and putting the conservatory on. It's not a definite no, but definitely at the moment, house 1 is just, I think, gone up a notch.
I'm heartened by the fact that I've come along, I've seen something that I think is fantastic, but Kirstie's found something that you prefer. So that's actually a great, great position to be in, and I can be comforted that she's performing okay.
I'm comforted that you're comforted. But in the meantime, are we fiddling while Rome burns? Should we just get on and buy house number 1?
Steady on. You do still have one last property to show them. Next up, for Paul and Ellie in Bristol, we're going to Redland, one of their top areas. It's affluent, but also has a strong student contingent. It's leafy, but still has the vibrant feel they're after.
So, from the flat that had such a small garden, I thought we'd just start with this.
That is gorgeous. It's not overlooked at all, really, is it? And is it a private garden just for this flat?
It is indeed.
Excellent.
I suppose I'm just waiting for the catch.
There does have to be. It's only fair. It's not the biggest flat in the world.
OK.
A little oasis. Come on in.
The garden and off-street parking are 2 big selling points here, as the flat itself is small but perfectly formed. It's got the 2 bedrooms thereafter, a cosy living room with the fireplace they want. The downside is the dining kitchen doesn't lend itself to massive dinner parties. But then, that's what the garden's for. It's on at just under £300,000, so pretty much bang on their budget.
Now, it's a pretty narrow kitchen,
Okay.
so there's not going to be any kind of evening soirees in here.
I think it's workable. I think it depends what the rest of the house is like.
Let's go and have a look.
Okay.
Workable's an improvement, Phil.
Off the corridor are the 2 bedrooms.
Excellent.
Nice bathroom, although internal. And what I thought was a really quite cute living room.
Oh, this is lovely.
Very homely.
It's got a fireplace that we were looking for.
There is no obvious place for a group of sort of 4, 6 people to gather and have a dinner and that sort of thing.
Why don't you guys have a look at the bedrooms, see what you think?
That sounded quite close to a compromise.
This is sweet, isn't it?
Let's have a look.
Yeah.
Even though it's quite low, it feels quite light.
It's got the original shutters as well. They're lovely.
It's all going really well in there. When I first met them, I thought they're going to be really fussy and quite tricky to please. Took them to the first house, came out thinking they're going to be really tricky and extremely hard to please, but now brought them here to a flat which is very small. They're happy as Larry.
All it would need is a bit of a lick of paint and it's ready.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the right attitude.
I love the view from the kitchen. Really pretty.
I think it's a fantastic place. You could have barbecues in the summer, all sorts, lots of entertaining.
We just have to think about the space that's available in there, thinking boring stuff like storage space. But I mean, it definitely ticks quite a few boxes.
Great. You like it enough to forgive me for the first one?
Nearly.
There we go, almost back on form.
Oh, don't count any chickens.
In London's Harrow, Sundeep and Rapreet's journey has been just as surprising.
They fell in love with the first house we showed them, but they're not alone, so just in case events conspire against us, I found them another option. We're in Eastcote, a small leafy pocket of Harrow, to see this 1930s semi.
It's less of a project than the house in Northwood Hills, yet bigger and cheaper than the first in North Harrow. So here's hoping it'll be just right.
There are 5 bedrooms on offer, including one in the loft with an ensuite bathroom and a kitchen ripe for renovation. It's under budget at $375,000, so it should appeal to our steady eddies.
They've already knocked through here.
I like the size of the rooms.
Yeah, it seems like there's, a massive amount of potential.
This is the kitchen. It would be something that you would knock through.
Yeah.
It'd be massive. So first impressions, I think, are really good.
Looks like we could have a winner.
That's a good size too.
Yeah. What do you think overall?
Yeah, I like the project it offers, and then I like the room sizes.
I like it, but there's just something in the back of my head. I just need more time to think about it, I guess.
Sounds like it's getting Rapreet's vote.
But Sundeep is playing his cards very close to his chest.
I think you're still a bit split.
This pair have a lot of thinking to do. This week, we're back with 2 sets of first-time house hunters who are desperate to own their own homes to kickstart married life. In 2011, Sundeep and Rapreet had $380,000 for a 3-bedder. They were super keen on London's Pinner, but it had proved unaffordable on their budget. And in 2015, Ellie and Paul had $300,000 for a 2-bedder in Bristol with outside space. They'd taken a shine to a garden flat I'd shown them in Redland.
Bit of a lick of paint and it's ready.
Yeah.
But having lost out on 3 properties in a year, thanks to a ferocious Bristol market, we need to get them on the ladder before prices get out of reach. So with one final flat to show them, I've invited Kirstie along. I'm staying in Redland, near the vibrant White Ladies Road. And for this tennis-loving pair, there's 3 clubs within a 15-minute walk of the property. So I hope we're about to serve an ace.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
This 2-bedroom flat comes with a parking space and a garden. Inside, the space has been used extremely well. The kitchen opens out to a large living room, giving them plenty of the entertaining space thereafter. The bathroom and both double bedrooms are a good size, and the master has fitted wardrobes. And in this dog-eat-dog market, we've hit the bullseye. This place has been kittened out with a cat flap, which is one of Ellie's wants. It's priced at just under £280,000, so it's 20 grand under their ideal budget.
Now, this flat's been rented out, so it does need a bit of TLC.
This is nice.
We're happy with cosmetic-y stuff.
Yesterday's flat, big garden, small flat.
Yeah.
This is quite a big
Bigger
flat,
flat.
smaller garden.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'd like to have a look at that.
Come on.
He knows what he wants, Phil. I hope the garden delivers.
Oh, it's got lots of potential.
Good. Do you think Ellie will be liking this?
She tends to wear her emotions on her sleeve, and from the instant reaction when she walked in, I think she quite likes this.
So this would be Paul's domain.
Yeah.
Paul would be here, washing up, cooking, and you would be putting your feet up on the sofa.
Yeah, with a glass of wine.
And that lovely view.
It's nice you can have a sociable kitchen, so you're not shut away cooking.
No, I think it's fantastic. Out of 10, this flat, I won't tell Phil what you think.
8 at the moment.
Why didn't you go and find what score Paul gives this flat?
Will do. Thank you.
Good score, but then nobody paints a picture like Ms. Allsopp.
You could have little theatre curtains, and then you could say, "This is a kitchen production from Paul."
Have you completely lost your marbles?
Be fun, just a bit of fun.
Well, at least some people are taking this seriously.
That's big, isn't it?
Yeah. Did Paul like the garden?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I can leave you now. That's it.
Really nice and light.
Put our own stamp on it, couldn't we? Quite like the idea of a little project. Getting excited.
Great flat, great couple.
Great, you, great, amazing you, great house hunter.
Great house hunter. I'd forgot that bit. It's kind of you to remind me.
Being kind to Phil is occasionally a good idea.
So, Paul, I know what Ellie thinks. She said 8 out of 10. What do you reckon?
Wow, 8 out of 10. I go 7. I like
And
it
there's
a
a
lot.
cat flap as well, which is on my list.
That's
Perfect.
That's why it's an
Sold.
8.
Smiles on all faces.
Let's hope those smiles turn into definite decisions for Paul and Ellie.
If we keep waiting for the absolute perfect place, then we will be priced out completely of where we want to be. So we need to think about that as well.
How do you both feel about the level of work, though?
There's enough scope to put your stamp on it.
Which leaves me asking the question, what would you like to do about it?
I think that we're both convinced enough to put our offer in.
Good.
Put in
As low as
possible. Weirdly.
At £279,950, this flat is already 20 grand under Paul and Ellie's budget.
Have you got an idea?
I'm thinking 270. But even if you bought that flat at the full asking price of 9 on 280 and spent 10 on it, I think for every pound you put into it, you get 2 back. It's got to be worth 300, if not more, having had 10 grand spent on it. Should we have a go?
Let's have a go.
Adil, hi, it's Phil. We've just been having a lengthy chat here, and they do very much like that flat. So the offer that I've got for you is for 270,000.
First offer and 10 grand under the asking price.
They could complete that within a month of receipt of all your paperwork. OK.
They've been at this point 3 times before, but this time, Phil's in charge.
Thanks. Cheers. Bye. Hope that wasn't rude.
Being penny wise is never being rude.
I think we made a reasonable pitch. I think it's a sensible offer.
Yeah.
Time will tell if I've sealed the deal. And in London, Rupreet and Sundeep can't get the first property in North Harrow out of their heads, and they want it. On the market at just shy of 380 grand, we've discovered an offer has already been made. So Kirstie needs to think smart and move fast.
There's probably nothing to be gained from coming in low because we're going to get the offer turned down.
I wanted to go in at 360.
365.
Yeah, we could go to 365.
366.
Weirdly, 366 is probably a really good idea because it sounds psychologically you've pushed it.
Yeah, we want it for 366.
Yeah, we want it.
Lauren, it's Kirstie. How are you? They have instructed me to make an offer on their behalf of 366,000. Are you able to tell me whether that I have put clear blue water between us and the other offer. Thank you so much, Lauren. I really appreciate it. OK, bye. When I said, have we put clear blue water between us and the other people, she said it's in the same region.
Now Sundeep and Repreet just have to patiently play the waiting game. In Bristol, things are progressing quickly for Paul and Ellie.
Hi, Adil. Hi.
Our offer on the table is 10 grand under the asking price at £270,000.
OK.
Paul and Ellie have been in this position before, more than once.
Right, fair enough.
I just hope this is the last time.
We're in with a shout.
The vendor's abroad, so it might just be a case of no news is good news.
Well, I mean, as soon as you hear, ring me. Cheers, Adil. Bye. The good news is he thinks the vendor is looking for something closer to the asking price, but he's there to do business, he wants to sell it, and you're in a great position. Given that the flat is empty, to offer to complete within a month is a really strong card.
OK, that's interesting. But...
Empty properties cost people money.
Yeah.
So I'm afraid, I think for now, we're going to have to leave that there.
Fine.
I will be on the phone to you as soon as I hear anything.
I'm not sure I can handle it. Thank you.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Thanks for all your help.
Pleasure, great pleasure.
Cheers.
In Harrow, Sundeep and Repreet aren't being kept hanging on for much longer.
Lauren. Hello. Yes! Thanks, Lauren. That's fantastic. Bye. Congratulations. I'm going to have to give you a kiss now. Oh, that is amazing. That is incredible. Thank you.
Well done, Kirstles. 366 was clearly the magic number. And in Bristol, in 2015, it was ultimately good news for Paul and Ellie too. After some offers and counter-offers on the two-bed flat in Redland, we agreed the sale price at £275,000. And they've now been happy homeowners for almost a year.
When we picked up our keys and we could walk in the door and it was our property for the first time, it was good.
It's really nice, really nice.
The pair wasted no time rolling up their sleeves and starting on the transformation from bland rental into welcoming home.
It was a lot more of an undertaking than I think we were first imagining.
The outside is considerably smarter. Having taken over the management of the whole building of 3 flats, Ellie and Paul had the entire property repainted, got new gutters, and new doors were put in. Inside's looking super smart too, the result of a lot of effort on their part.
It didn't quite feel like home for the first couple of months because we're having so much done to the place.
Ellie and Paul knew there was a bit of damp in the flat, but after a survey, realised that the whole place needed a damp-proof course, and they then had to replaster and redecorate throughout.
You kind of don't want to spend your money on boring stuff like that. You want to buy nice furniture and pictures, but we knew it would be worth doing.
Not just that, they've also redone all the windows, got new curtains and carpets, and they've revamped the bathroom.
Feels really, really nice and cosy. I just feel really comfortable here. Love being in the bedroom and looking out into the lovely garden and the birds are singing, there's lots of trees.
The whole place was overhauled in under 2 months for about 17 grand, but the couple couldn't have done it alone.
And we should say, definitely at this stage, thank you to lots of our friends and family for coming in and being an amazing help over that first 6-week period, because that was a huge, huge effort. And it was great to have that help.
The pair were pretty insistent on having some outside space, so hopefully this little slice is living up to expectations.
We've had it done up almost now. And it's been great, and we've had a couple of barbecues now out there. You can just sit after work, get back, have a gin and tonic on the decking. It's just really nice to be able to be outside at home.
It's really nice and kind of peaceful and private. We use it definitely sort of on a weekly basis.
After a gruelling 8-month search, Ellie and Paul are delighted their house hunt is finally over.
It is a huge relief not to be doing property searching, and we can have our weekends and our evenings to actually just enjoy the place that we're living in, because Bristol has been fantastic. It's quite quiet as a property, as the street and the area of Bristol, but we're right in the heart of things.
In fact, I'd say there's probably too many restaurants and pubs for us to try out.
Life's very sweet.
Life's good.
Looks like they have it all. Well, almost.
So, we haven't been able to get a cat yet, but I'm still working on Paul.
You can keep trying, but it's not going to happen.
Maybe one day, Ellie, but for now, Paul wants to save your pennies.
Yeah, I think there's a real reality to moving into a property, particularly one that needs doing up a little bit.
And you have to kind of budget, and that's probably something that's really hit me quite a lot, that you have to... Everything is more expensive than you budget for. So you just have to do it bit by bit.
This go-getting pair took on a bigger project than they bargained for, and having hit the ground running with the work, now have a home to be utterly proud of.
I don't think we would have found or gone for this place if it hadn't have been for Phil. I honestly don't.
And he helped us negotiate.
He did.
That was really, really good as well.
All part of the service. Ellie and Paul have certainly put their stamp on their new flat in Redland, and it's looking lovely. And for Rupreet and Sundeep, it was also a labour of love, turning their new house in North Harrow into their dream first marital home. We caught up with them a year after they took possession, and they'd actually spent that whole year transforming it.
Initially, we started gutting out the house ourselves, so ripped out.
More like you started gutting it out yourself.
Ripped out the carpets, took down the wallpaper, took off the plaster, extended out onto the garden, changed all the windows, replumbed the whole house, rewired.
The project took them twice as long as expected, but their attention to detail definitely paid off.
The black and white theme we kind of wanted to do from the beginning because it was a very 1930s Art Deco kind of feel, and then we chose sort of 3 colours that we thought we'd just run through the whole house. We're happy with the result, which was the main thing.
And with the house just as they wanted, Rupreet had even made peace with the postcode.
We couldn't have had the house that we have now if we got the location we wanted. We would have run out of money. I don't think the postcode really made much difference in the end.
Since then, 4 years have passed.
Hello, hello. Who's this?
I'm back, finding out how some of our house buyers are getting on a few years down the line. Ellie and Paul are now super settled in bustling Bristol in their freshly renovated flat. And over in London, Rupreet and Sundeep are still in their 3-bed Harrow home.
When they took it on, their first marital home needed some fairly serious TLC, which they gave it in spades. But it's 4 years since we've caught up, and apparently there's been a few other changes. Hello, hello. Good morning, everybody. A new addition.
Good morning.
Hi, how do you do?
Good.
Very, very well. Nice to see you all. Who's this?
This is Aaron.
Aaron, I'm Phil. Good man. Can I come and see your lovely house?
Say come in.
Say come in.
When Rupreet and Sundeep first viewed this house with Kirstie, it felt dark and cramped. But having knocked down walls, it's now light and spacious. And what was once tired and dated is now slick and modern. The pair really have done the most impressive renovation job. But it's great for me to be able to finally see all their hard work in the flesh.
Goodness me, this is a pad.
Thank you.
Wow.
Thanks, Phil.
It's very sleek and chic.
Since their huge renovation, the last few years has been about making the house a family home for little Aaron, who's nearly 2. And what a home he has.
It's absolutely stunning. So this is an extension by the looks of things.
Yeah. So we've gone out 3 metres at the back and 1.5 metres on the side. So it creates a
really lovely family room, really light. I bet you spend all of your time here, don't you?
Yeah, so Aaron's normally playing while we're like cooking and...
Yeah.
And then we'll eat together as a family.
Yeah. And when you kind of designed it, were you thinking of his arrival?
Not really.
no.
We wouldn't have done a white house, I don't think. But it's worked out fine, actually. Everything's wiped clean.
It's quite baby friendly.
The couple spent $366,000 buying the house, well below their 380 grand budget, so had a few bob left over to add the wow factor.
And budget for the build?
Oh,
We didn't have a budget.
I think the budget was long gone.
Yeah, we didn't have a budget.
It was a case of, right, this is what we want to do, let's do it.
Yeah, and we were thinking long term. And also we had a lot of help from family. So my dad's got a plumbing and heating merchants.
Okay.
So he did all the bathrooms, underfloor heating. Rupert's dad does
kitchens, bedrooms.
and bedrooms.
All the
So
furniture.
it wasn't as expensive as it could have been.
Yeah.
So we were lucky like that.
Very lucky.
Creating the ideal family home was very much a family project.
Is it as you hoped it would be on that first morning with Kirstie? Is this what you pictured?
Yeah, definitely.
Because that's great vision.
In the end, they spent around 135 grand creating a slick house, which is now a child-friendly home. And the front room is clearly Aaron's domain.
Because this space is so great, we didn't use the front room, but now that's become Aaron's playroom.
Yeah.
Superb.
Yeah.
Which to some extent enables you to keep this nice and clean and tidy.
On some days.
Yeah. Superb. You put an awful lot of thought and care and money into this as well, and it shows.
Some rooms may be a little more cluttered than when they first renovated, but they still look incredible. Upstairs, their signature black and white style with pops of colour continues. And the second bedroom has been given a raison d'etre.
And the all-important Aaron's room.
Yeah.
Aaron
room, yeah.
Was this always planned as eventually the nursery?
Yeah, we sort of left this room empty. We didn't do anything with it because we knew that eventually it would turn into nursery.
Yeah, so this was the last room that you did?
Yeah.
Yeah, terrific. Just the job. And you've still got a bit of room if there's any future additions.
Yeah, we can still potentially go up into the loft and do a loft extension.
So you've got a house that suits you brilliantly. It suited you brilliantly as a couple. Yeah. It's working well with Aaron, but you can see yourself here long term.
Yeah, I think so. That was the intention. The location is great. You know, we're close to family and friends, close to the tube station, close to work.
Location.
Exactly.
There's something in there, you know.
Yeah.
Even with Aaron here, Rupert and Sundeep still have a space just for them.
So this is our dressing room where we get ready and keep all our clothes. And
A designated dressing room. It's huge. Yeah. How absolutely lovely. It's quite decadent.
lots of storage, lots of space for everything. Yeah. As you can see, it's all very full already.
I would have expected nothing less.
Lots of handbags, lots of clothes, makeup, everything a girl needs.
Now this is right up Kirstie Street. And all of these cupboards were made to measure by Rupreet's dad.
Does Sundeep get a little bit?
He has man drawers, yeah.
He has a man drawer?
He has a few man drawers.
Every man needs a man drawer, or two. And the couple have even installed separate his and hers sinks in their super slick bathroom.
There was a lot of sort of planning and thought went into the search for the house and what you wanted and why you wanted it. And then to have got it done and Aaron arrives, it all feels very neat.
Yeah. We've had definitely a lot of fun over the last 4 years. We've enjoyed the house.
Rupert was initially hesitant to move to Harrow, but her beloved Pinner is just around the corner, and that's not the only plus of this postcode.
Your parents are pretty close.
Yeah, they're just on the road opposite, actually, so that's been really handy after having a baby. So they look after him a lot.
That makes such a difference.
It does.
But I mean, they must love it. Aaron loves it. You guys love it.
Yeah, he loves them. They're probably he prefers being there than at home. I'd probably say.
Ah, good old grandparents. One of the last spaces that Rupert and Sundeep transformed was the garden, and now it's the perfect play park for Aaron. And thanks to these stunning bifold doors, when the British weather hits, the family can enjoy the outside from the comfort of inside.
Would you do it all again?
I'd love to do it again. Yeah. I thought it was a great experience. Had so much fun.
I think having done it once, it'd be very hard to move into a house that wasn't to exactly what we wanted, so we wouldn't have a choice.
home for a long time?
Yeah,
Definitely.
definitely.
No plans to move away.
I can see. Why would you?
Yeah, it's a great family house.
Yeah.
So thank you very much for having me. Terrific. Well done.
Thanks very much.
Congratulations on everything.
Thank you, Phil.
Well, it's just fantastic to see how both couples' vision has paid off in bucket loads. Rupreet and Sandeep's home here in Harrow's made such a easy transition into a proper family home with the arrival of young Aaron. And Ellie and Paul, they're loving life in Bristol, and of course they've turned what was a fairly bland rental flat into a welcoming haven. And I'd say that is what home's all about.